this is Aaron Cybertron Zing. Like, everyone is rooting for Aaron to win here. And that's really hard. Like, it's from, you know, being someone who's not as well known, it's hard being on the other side of that. Like, there's a lot of pressure.
Well, all right, I can say, like, when I fought Aaron at regionals, and I would still do this if I played him, I would always consider myself the underdog. He's so good, and you basically have to try to steal the win.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, even though his opponent is the #1 seed, you're stealing the win versus saying, you're like, I have to do this, otherwise I lose. You're already back to the corner immediately just because of how many results Zhang has and how long he's been playing.
And from what I saw yesterday, Aaron, he's playing so well, like, playing 4 turns, 5 turns in advance.
I didn't know he had Mimikyu. I didn't see his tournament stream.
He didn't use Mimikyu on stream, so I honestly didn't know that. I knew he brought Zard, Solgaleo, Groudon, and Ndidi to the games on stream.
So, like, I don't know. I wonder if that was on purpose.
Yeah.
Because, like, do we know anything about it?
I don't know personally. Like, maybe other people have scouted it out, but maybe that's Trick Eject Button Whimsicott with Scarf Groudon, you know?
It could be Trick Eject Button Whimsicott with Sound Steep Mimikyu.
Yeah.
It could also be, I'm going to make a call here, that could be Life Orb Woodhammer Mimikyu for the Groudon.
Exactly. You don't know what Aaron's got up his sleeve here.
Yeah, I think that's it. One time, you know a story from when I was playing on stream? So I was playing at the San Jose Regional stream, right? And you see how there's a judge there. There's a judge in between them. So they used to do it how the judge would just pick a side. And the judge was on my side, and I made a crazy play. And the judge, like, got big bug-eyed. And then that made my opponent...
That made your opponent start thinking, like, what would make the judge do that?
Yeah, and then, like, I wonder if that, like... Because, like, it was really obvious. Because I like, looked, I was like, what are you doing?
Don't do that, man!
Yeah, but and now they sit, like, in the middle like that. And so I think that's more fair. But, yeah, it made Enosh play, like, really defensive in that term where it's like... Yeah.
Which I'm curious because I know at Worlds they have a judge on both sides of the table.
Then I think that's... I don't know. I also think the judges, like, just shouldn't show that emotion like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Or maybe, like, make a teasy judge if they don't know. You know? I don't know. But that play that I made was going to be so good.
But yeah.
All right, we're going into it. All right. So let's see. Ndidi Solgaleo. Man, talk about, like, realistically, this is like Master Ball 101. This is like Zhang's element. There's there's 2 Ndidis in Top Cut, and I didn't think we'd see any. I really feel like Ndidi, we were talking about comparing VGC to like chess, and how Ndidi is a gambit. You sacrifice a piece to gain speed control or a better board position.
Yeah.
And I really feel that, like, that was something that you see it on ladder all the time, but you're just like, I didn't expect to see that in top 8 of a regional. And so a lot of people just don't build for Ndidi because that's like a lower level player mentality. Why would you intentionally go down? But it's such a problem, right? Like, this is that situation. It's like that Zard can't do anything.
Well, and we see the Psychic Seed, and to me, this tells me Aaron knows that his Ndidi, like, me, when I saw the Psychic Seed, I'm like, I still don't know if that lives a G-Max Wildfire.
It totally does.
But it totally does here, because Aaron wouldn't do that.
Is this a recent regional? This is happening live. Like,
yeah, this is happening right now.
Right now. And I understand you guys can't really see that much of what's going on, but you guys get the idea. Like, you guys understand. You can see the basic Pokemon on the board. Looks like Aaron's maxing. So every time when I'm playing my opponents in regionals, I always say, like, when I see them maxing, because it's such a long turn, you gotta say something to break the silence. I'm like, oh, maxing Ndidi, I see. You know, like, maxing your support Pokemon. And tell them, like, you won't max that 1 HP Grim, you know?
Down to the center of the earth? Wait, nope.
So there's the obvious follow me here. I wonder if Aaron's Ndidi has Helping Hand, because that's really popular.
It does. He showed that on stream yesterday.
You know what I've actually seen a lot of from, like, these teams that I would say have...
Oh, it died. Was that a crit? Oh, it didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, that's on the bottom right. I was going to say, Max Lightning.
Okay, so no Max Rockfall on the Solgaleo, but still a Max Lightning for the Charizard.
It's going to do more damage, because isn't Max Lightning a stronger move than Max Rockfall on Solgaleo? Depends on what rock move you're using.
Yes, it's a stronger Max move, and that's a Charizard.
Yeah. Oh, we take those.
So there's the weakness policy. If Aaron has Whimsicott in the back, he can come in and Tailwind here.
Yeah, like...
Or he still has a Scarf Groudon, so he could Rock Slide, Steel Spike.
That's game, basically.
And that's a really good position if you hit your Rock Slide.
I did not expect the Max Lightning there.
I didn't either.
Yeah. Which one are you entering? I already played. Could I adjust the focus on the TV camera? I don't think we realistically can, because it's like...
Yeah, we've messed with it as much as we could.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Basically, like, we also don't want to make it that sharp, because we don't want to get that copyright claim. Yeah.
That too.
I feel like a lot of people do it, and they screen cap the actual stream, but I really don't even want to mess with that, you know?
Yeah.
It's just my personal opinion. But I guess like what I was talking about like, so I said this a lot. You're right. Look
so
at
he does send out the whimsy.
Professional player diamond more than 5 here, and this is a lead that Aaron must have flowcharted 1,000 times last night. Like all the good players do if you make day 2 is you go back with like your squad and you just theorycraft every possible weak combination. That's my favorite thing to do at regions. When you're waiting for day 2, come up with like 10 to 15 different combos to beat your first top 8 opponent. That's all you want to do.
Yep.
And you can see this is such a polished lead. Everything that Pin did was like going into what Zhang wanted. It's so perfect. Like, think about it. If he didn't KO that NDD, he wouldn't be behind. He could have actually just like maxed out the Zard and went for a P-Blades there and probably been in a better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were talking about. You know, it's the gambit. It's sacrificing a piece and setting up for a better board position. And very smart Steel Spike there. Aaron obviously knowing that it's going to finish off the Zard. Get the Steel Spike boost for the incoming Precipice Blades.
So, let's see. Was there anything... I don't actually think like... And also, in that situation, I found myself... Ooh, never lucky. I found myself in a situation a couple times today where I maxed my Zard Wildfire, and I have to just switch it out because it took like over half. Like, maybe if we see Incineroar, that could have been a good switch in there. Switch it in, Incineroar, fake out the Whim, soak the damage, and like you still have your Zard to check that Solgaleo after.
Yeah.
That could have been a play that... See, there, it's there, you know, so it's like... I feel like we were talking about it. This is the sort of stuff that like we can bring to a stream versus like the commentators, they have to be really general. Versus like we can talk about the reasons why. In
a sense, I know like Santi, who won Players Cup 1 with Colossal, a lot of times his game plan was just G-Max Volcalith, and then it doesn't matter if you die. And so like...
It's actually better if you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that can be kind of what's going through Pang's head is, I got my Wildfire, we're good. You know, now everything's getting in range of my Groudon Precipice Blades.
That's how I played my team originally too. But yeah, I think like, what do you think Aaron's last mon? Do you think it's his Groudon?
I think it has to be. I'm a little surprised it didn't come in the Whimsicott slot.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Mimikyu. And I'm not gonna lie, I think Woodhammer Mimikyu is such a call. It does good damage with Groudon. It does good damage with Kyogre, and it's the Gastro counter. You know what I mean? It's that.
That's a good point.
Anyways, if it happens, I'm just professional Pokemon player. That's +1. What else can I say? Ooh, Shuka.
Shuka and Sin. He's got all the berries.
Yeah, I used Bronzong with Bulldoze, and I got so many instances to waste their Shuka. Like, I Bulldozed, proc my own policy, wasted the Shuka, and then quaked it. It was so good.
Yeah, and I imagine that was also part of Aaron, because a lot of Incin are Shuka right now. And so Aaron can do that on his team, too. He can Bulldoze, break the Shuka, and then max Quake with Solgaleo to eliminate the Incins.
So we're going to see the last Mon, and on both players' teams, we got a little doggo here.
Hi, doggo.
Yo, doggo. So let's see. Gastro, told you. Like, see, it's like, I want to see that Mimikyu.
I just felt like it had to be Groudon for the Zacian in the back.
Yeah. Well,
but you're not wrong. Yeah, but there's no Zacian.
Yeah.
Which is also interesting, not to bring your second restricted, but obviously, like, Zacian into Groudon Solgaleo is a really tough matchup.
There's 2 more turns of Sun. Right? Is there 1 more turn of Wildfire? Or none?
I
think there's 1.
I think there's 1 more turn of Wildfire.
Which means we would see a defensive play from Pang's side, right?
Yep.
At least at this first turn. Also, are you guys having a good time? Are you guys enjoying this? Or not? Like, we need to... Like, if we can't hear it, all we can do is kind of, like, see the chat. But
yeah.
I think this is fun. I'm having a good time. Like
I'm having a good time.
This is more fun than watching it there. And like, there's no mid seasons or anything today, so there's no reason to go back to the venue. So yeah, like we said, protect here. It looks like the Groudon's not protecting. That's very greedy. Is it vested Groudon?
It might be. I don't know the item there, but that Moonblast makes me think that it is vested.
Just because it would have protected.
Yeah.
You know? And the thing is, if you're paying at this point, this is something that I would bring to the table. I would almost say, if you're going to protect one, you got to take that advantage to actually try and steal it with your Gastro. Like, that's where you would be Earth. Like, you do something. You do literally anything.
Well, and he did Stone Edge the Whimsicott there, so even if it's not vested, which I believe it is, he could know that Aaron knows that both his Pokemon are going down to Wildfire there and might try to preserve something. So he Stone Edged the Whimsicott thinking, your Charizard coming in there.
Damn it, I want that Mimikyu, man. Mimikyu would also be able to win here. You'd Shadow Sneak the Groudon, you'd Woodhammer the Gastro, and you'd win. Oh, that would be the cleanest thing ever. You know, that's gonna be easy. This
is close, because the Gastro just protected. So if he has Solar Beam, this is the last turn of Sun.
Well, this is Stone Edge though.
But like, I'm saying he has to hope for a Stone Edge miss.
This is what I'm thinking. Oh my god. The procs though.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Give me the boost. Boo.
And is this Yawn? Yep.
Orbzard. I hope Zane doesn't lose this, because Zane doesn't deserve to lose this one.
Well, and I know a lot of Gastros only carry Ice Beam Earth Power, so he's going to protect here.
You're right. I think there's also one thing to mention. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like...
Yeah, you're fine.
If we look at this, realistically, Zane flowcharted that whole thing out, like we talked about. Sacrificing Unity, gaining the positions. If that was a Zacian, Zane wins.
Yes.
Like that, and I'm pretty sure he did that on purpose. But you know what? I told you, man. Mimikyu was the play. Bring the Mimikyu, So obviously, big protect. I think if Zane gets a one-turn sleep, something might happen. Yeah, because we could take these to flinch shots all day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not over.
I don't think I would even shown the Air Slash there, because we don't know if it's Hurricane or not. But like, I think I had an opponent, right? He was playing me in the last round of the tournament, and he went for like 3 Glassy Glass with this roll, and I was like, oh, it's Bandit. And so like I had Zek, and I'm like, I'm completely fine. And like the last turn of the thing, he busts out the high horsepower. He used like 3 bad Grassy Glides to condition me into where the high horsepower would work, and I won. But you know, not even show the Air Slash. You know.
Yeah.
Loving the in-depth casting, appreciate it. I'm enjoying this. The in-depth commentary is nice as opposed to generic commentary filter. Well, thank you.
And Charizard does get the one-turn wake-up.
We do be taking those.
And we get the flinch down.
Oh my goodness. Yo, if there's one person who deserves to have RNG on their side in this situation, it's Aaron. Like, every Will-O-Wisp, every nothing. Like,
well, honestly, very well played set by both, or game, not set yet, by both players up until this point.
Yeah, and we see the leftovers Gastro, so it's obviously optimal to protect there. It's not the PP out Air Slashes. So it looks like Zard's going to need 4.
Yeah.
And the problem with this is it's going to be 4 with at least 3 flinches, no misses, because the Life Orb's taking you out, right? Is that a crit?
No, okay, it might be 3.
He had to get that then.
Yes, he had to get it.
And did we see Ice Beam on the Gastro or
yes,
anything?
we saw the Ice Beam from the Gastro, so we know it doesn't have Scald.
Perfect. So it looks like that's probably going to be game. You know, I'm surprised that Aaron's running a Life Orb Zard. Not that Life Orb Zard's bad, but I feel like there's 2 Zard camps. There is Lumzard, or Safety Goggles, and then there is Charizard. And, you know, I would say actually Zhang's whole team in general is very old school. We were talking yesterday about how back in the day, Groudons, for Primal Groudons, used to be built in 2016, only Jolly, full speed, full attack, gotta go fast. And that was because Groudon had a weakness to itself when it was a Primal Pokemon. And so, like, basically, you know, Zhang's kind of replicating that here and using a Solgaleo, which is kind of like an old school Zacian, you know? So it's like Zhang's team's very old school, which makes sense. He's using the old school way to play Zard as well.
It looks like if Aaron can get another one-turn wake-up and get a crit, he still wins, but the Charizard stays asleep.
That's fine.
But I agree with you. A lot of times we think, like, right now, we're like, oh, Groudon, that's the bulky, slow, you know, adamant.
Yeah.
But Aaron's got that, you know, he's got that mindset that's like, you know, Groudon, he's the fast guy. He beats Kyogre because you Precipice Blades when the Kyogre switches in, and then you Precipice Blades again,
Yeah,
being faster than the Kyogre.
Almost every situation. So yeah, that's a rough one. Also say like on paper, realistically, King has a better matchup.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so
I
like,
agree.
You can tell like with Aaron's like flowchart there. He tried to like I'm not gonna say steal that game, but he wanted to win that game basically within a turn of him getting or within a turn of him losing his minutes.
Yeah.
And he flowcharted it to check Zacian, which just didn't come. We're actually starting to see from like the higher level players. You don't bring both your restricted, which is usually like a taboo in a restricted form.
And that's where I think if a Groudon came out when the Whimsicott did on Zhang's side, I think that would have been game. In all honesty, like a Scarf Rock sled plus a Steel Spike into the Groudon there would have wrapped it up.
Yeah.
And so I think game 2, that's the adjustment we see. I think Aaron will realize that the speed control with Whimsicott is not as necessary because you have the tools to beat the Zacian without your tail end up.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to see Mimikyu, it's here. If we're going to see Mimikyu, it's here. This is it. This is your last shot. Like, I would love to see, like, Curse, Woodhammer. Mimikyu gets so many cool things. It's Wisp, you know.
It gets Safeguard, it gets Taunt.
Yeah.
You know, I know these are all things I've seen on some standard Mimikyu sets recently.
It gets Destiny Bond.
It does also, yeah, it gets Destiny Bond.
Mimikyu outspeeds Groudon, you know.
Yeah, it can Wisp it.
As someone who's like played, you know, a few day twos before, I've been on both sides. I've been where I flowchart everything and I won game 1 and things are going according to plan, which means I can start dipping into my more risky strats or I can start using more, you know, safe strats to be able to secure games. There's also the other side where you knew you were going to win game 1, you didn't. And so you're like, this actually changes every other flowchart because if that can't win, these other ones that I thought would win don't win either.
Yeah, so Aaron may be coming up with a new flowchart on the spot right here.
Yeah, he might have to adapt. You know, it's also like such a weird scenario where, yeah, you can do your best to know your calcs for everything, and you even if you have everything on point, but there might be some weird, like for example, you're like, I can't believe they didn't bring Zacian. That breaks all my things, not knowing that I get a free KO on Zacian. Right? So this is a lot more what I thought we'd see.
I agree.
You just set your dot, like you trade dots basically. And the good thing for both, well, the good and bad thing is you're only getting half the effectiveness of your dot here. Because while Groudon sets the sun, he's not a fire type.
Yes.
So he's going to take that big wildfire damage. Yo, Ken's dropping that big sub. Appreciate it. We wish you were here, my guy. It's not the same. You know, what is it? Derek's over there. You're talking about Ken's, how he was running like entrainment shit ninja.
Yep.
And, that was like such a cool, like, it's like, yeah, we got the, so I have like Ashton, Koch, like high level player, Diamond has like high level stuff, beat good players, like, and then entrainment shit ninja guy. Yo, always a pleasure. Is there a way to see the current bracket? They probably posted it on the Play Pokemon Twitter. But Zhang plays Pang, Joe plays somebody, Aaron Trero plays Z, and Azalite plays somebody, and I apologize for not knowing the last two people.
Jeremy Boyd, I believe, plays
Boyd.
Joe.
Yeah.
And Aaron Trailer plays Z, right? And then Zach is the last one.
It's so weird seeing like the resurgence of Indeedee as like a threat. Because it used to be you'd go like, Indeedee, Trick Room, I'm going to do all my things and be fine. And then we really, the meta about 2 weeks ago just got dominated by like, it's Grimmsnarl time.
I think Indeedee is a very good response to Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, it doesn't help the Zard in this situation, but there's no Grimm anyways. It basically says you don't bring your Grimm.
Mm-hmm.
And remember back in the day when like, all right, another thing is like that you see at regionals that you don't see on ladder. Everyone's like, just set screens with your Grimm. You don't see that at regionals because you can just get crit through your screens. You don't like that. That's a ladder thing that you don't really see necessarily in top 8, at least in this format.
Yeah, and I know Joe is running screens Grimmsnarl, but most of the time, like the standard version of this team runs a trick Grimmsnarl instead of screens.
Yeah. Let's answer some chat. Ken says, if we're going to NEIC in late June, I might be able to go participate. Yeah, I'm planning on going.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be down in a room if you wanted a room together too. And are all top 8 matches on stream today? I don't know. That would be awesome because, like, we're having a good time. Like, we were just talking about it. We were just gonna do this anyway. We were just gonna watch it here and talk about it. So we might as well like be on stream, right? We might as well just be on the stream.
And we see Chongjun switched it up. Oh my goodness. So he takes out the Entity with his Charizard, and then rock falls Aaron's Charizard with the max Groudon.
You can see like this is obviously basically so Chong played super standard in the first one, Groudon
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so but you can tell this was the flowchart that he had. Like this is it, you know.
This is his trick to beat Aaron in one turn. And so that's going to be really hard to come back from.
It's really hard, like when you're an established trader. Like I'm starting to get into this level now, to where like everyone has like a target on your back. Like everyone, it's like you're playing a football game, and your opponent's like, all right, cool, Hail Mary, first down, every down. You know, it's like, and Zhang, if there's one person that's been able to weather that storm and deal with it, it's Aaron. So like, no Mimikyu, man, you gotta win. So you bring Mimikyu game through. You gotta see it. Do we know if Solo has one card? I doubt it.
I don't think so. I think it might even just be 4 attacks because we saw that wild charge.
And we know it's policy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if it was, I think we see, I know we saw Steel Spike and Max Lightning, right? That's, what Legends Arceus Pokemon do you think will shake the metagame? Realistically, I don't think any of them will, at all. And that's only because, like, restricted Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I can't think of a single, like, people would use them if they got put in the game, but I don't think any of them would realistically shake up what's going on.
So he's trying to get a policy proper free here. Yeah. So do you know if Zhang has Stone Edge or Rock Slide, or does he have, what rock attack does he have on that Groudon?
I'm not sure. He hasn't revealed it. We do know, I thought that when we first saw Scarf Bulldoze, I thought he might be Eruption, but then we saw Fire Punch on screen on stream. So we know he's Scarf Physical. Complete Fire Punch, Precipice Blades.
This isn't a terrible spot for Aaron. I don't think that... Actually,
I think he goes for a double protect here on the Solgaleo.
Yeah, I would have gone for double protect. I respect that. I mean, if Aaron would have gotten the P-Blades hit, it would have been it.
Mm-hmm. Because then that's fair, because you get the Precipice Blades, you get your EQ, and then you hope that Scarf Blades finishes the game.
Aaron's Solgaleo set was Protect, Wild Charge, Earthquake, Sunsteel.
Yep.
I think Sunsteel, or I actually think that Solgaleo set's good, because it plays around Charizard for the most part, but also like soft checks Ogre and plays around Amoonguss without having to use Psychic Fangs, which is cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
But damn, like, don't think that Aaron even did anything wrong. This was a really hard matchup, and
he played it correctly.
I think he had to win game 1.
Yeah,
you know, and he had the shots.
But shoutouts to Chongjun, you know that he's been playing so. He was undefeated in Swiss.
He's still undefeated.
And he's still undefeated.
And he fights the one with Joe Boyd, right?
Yes.
So if he fights Joe, it's the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
So which one of them has the balls to bring Gastrodon?
I think Joe is the one that brings the Gastrodon. Because I've seen him, he loves that Gastrodon. He's so good at repositioning and yawning to pin.
Someone says, I said Chongjun was a bit too much for Aaron, but damn, that was a good game. Massive gameplay. I don't think anyone's too much for Aaron. Actually, I think like all of these players deserve to be here.
Yeah.
And again, whenever you see someone lose, again, when we started the stream, everyone's like, "That's you didn't win. You're not on top." Whenever you see someone lose at like this level, they usually didn't do anything wrong. It's matchups. It's all matchups. So it's like you can't expect the Solgaleo team to beat Charizard, Shuka, and Sin Groudon. That's not happening.
Yeah, it's possible, but it is so you're playing from behind, from the team.
Yeah,
you know,
like Aaron's team's more made to deal with Cali. It's made to deal with Cali Ice and Ogre, which I feel like a lot of people over prepped for Cali Ogre.
Yes, I think that Cali Ice Palkia team. I think Aaron was like, that is the team to beat.
Yeah,
and he has the team to beat it, which is obviously why he's in top cut.
And that's why all the Cali Ice teams went 3 and 5.
Yep.
Except
they started 3-0, and then they started hitting the people that knew this team was coming into this regional and were prepared to beat it.
Yeah. Oh man. And the casters is doing a great job too. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's really hard. Which of these normal type moves is the most commonly seen in VGC battles?
It's gotta be Psych Up.
No, maybe if you're a professional Pokemon player, that's +1. No, it's not going to Protect. Easy. C, final answer.
C, Protect.
We're had some pretty good trivia questions.
Yeah, Chong does have Charizard Sparks.
Yeah.
They've had some really good, like, some of them are like, Protect, but some of them are questions that I don't know.
Alright, which one of these Pokemon appeared on Namuto Mizuguchi's Master Division Champion team at Worlds 2019?
So this tricked me the first time I saw it. Because I knew that Umbreon was in the finals.
Other guy had Umbreon.
But it was the other guy. So this one was...
Sally?
It is Sally.
Look at me!
Boom!
Lore Master over here.
Heal Bell.
Almost like I played all those people.
Yeah, it's all recycled trivia from yesterday.
Well, I haven't seen it, so it's new for me.
Very new for that.
Who was the first Pokemon ever caught by Ash Ketchum? Oh, Indigo League. That's season 2.
Season 1.
Season 1. Oh, yep. Season 1. So how do you Caterpie?
Yep.
Yo, Butterfree, big bust. We love
Butterfree's up.
Oh man, I should have just ran Butterfree this tournament. That's what I should have done.
There's actually a lot of Butterfree in this tournament.
There's a lot of Butterfree. Yeah, Butterfree really good in like the seniors and juniors divisions too. It's sick.
Yeah, didn't it won both the seniors and the juniors division.
We're actually going to be doing a video, I think, where we break down that match of like the Butterfree Pikachu guy. I want to break that down and use it as an example of like you can win with your favorites. This guy did it, and in game 3 he didn't even bring a restricted. See, I think it's kind of weird. I don't know if like this is controversial or not, but like I'm surprised they took the mask off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I am too for the
They're super
interview.
serious about your mask being on at that venue. Like,
yeah, and if it's
really
like
serious.
riding down your nose too, they'll come up to you and say, "Hey,
yeah,
pull that up."
Like I got one person like reached out for a handshake to me, and I'm like, I'm not gonna turn in the handshake, but they're like, no, you're not allowed to handshake. There's rules. You. But you know, I filmed a bunch of content. We're making a little vlog video series once we get back.
Hi, I'm Diamond More Than 5. I'm a moderator in the stream.
Yeah, they're asking about you.
Yeah, I just figure I'll reintroduce myself every 20 minutes.
Hugo says, what you say that Kyogre Cali Ice is not the team that was going to get far? Everyone over prepped for it. Like,
yeah, I think a lot of people, like, that was the team that was good going into the preparation for the tournament, if that makes sense. So everyone was preparing for that.
Yeah, I actually fought Aaron Traylor's team in the tournament. I almost got it. I almost did something. Aaron Traylor is such a good sport too.
Yeah.
I would say actually against him, I had a good matchup against his team. His team is Zacian, Cart, Kyogre, Indeedee, Wims, and Sin. Which if you're using Zacian Kyogre, which is another Master Ball standard, I'm gonna beat that with Zekrom Groudon. But crit happens, so we'll talk about that when we talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blastoise Beast.
Well, and coming from Aaron's side, it's you don't want to be the Kyogre playing up against a Zekrom.
The whole set, he was like.
Well, and you're playing him at 3-0, 3-1, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And the good players, the way that they, when people say, "What's your Zekrom matchup?" He says, "Going 3-0." Because the people who bring Zekrom to a tournament don't go 3-0. And so the fact that you're facing a Zekrom at 3-0, it's this guy knows what he's doing,
yep.
And he has a good matchup against me.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Alright, trivia! Which of these Pokemon can wear the move Trick Room on its own? Oh, imagine if a Mungus could wear Trick Room. Same thing with Indeedee. That's the Porygon, right? Right?
Well, Indeedee's a trick question because Indeedee male can learn it.
That's a trick question. I'm tricked. I think
Porygon sees the one that learns it through level up. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
You're right. Yeah, but Indeedee does get it, yeah.
And I think that's what they mean instead of TM.
You can get back and unite and never hit Masters, you'll wear Masters. The move Protect will protect the user from most attacks per turn unless one of their opponents uses which of these moves? That's a good... See,
that's a trick question.
Yeah, see, that's good.
But you got that Unseen Fist. They're like, this hit through Protect.
Unseen Fist.
But it's not a move.
What we're going to do is you're going to join and talk to Josh for a second. I'm going to use the restroom.
Sounds good.
All right,
Unless you don't want to.
Sliding in. No, you don't have to. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hey, guys.
This is Derek. He's so cool. We also went to the he also went to the tournament. Played Kalizashin, I believe.
That's right.
Yes.
It went well enough. I was not over-prepared coming into it.
Well, and this is only your second regional.
It's true.
We went to San Diego regionals together, and he actually played Ashton Cox, his first round of his first regional, and took a game off of Ashton because his Porygon 2 traced Ashton's Smeargle's Moody and got all the right boosts. And just imagine being like the top player in the world, and you just, this Porygon 2 gets evasion, special defense, speed, special attack, and you're like, that's a Porygon 2 with Eviolite, has recover. It's never going down. So that's one of my favorite memories.
Yeah.
Like, anyone can win in Pokemon.
Yeah, it was a fun battle. Oh, back already? Subbing out.
It was fast. All right, we're still here. Speedy Gonzalez. Let's see. Which one of these Gmax Pokemon is owned by Owina? Oh, is that Hat?
I think that's Garbodor.
I'm gonna say Hat. Final answer. Good player alert. Oh, you got me.
Yeah.
I don't play games.
I think she's the evil
I thought so too, but like Hatterene
lady.
sneaky. All right. So, anyways, let's talk a little bit about like the event itself. Like, regionals was a lot of fun. I basically got I got off to a really good start, like 2-0, good start, and I was kind of done playing. Like, if you guys watch my streams, you know, I stream for like an hour and a half, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done. And so, realistically, I played 2 best of 3s, which was about
An
2
hour and a half?
hours, yeah. And I was like, okay, I could go home, like, and then at that point, I think I just started trying to like goof around. You know, like I was like, I'm gonna use Ally Switch, I'm gonna max my Bronzong, I'm gonna just play for fun, and that's basically what it was. I don't think I have the mental capacity. I mean, we haven't had regionals in years, right? 2 years, so it's like playing for 8 rounds of best of 3s with like an hour-long lunch break. Like we got to the venue at like 7-ish, right? 8, maybe 8, and like I left at like 6-ish. That's ridiculous. That's so many hours of Pokemon.
It's like 11, 12 hours of just Pokemon.
Yeah, let's see. Make a bold prediction for NAIC. Pixie Powder is going to be really good.
Is that Zacian Xerneas?
Pixie Power. Really, but Sogo will be... See, the thing about Solgaleo is, I said this before the tournament, no one in North America has the balls to run Solgaleo, and then we saw Zang Topka with it, right?
Yep.
And so it shows, like, Solgaleo was a good call. But, like, no one... Like, you're literally taking Solgaleo to a tournament where 90% of your opponents have a Charizard.
Yep.
That takes some serious balls. And if you have the skills to pay the bills, it can work. I wonder what Aaron's like. I wonder what Aaron's EV spread was on that Solgaleo.
I'm curious too. Solgaleo spreads are actually really... I never know what to do with them.
I never know what to do with things.
When I'm running a Solgaleo.
It's either fast or slow, but like which one, you know?
Yeah. Because it's like you want to be bulky when you get your Steel Spikes and your Quakes, but you also want to outspeed your Kyogres, but you also don't want to invest that much speed.
Yeah, we also saw that like Aaron Solgaleo outsped his opponent's Groudon.
Yeah.
So it's like, which is totally normal. Like you should outspeed Groudon, but you know, it's just kind of. I don't know how much speed you need. You know?
But it's also like if your game plan is to bulldoze, you know, so you don't need that much speed.
I guess all you really need is like, I don't know if outspeeding Zacian at +1 is important, but maybe enough speed with a bulldoze to outspeed. Because you're not going to need to outspeed base 100s. You're not going to outspeed Genies because those are in the air. They're not hit by bulldoze. So like, what is a grounded Pokemon that Solgaleo needs to outspeed?
Would Whimsicott be worth it? No, like something like bringing in your own Whimsicott afterward to Tailwind? I don't know.
Let's see. Maybe Urshifu?
Urshifu is a good one.
And I want to say, if you're going to be Urshifu, you might as well just go to like... You have to be like full speed. Not full.
Not full.
But yeah, a lot. You know? Yeah, I didn't get to watch the stream yesterday. I was at the venue, and every once in a while you can pull up and just go see what the stream is like on the side. It looks like they're back. I always like that they have their little pins and stuff like that.
Yeah, me too.
That's like, if you had to have a pin, which one would you have? Like, have you seen all the different pins from all the collections?
I have. It's a really tough one. What would you have?
I have a sick a Mega Absol one, so I would probably wear Mega Absol.
I like that Whimsicott one that Gabby's got.
Yeah, and that's a newer one. Keldio's from 2018. It's weird how you're like, yes, the fine vintage Keldio pin. You know?
Well, I know, what's his name? Adam? No, this isn't Adam.
No, this is the other guy. This is the new guy. I'm saying new guy, but like the guy that I've never seen.
Yeah, I think his name's Joe or Joey. But yeah. I think he's definitely a pin collector. He was talking on stream yesterday how he has like 1,000.
You want to hear since we're just talking like with a funny story, so I'm friends with like the people who won the seniors and juniors division, and you know when you win the tournament, you get like the money, you get like the 2 booster boxes, you get like the champion mat with like the medal and stuff like that. And I was telling the younger kid who was like a fan of mine, like, hey, that mat's really expensive, and like he took the play mat and just like slipped it in his bag, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So I hope he does something with it. But yeah, we see Pang into top 4. We're talking about it. If he goes against Joe, I think that the mirror match actually like slightly favors Pang.
I think so too. I think being Charizard is
so strong.
Is so good in the mirror match.
Joe Brown, he's been a caster,
Joe
but
Brown.
like I think this is his first regional, right?
I think he's done.
He does stuff with Koopa for the like online leagues, I think.
I think he's done 1 or 2 regionals.
There is
previously.
the touch grass master himself, Joe UX9. I will say that like you know Joe's obviously been killing it.
Yeah, he's so consistent.
Yeah, and I would say like this was the event that I'm like, all right, if Joe like pops off at this event, like I'm never gonna say anything that's not incredibly positive about him ever again, because he proved to me, like, I guess like as a content creator, you know, I've always known Joe's better than me, right? In terms of like playing the game, but as like a content creator, I'm like, I feel like I had to work for like 10 years to get my channel. You mean you could just have a better channel than me by being better at Mons? No, but like you know what? Gotta give him props. Like this man, killing it. Like making teams, playing teams, doing coaching. Like it's just a matter of time until like everyone is, you know, worshiping Joe UX9.
Well, and I think because I was starting to have a really good run in Ultra Series as well, which is when Joe kind of popped off, won his first regional. I think the difference between Joe and me is he kept up he kept up with the content. He kept up doing every online tournament during COVID. He hosted half the tournaments. And like I played every now and then, but like I didn't keep up with it, and that's why Joe's on the stream right now, and I'm sitting here.
I mean, there's other reasons why you're not on the stream.
Yes, there's a lot of reasons I'm not on the stream right now. But
so, Ken says I'm thinking of swapping out my mons for Galarian Moltres. Okay.
Well, let's see. So I love Galarian Moltres. I loved using an Assault Vest like Snarl, Fiery Wrath, Sucker Punch, my Solgaleo weakness policy, and then your flying move. But I think it's a cool.
I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah, go for it.
This is our second chance to see that Woodhammer Mimikyu. Like,
who brought Woodhammer?
I'm telling you, like Woodhammer Mimikyu is the truth. It solves your Gastrodon matchup. Yeah. So Joe got top 4 in the last Knoxville, Portland regional champion. You were at that event.
Yes, I roomed with Joe at that event.
Okay.
That's where we met and hung out and like he won.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, you're good luck for people rooting. But yeah, Joe's been like just killing it, man. Doing so well. And he's using Groudon.
He's using that Groudon, Charizard, Zacian, Grimmsnarl, Gastro.
What do we call that? What's the name of that team?
The new Big Six? I don't know.
See, we're old, so it's like, yeah. Every team that just like every person copies, yeah, that's Big Six. Yeah, it's just Big Six. It's fine. I think they call it like Zardichar or something like that.
Is this Hot Dog? I think that's what a lot of people call it.
Do you know what his item is on his Incent?
I don't. It's either Shuka or Citrus, though, if I know Joe.
It's really weird. Like, I think Citrus is like the Master Ball standard, but like everyone takes that off when they go to regionals.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's some.
It might even be goggles.
See, like, that's one thing I was gonna say. With the way Joe plays with like the screens for him, it's totally goggles.
Yeah.
Right? His team is the most standard of standard, and also I want to say like when Joe first came on the scene, I remember him doing well with like Yveltal, which was super anti-meta, and then he turned into like the standard god, and then like I almost want to say he's using a standard team, him using a standard team, and then like doing it as well as he did at this tournament, still in it, like that just shows that like he's saying like I can literally win with anything, and I'm choosing to make it easier for you.
Yeah.
By you knowing all my info. I'm
Joe,
on the team sheet.
I have so much respect for him because he just got second in the IC with this, and he's like, "Sweet, it's a good team. I'll just do it again." And he's the only player that I really know that is like, "I'll ladder on my main. I don't care. You know, I don't need I don't need to hide my team. I'm just better than you." And I'm like, mad respect.
I got nothing to that. Someone says is there going to be Portland regionals this year? There's not going to be one this year.
No, not in
The
Portland.
next regional is Indianapolis. And then
there's one in Vancouver,
New Jersey, Vancouver, and then Milwaukee, and then NAIC in Ohio.
Yes.
Yeah. For the U.S. And I'm thinking about going to at least probably Milwaukee and NAIC, maybe the Vancouver, maybe the Indianapolis if I can line my cards right. Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. Do you?
I don't, and I actually missed when they put his results on screen, so
he's using Duskmane.
My apologies, but like. He used Duskmane and got top cut. I am excited to see what he's got up his sleeve.
We were actually, remember the team I was making for this tournament before? I should have just played that.
It was Duskmane.
It's not even just Duskmane. It's special Duskmane. I was building Power Herb Meteor Beam Duskmane Necrozma for this tournament. Yeah. Joe also plays like he's better than you. Someone in chat says. That's true. Like, Joe's better than you and he knows it. So let's see what he does. He's using the event Charizard. Wait. Hold on.
That's got to be a transfer from... I don't know how you get that, Mark, but...
No, he's using he's using a Zard that's in a Cherish Ball, but it's shooting... I don't know how you get that.
I have no idea.
I don't remember there being a... Well, there probably was
There was a shiny Zard event somewhere.
Because I know I'm using the Zard from the most recent Players' Cup.
Yes.
And that comes in a Cherish Ball, too. Let's see. Mimikyu. Don't hammer these.
He's got the Mimikyu.
Let's read this. I was using Duskmane in Showdown. It's like 30 win streak. Yeah, I love Duskmane.
I think Jeremy Boyd's team is another product of that Palkia Ice Rider. Like, this is just the next step. Like, Duskmane just beats that, you know?
Joe was expecting to see the Lucky.
I don't think so. It's really hard to bring an Alecki into a Gastrodon Growlithe.
Actually, they're both probably caught off guard by this. They both went for a very passive Incineroar lead. Where are the restricteds? Oh, see, Jeremy's Incin's faster. We should have seen that from the Intimidates. Ancient Power Turn 1. Can we get those procs? Talk about playing better than you, I know it. Yo, that's a +1.
Okay, so we see the Life Orb from Joe.
It's like, again, super standard. Again, I talked about this a little bit off stream. There's the old guard, and I would say Joe's a part of that now.
Yes.
But like Joe, Zhang, Aaron Trailer, Wolf Glick, and there's this new sauce of like these people that like learned how to play in Sword and Shield. The old players use the Life Orb Zard. Right? Is that a Snarl?
That is a Snarl, which makes me think that this is an AV Incineroar.
I would say the same thing. And it's a fast AV. And actually, hold on. If you're outspeeding...
They're speed tying. Or he didn't go for fake out last turn.
Yeah, he didn't go for fake out.
Yep, okay.
Well, hold on. I also think that, like, that Incin, that Snarl, has to be fast. Because Joe's known for using really fast Incin.
Yes.
Like, his Incins usually have 92 points in speed or more. So that must be... Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if, like, he's using, like... when I use Incins, I use 100 base speed spin because that outspeeds the ability to copy Joe. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100...
108.
Yeah. The only true counter for Solgaleo and Prism does TR's up. Oh, TR's up. People say Trick Room's up.
Yeah, Trick Room was up, but we saw his Incineroar move first if they were going to fake out on the first turn, which is why I thought it was weird that he moved first under Trick Room.
Oh, yeah, I'm wrong then, so it's not a fast Incin.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah,
they might be speed tying, but it means that Joe didn't go for fake out last turn at the very least.
That's a Trick Room's up. Don't you watch the stream? Oh my gosh. Let's see. So there's the Groudon, right? And again, we don't see Citrus, right? So it's like, I have one of them, it's not Citrus. Show me the Woodhammer, man! Has the Mimikyu... It shouldn't have attacked it, right? So it's like, there's still time for the Woodhammer.
And there is this saying that some of the popular singles players say, that's like, he who Dynamaxes first loses. And I think Joe has mastered that. Like, he's like, I will waste your Dynamax, I will Dynamax at the correct time, but hardly ever turn 1 Dynamax.
You're right, Joe brought the Gastrodon first. Shadow. Alright, I want to, if this Mimikyu takes life orb damage, no, alright, I was going to say it then. Second, switching that Gastrodon with Snarl is terrible. That's sad. I'm sad for you, Gastrodon. Let's see, Keyblades, you know, I like when Keyblades hits. I think that's fun for everyone. That's a full HP in Cinna, you can see it right there.
Yes.
202 has, I think it only gets a 202, right?
Yeah, 202 is the max HP.
So we'll see here. What do you think's coming out? It's not going to be Ogre.
I think it's got to be Duskmane.
And it's not a Lucky. Amoonguss.
If there's an Amoonguss, it has a grass move on it for the Gastrodon matchup, hopefully.
Or the Groudon like Lamau at the start with the Gastrodon. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, so it does bring in the Kyogre. Interesting.
Woodhammer! Oh, come on. You'll become my favorite player if you pop up a Woodhammer right now.
If I know Joe here, he protects Gastrodon.
Oh yeah, because you just have to elongate your Gastrodon's presence on the
Yep,
board.
you just
But if it is like an expert belt Mimikyu with the Woodhammer, it probably came with the protect if you maxed it!
That's true.
Man, come on, I just want to see it. And for everyone saying like that's you're fishing for this way too much, stop. It's not even funny. You wait like a month. We'll see you at NAIC with the Woodhammer Mimikyu.
Oh, he yawns. All right.
If he Woodhammers, I give 5 subs. All right. Taunt. Boo! Why
all right, good player.
Win? Yeah, good player. The thing is, like, Spout or Pulse.
Yeah.
I hope you hit all your pulses. Like, realistically, it's always unfortunate to see that. This is a free KO on Zard. Actually, is Joe following Zard to regain Groudon?
He very likely is.
Yeah.
And he is Assault Vest Groudon.
So he had to do that.
Yeah. He had to do that play. But I think now he maxes the Groudon in this position.
Actually, I just should use more Woodhammer, man. I just want it so bad, you know?
And he is getting that special attack on his Gastrodon. Like,
it's neutral now because of this.
Yeah.
It's actually still X1. There's been 2 students. Thank you, though. So we'll see. Do you think the Groudon's gonna max?
I think he does max here. I think he max Quakes the Kyogre.
Yeah,
and
so
just...
I always talk about this because it's something I always think is worth mentioning. Whenever you see a Zacian player, they have to max something. They can't max their Zacian. So Gastrodon, Groudon, probably. Zacian, like, cannot max. You have to max something else. So that means, what that means is, though, that means it's last one Zacian because it wouldn't be Grim in this situation.
Yes.
Because you have to max something. You're even? Okay. No Woodhammer Mimikyu is hilarious. We all want to see about as you do. Yeah, it's true! This is why I personally feel Galarian Weezing is actually needed on a Kyogre team. You see this? You see this value right here?
We've got him.
Absolute massive value.
I know one of my friends that I was prepping for this regional for, he also couldn't come. But he was running Scarf Kyogre with Weezing. And you just leave the Ogre, get your Rain, then you swap in your Weezing and Spout.
This is not...
This is weird.
You're Yond Kyogre. Is it Safeguard time? No, would that work? Is it Safeguard time?
If it's Safeguard Mimikyu, that could work.
Is it Wisp Mimikyu into your Ogre slot?
I could see that. I would love to see that right here.
I'm actually signed up for this.
Because I think he's definitely max Quake in the Kyogre because, you know, it has to switch there in Joe's mind.
Never lucky right there.
Special D drop and never lucky.
What's the play here? You're just going to get your Ogre asleep.
I don't know. I guess he just knows that it's his only out. Yeah.
And then you would have been finding asleep because their point keeps...
Oh, that was the crit.
So it's the crit.
It is assault vested 100% then because a crit KO's non-AV Groudon there.
I did get these plushies at the regional. Who won the first one? Zhang lost.
Yeah. So it's Chongjin Ping plays the winner of this match.
Yeah. And I think they might be streaming until the
Yeah, I think they're streaming every game.
So we'll see. Tiger's asleep, right? It got yawned, I thought.
It did. It has to sleep here.
See what happens. I'm telling you, Woodhammer. There's still time. You can still Woodhammer that Groudon from here. How about that one, Chief? I mean, you said it before the game even started. Joe would be the Gastrodon player in this matchup.
He pins with the yawn
Yeah.
so well. And we saw it there. He was forced to max a Kyogre that was going to sleep. Or lose his Dusk, you know?
So we don't know what the rest... Mimikyu has shown Shadow Sneak. It's shown Taunt. Trick Room. We don't know the last move. It could be Phantom here.
It could be. It could be Play Rough.
It could be Play Rough. It could also be Shadow Claw. High crit into the Groudon. Doesn't have any Steel Spike boost yet.
I think if it had Wisp, we would have seen a play like you were mentioning.
You would have Wisp that Groudon like 4 turns ago.
Yeah.
Actually, if you show Wisp, that means that I'm so good because you could have Wisped his Kyogre, right? You know,
Yes. So I do wonder what the last move on the Mimikyu is.
I never know. I mean, yeah, but Jeremy can still get like a 1-turn sleep and then wake up an OP Origin Pulse to Groudon.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what's the Gastro really doing? What is it? Kyogre does it with -1 step drop, but like this isn't going to KO.
Yeah.
Second one would be bad here though, because a hail plus a second one would make it within range to get KO. So we'll see. Jeremy Lastmon. Has to be Dustman, right?
Yeah, it has to. I don't know why he didn't bring a Moongus. If it has a grass move, of course. Which it might not.
Well, the thing is, do you realistically bring a Moongus to fight like in Sin Zard Groudon?
That's fair.
Joe,
I just don't know how he breaks the Gastrodon. Without, I guess, a weakness policy proc.
But yeah, the thing about Necrozma here is like we don't know what its set is.
Yeah.
I don't personally.
We don't know
like,
what's...
You're thinking like, Steel Spike doesn't work. Max Plate's not that great, but it's like it could be Photon Geyser.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Psychic Fangs.
Yep. He brought Duckman. I mean, you had to.
It's your second restricted.
This is another one of those things about the bad matchups. Like, don't think that like Jeremy's even really doing anything wrong in these situations. I don't think you should have maxed your Ogre. I think what you should have done is just.
He was very pinned there.
Yeah.
You know, you go to sleep or you fodder your Necrozma.
See, I wouldn't do this though. I don't know about this one, Chief. I would have taken the guaranteed KO on the Ogre that turn.
I think he's doubling the
Duskmane.
The Duskmane.
But like, Earthquake.
I mean, the Gastro's probably slower.
Well, let's see. Is it Photon Geyser? Show me that Photon Geyser, though.
Yeah.
Show me Photon Geyser, one-shot Gastro, wake up Kyogre, win the game. Ooh, it's Trigger Mate. Has to be Trigger Mate, right? There's no other way Gastron would outspeed there, right?
I think because Gastro is what, like 40-something speed?
39?
39? Yeah.
42, I think. And
Duskmane's 77, so... Oh, I thought Trick Room was up.
Oh, is there a Trick Room up? I don't know. Look at us, professional casters. This is why we're not on the mainstream, right?
Yep. Yeah, no Trick Room up. No Trick Room up.
I think at this point, like, yeah, so he was trying to Trick Room there.
Yeah.
Which is soak the damage, Trick Room, underspeed the Groudon, wake up Ogre next turn, go for Opals KO Groudon, +2 Photon Geyser into Gastros, you're out.
Yeah.
There's
Yo, what's up, Izzy? That's me.
How's it going? You think you got any sleep last night?
No, I think Joe was too nervous to sleep.
I slept like a baby, man. That was freaking... I can easily sleep.
But clean game by Joe. They were super pinned. Had to max an Ogre that was going to sleep and just...
Oh, Joe went out. He passed out, he says.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad he slept.
Let's see. So, in game 2, if you're Jeremy, right? First of all, if you have the Woodhammer, I'm kidding. Come on! This has been like 4 or 5 situations where Woodhammer Mimikyu from both sides would have been able to break the meta in half. Just like, now let's think about it.
I just don't think he has what it takes to break the Gastro.
Do you think about like potentially doing a? All right, so what do you think? Do you think that Lucky has like Screech? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
We don't think the Mimikyu has.
I think it's Pollen Puff based on.
I can't see a win condition for Jeremy in this situation. Yeah. Barring
barring a weakness policy, take out the Gastro on the correct turn.
Think about this, maybe, like, I don't know if the Mungus item is. It's probably Sesh, right? Or like Koba. If you go like Insin Amungus, like fake out other teammate Spore's art.
Spore is good. That might be his win condition. Is getting sleeps on stuff.
I mean, sleep's super effective against Joe UX9. So like, we'll see if we get those 3 turns. I don't know what the play was with like the Kyogre just staying in there. And that, so like, as someone who is playing Groudon Gastro in my tournament, that's the thing. It's like, you can use your Yawns all you want, or sorry, like, I can use Yawn all I want because you can't set max lightning.
Yes.
Versus the Grubble Grounds. It's so good. This is also another thing about, so you see Joe's the number 2 seed. He went 6-0. And I actually think this was like tactical. It's not like scumbag, it's just absolutely tactical. I think Joe could have went 8-0. But I do think he wanted this matchup, and so he, reviewed
and maybe preserve information
against his last 2 opponents. He was already in top codes. He was 6-0, which is what you do see a lot of at regionals. You're not throwing, you're not just going to the game and scooping, but you're playing very reserved and just doing your best.
Yeah, he might have even still been trying to win, but still withholding information.
Yeah. Because like if you can know items, but like you might not know EV spreads, which is the weird thing. So for example, like if let's say he wants to go up in the finals against like Azalite and they both have Insins, we don't know who's Insins faster until it actually happens.
Yes.
Just stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. Tiger 201. I love saying like the 201 in that situation. It's the old school tech, because that means back in the day when like Sides and Talking Nightshade were so prevalent, that means the 5k on that Kyogre.
Yes.
That's so cool. I love that players like still, you see the
and Joe's Incineroar.
Yeah, see,
yep,
like,
same thing.
That's the next level player difference in like my opinion, that like you don't see that anymore. But you do see it at the highest level.
Yeah.
That's what
I do think Joe is the best best EV trainer. As far as, like, your spreads do exactly what they need to.
There's no wasted points. Turn 1 Gastro, man. So, like, this is where Jeremy's, like, backs to the wall. No max Ogre, which is probably... Oh, fake out Ogre. That's fine. Doesn't matter.
I do see Jeremy, like, his game plan is Snarl so that you can still water move with the Gastro on the board. Because getting boost doesn't matter.
This is a testament to just how good Joe is. I want to throw this out here. Like, the fact that, like, Joe's able to just use this Gastrodon and, like, effortlessly win. And Joe's team is also the most standard team that was at this tournament. I guarantee you Jeremy had to fight at least 4, if not more, of this team in the tournament. And Jeremy was somehow able to beat them, right? To get in top cut. And Joe, just, like, next level, is, like, making this look like a cakewalk.
This is a risky Zard switch.
Is it though? The thing is, because like if you fought, like Joe did the same thing last game. You fought the Zard, you bring up the Groudon, and you set up the exact same pin he had in the last game. He's yawning the Kyogre this turn.
That's true.
Yeah, this is the same.
It's the same pin
as last turn. This is the exact same thing. Fool me once, like it ain't gonna fool me again. It's like except for he did. It's just the same play.
Because you yawn, then you max. Oh, was that Life Orb Kyogre? I just saw that.
Cool. That's cool.
Interesting.
But the thing is, it's like, like this is the exact same play he did in game 1, which is good. He's like, wow, that's so good. Joe's literally gonna win this set without using his Tashi.
Excuse me.
Yeah, there's no check for this, I don't think.
Except here, I think he just Precipice Blades. In all honesty, I don't think he maxes here yet.
You have to well, the thing is, like,
because the Incineroar is still gonna... It's not gonna parting shot out.
What I would do in this situation is I would actually still Quake this Ogre. Because you don't have... That's the big thing about Jeremy's team. There's no switch-ins for ground. I would still Precipice Blades. Sorry, I would go for the Quake into the Ogre, and I would use... I would Earth Power the Incin, just like that, and the next turn I go after the Incin. That's what I would do personally. I'm also not the absolute beast of a player that's Joe UX9. So,
I personally think that a Precipice Blades is fine in this position.
Pika's talking in chat right now. I don't think Kyogre stays in. Last time it lost in the game. So, like, they're switching. I'd love to catch your Dusk Mane with a Max Quake.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if you switch a Mimikyu, same thing for a Moongus. Like, I'm catching whatever this is. This is the damage turn. So, Incin switching out. Whoa. Mimikyu. See, like, again, Professional Pokemon player Philip Winchett would just eat this for breakfast. See, oh, and Joe UX9, just as good as professional.
Please quake the ogre.
This is so good.
Because I
This is your
think
what- this
Jeremy's
is-
trying to, he's trying to catch the quake into the Mimikyu here.
Yeah, no, well, he is, but there's also a double. There's an ulterior motive here also where you need to intimidate, spam the instant.
Yes.
But you gotta hit that ogre, bro. Ah, come
Oh,
on.
he caught it.
Professional Pokemon player Philip Winchett has the most optimal turn. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, and that's why I was thinking Precipice Blades was good, because
It does both.
wherever the Mimikyu switches and you break the disguise, and then you get a good quake next turn.
Do you think one of the things that sets Joe apart is that like you don't want to miss a POI someone's the game for it?
That's true. That is also very true.
I do think the next quake though in this exact situation was perfect because it also makes it so that's
That did nothing. Yeah.
And Carter's asleep. You on the
And-
same Carter slot? See, that's good. That's also a good play. You
Also
on the
good
same-
play.
So that's the other play that was the option is you check that in Sin and you on the same slot to punish what they lost you last game.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm not gonna lie, Jeremy got the better end of the deal, but Philip Winchett would have made plays for days in that situation.
I still think Joe's in a great position
Joe
to win
still
this,
wins.
though.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
game's still over. But Saucy play is Jan and Sin quake ogre. No, I don't think that's the play because I think that you'd still want a parting shot. I don't think I actually like the Earth Power into the Instant slot because you want to break that item. Like I don't want a Jan your Instant. I want to make a Wuzet's Berry.
Yeah. And I think what you brought up earlier is there's a Zacian in the back. Like, something has to max, and so the Groudon maxing before it takes a big chunk of its HP
Yeah.
is a very wise play. Getting in the Quake boost.
We see a Seal Spike and Mimikyu this turn. We know it, right? Because you need the Steel
Yes.
Spikes to be able to deal with Dustmane,
Yep.
right? So it's
And you
intimidating.
can't let Trick Room go up.
Yeah. I think they're doubling into Mimikyu. Like, Earth Power plus the...
Steel Spike.
Oh.
Interesting.
He doesn't want to get taunted. He wants to reuse it.
Oh,
He's gonna
I
he's gonna
see.
let you
I
trigger him,
see.
I think. Maybe it might not KO. It doesn't matter. But if you trigger him, like, cool, I underspeed you and beyond. This is probably...
And I have a Steel Spike boost. Now your Necrozma can't break me.
He could have killed Mimikyu this turn. I think he just decided not to.
Yeah.
So good!
You saw the taunt.
Now, there is one good thing for Jeremy. This is Joe's last max turn.
Yes.
So this is a real important turn here.
Presume that Necrozma is his fourth Pokemon in this matchup. You would have had the speed advantage there, but
Let's see. Joe's last Pokemon. Well, Joe's last is Insane. And Joe's just saving that to intimidate the Necrozma in the back.
We've already seen it play key roles in both these games so far in this competition.
Let's see what happens. Is it still... I still think Joe has it. Like, I really do.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now you're sitting with a Gastrodon with +1 defense, +1 special defense. Against something that,
Can't
you
break
know, you can't break that. It can yawn your max to, you know...
He's going to yawn that same Insane slot. You wouldn't yawn an Insane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You're going to see, like, Earth Power on the Mimikyu. And, ooh, Steel Spike there to block that. Steel Spike...
I think the Steel Spike is setting up the Gastro to not be broken by Necrozma.
Yes, I would agree.
Because the Ogre already can't break it.
See, I think that you can just actually go for Earth Power here. I don't think that's bad. Going
No,
for Earth
I think that's fine. You just Steel Spike, Earth Power, double the Mimikyu
Yawn's
slot.
greedy, but like I like the Earth Power here because like also Mimikyu was faster in case like something might happen. Yeah,
Like,
that's
if you
damage.
tried to switch out the Mimikyu there to catch the Steel Spike, like, into the Ogre, then it takes a big Earth Power too.
I also like any meta where like Kyogre takes the L. Just because like Kyogre can be so oppressive.
Yes.
The less Kyogres that win events, the better for the overall scene.
Well, and we saw Brisbane regionals, like, everything in Top Cut was a Kyogre.
yeah.
And here we're seeing, like, no Kyogres, which is good for the meta.
So there's Rain Up. Kyogre, I don't remember if it's blown a sleep turn yet. It did. It blew one sleep
Blue
turn.
one.
So it could wake up. But that Groudon won't die, I don't think. I don't know. Life Orb, Origin Pulse.
But he's got 2 Quakes and an Assault Vest.
Yeah, we'll see.
Or, sorry, 1 Quake and an Assault Vest.
There's going to be a fake out happening this turn too. Probably into the Groudon slot to push for Kyogre's last turn. Because Groudon has to eat it. Ooh, are we going to see...
You can do it. It's just will Joe give him
Let's see.
I think he needs to crit the Gastro to win.
Like, we don't see the max in this situation, right?
Yeah.
Never lucky. That's fine. They say Amumus is an offensive pressure. It's like they've never fought the legend. So let's see. So Kyger could wake up. Kyger could crit the Groudon. But then you're also making the Gastrodon stronger. That's the thing. It's like there's no Mon that beats this Gastrodon, in my opinion.
Yeah.
How do you beat the Gastrodon? You can't. That's the thing. It's like Joe's making this look so free.
Literally, the only win con I see is you crit a max move, weakness policy boosted psychic move into Gastrodon.
You know what we actually might see in this situation? I'm not going to say we see switch up Groudon, but Groudon's going to hit P-Blade. So I want to say, what you do is you say, like, you're going to miss, I'm going to hope you miss P-Blade for the rest of the game. I think you have to freeze the Gastro with Ice Beam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an out.
What are you going to do, right? 7 HP. Wake up, freeze it. Oh, never look. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
It's not doing a lot of damage. The U-turn from Incineroar.
Oh, well. Gastro went great. Great, yeah. Being perfect.
So that's really good.
Say more impressed he cut with his team. I think this team was a really good like meta call for that Calyrex.
Yeah,
that was
this team
everywhere.
Crushes Calyrex.
Yeah, this team destroys Calyrex.
Dustmane, that's like what you want to see.
Yeah.
Moongus, Dustmane, and Sid, like, oof. Yeah, I think Joe's going to have it. So that means Joe is going to fight against King. And Joe, like, didn't even show anything about his Zacian or his, like, Grim.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good. He basically just only showed his Gastrodon.
Only had to.
Yep. That's ridiculous. Yeah, like, crits can happen.
So I think he fake out Psychic max moves the Gastro here. And set up your Psychic Terrain for next turn. To get another boosted move.
So we haven't really seen the Dustmane actually attack yet, right? It tried to trick
No,
him.
yeah.
It could still be the special Dustmane.
It could still be special.
Does Dustmane get any grass attacks?
Not that I'm aware of. It's not a Calyrex.
Does your buddy shoot too? Yeah, you do. It's diamond more than 5.
I do. I'll talk in chat. I'll shout myself out.
Joe had this. Big Dustmane. I think it's really weird that Joe switched out his Groudon. He was at like -2 attack, but like he also had the +2 defense.
He also didn't want to give that a free weakness policy proc.
I agree.
And if it is physical, he wanted to start, you know.
What was Gastro and protect there?
I think he knew that the fake out
Steel Spike
Steel
Gastro.
Spike.
Yeah. If you're that behind.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Then when you start seeing the Steel Spike Gastro, you know it's over. That's less than leftovers, basically. Alright, so in this situation, right?
But I figured the Gastro wouldn't protect there because if it does have a Psychic move, then it's setting up Psychic Terrain that turn for the bigger attack this next turn where the Gastro protects.
So Joe's good.
Yeah.
Seeing Polypuff Cali Shadow on stream yesterday was so sick. I believe it, it's good. That team's still in top cut, right?
I think that is Zach's team.
I think that's going to have that one, though. I think that's who they play.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll see how this one goes, but like, I really don't see a situation where Gastro gets blown out by like anything.
And Azulite is using that Palkia Zacian, which I think is actually good matchup into
I
Joe's
think
team.
one of them was going to get top cut. Like
Mhm.
Palkia Zacian.
Oh, there's the crit!
There's the crit!
There's your crit!
Oh my gosh, not like this. Not like this! That actually did a lot.
Even with the crit, that did more than I thought it
Joe's
would
playing
do.
this really well too. Think about this, because Blue Steel Spike boost just wasted. Gastro's gonna have to. He's gonna yawn this turn, protect. I mean, I was thinking like if Jeremy has Darkest Lariat, shred those demons.
That's true.
Okay,
That's
Gastro
true.
This turn. It'll be dead.
And he...
would be.
Oh! Oh!
Burn it! Burn it!
Burn! Such a cool play.
That was friggin' sick. Oh my gosh. So, Rosebuds at +1, I think what we're going to see is actually a fodder of the Incin. I think we're going to see Protect Gastro, Hearts of Incin, make them go back down to neutral, and then Groudon checks the Necrosis after. Right, because you'll be able to kill the Incin, and then you just check the Groudon. Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to see. Side Flare Blitz. That was sick.
But even then, Joe bringing in the Groudon to make that Flare Blitz do even more damage.
Yeah, there you go. Oh my gosh. Obviously. Oh, he's living in the ground line. Okay. No, actually, that's good. That's smart. You want the Insingon now.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're going to chunk the Necrozma.
Because
You don't have to worry about probably.
if anything can beat the Diastro, it's a Darkest Lariat Instant.
Yep.
So
you just guarantee deal with the Insane. That's a better play than Odin. Doesn't even matter. Yeah, Joe's still gonna get it, but like, damn, that was sick.
Jeremy needs a lot of crits. He needed the crit there into the Groudon too.
I think that the way the Insane's gonna do next time, basically on the second or third turn of sleep, Joe's gonna weave in the Insane, and then go for like a fake out after Max, and then yawn again, and then his protect again. So like Joe does have this.
Yes.
There might be like a one-turn sleep wake up where Necrozma can do a wake up crit EQ.
Yeah.
So Joe has to. I still think you actually just. Right, that hit. We're fine. Yeah, Joe wins. But I was like, if that missed. Right,
if that missed,
there's
a one-turn sleep.
And then like you missed another one. Like I still would have that turn. If that were me, I still actually would have probably switched in my Insyn that turn and went for an Earth Power and then like a fake out Earth Power and then a protect, parting shot, bring up the ground and fodder it, yawn again. You'll be fine. You know, but
just a super safe end game. But Joe takes that. Going on to play Chongjun. That's going to be an interest. Like, I know that mirror matches look boring, but I'm actually really excited for that matchup.
Yeah. And Joe's using Life Orb Zard? I think it's funny that Joe's like, oh yeah, Charizard. You mean the Pokemon that gives me a free switch, right? He basically used like eject button Charizard.
Yep. Didn't even need it. He said, Charizard is just, I fodder it to pin you, Pokemon.
Yeah, both games. Actually, well, it was a good match. Yeah, it was great. That was really, really well done.
But Joe's showing us why he's the best. He says, Charizard, who needs it? It's all about the board positioning.
Can't believe that, like, for Jeremy's side, that must be so. They fell for the same trick again.
Yeah.
You know, it's like. Yeah, that's sad. I don't think Jeremy did anything wrong. Like, you can't do anything about it.
And that's a really hard matchup for Jeremy.
You expect players to, like, fodder their Zard there. You really don't.
No.
No one just fodders them on. And that's something we always talk about going back to, like, VGC 2016 is, like, the thing that sets the good players apart from other people is, like, do not just get KOs because it gives your opponent board position.
Yes.
You don't just KO everything. Kind of like how we talked about the first game in Zhang's matchup. How his opponent took the bait first turn, KO'd the entity, and allowed Zhang to get a good board state. Like, he would have been better off going, like, max guard turn 1 and just chunking the entity and wasting Zhang's max turns, and he didn't. You know. See, we already knew this one. These are all recycled. I think the only one count he had was like to freeze or crit the Gastro. So like, he played his outs at the end. But yeah, Gastro is a big bully, man.
Yeah, Gastro's really hard for that team.
Joe does versus like a good Rilla player.
I mean, that's a great question.
Because like Miracle Seed Rilla, like Grassy does like 80% to most Groudons.
Yeah.
So it's like when you check the Gastro with it, and like obviously you can intimidate spam it, you can beat.
And you have a Charizard, you have a whole Charizard Zacian.
So like I'm just thinking like a player of like equal skill.
Yes, equal skill using Rilla.
I'd like to see that. I don't think there are any of those in top 8.
No, I don't think there's a single Rilla in top 8.
Yeah, don't just care everything. That's true. A lot of mons simply play as decoys while trying to steamroll teams. Was it really? Yeah. That was a good game. So this is the matchup where I could shine. We're gonna talk about Unreality, right?
Yep.
So let's see. Unreality's team again. I told you guys I fought him in round 4, and Unreality. Did you see like his tournament run?
I did. Yes, I was keeping tabs on.
He lost the first round.
Yeah.
Versus fought someone really good in the first round. Remember? Do you know who he was?
I can probably find out.
Was it Gavin?
Yes. Him and Gavin Michaels fought round 2,
yeah.
And they were both 0-1.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Yeah. But no, he also fought someone in round 1.
He fought someone good round 1, and then had Gavin Michaels round 2 at the 0-1 table. I sent it in the Discord. I was like, imagine being like, well, I lost round 1. At least I'll have an easy round 2. And then having Gavin Michaels as your opponent.
Ridiculous. So, Unreality's team, though, is Zacian, Kartana, Kyogre, Indeedee, Wim, and Sin, and it's Vested Cart, it's Sash Indeedee, it's, actually, I don't remember if it's Sash Indeedee. I think it's Sash Indeedee. But the Whims and the Infinity have Helping Hand. And when I played his Ogre, I'm thinking it's a Mystic Water Ogre. It's not vested Ogre. From what I remember about the game, it's not vested. Because, like, I popped it with my Zekrom. And I don't remember his Insuna. I didn't get a chance to see it. Basically, when I played him, he just crit the shit out of me. Both games.
Yeah.
But it was still relatively close. But yeah, he actually, like, you know, when everyone says, like, you know, I lost my game because I got crit. There's a difference between just, like, getting crit and losing and putting yourself in situations as soon as possible to be like, if I crit this, I win, they don't even get to play. Because, for example, like in our game, he led Indidi Zacian in game 1 versus my Bronzong Zek, and he went Helping Hand Sacred Sword into my Bronzong. Now, from a Zacian. Regular Helping Hand Sacred Sword wouldn't KO my Bronzong. It's not like... I know that, like, the +1, it just doesn't do it, right? So, but the crit Helping Hand Sacred Sword does. So it's like, and knowing how to go into that mode, how to get that win turn 1, because if I got my trick him up, I would win. My team crushes that, but he crit me turn 1. And then in game 2, he did the similar thing where he crit my Bronzong with a Spout.
Yeah.
Versus regular Spout, I'm EV trying to live it. So, and I was still able to play a little bit after that, but, like, knowing when... Like, and I think
When to go for the crit onto the Trick Room setter or whatever.
Yeah,
Their positioning.
It's knowing more than just knowing your calcs. It's knowing your crit calcs and your Helping Hand calcs and how they can change EV spreads and matchups.
Yes, and I told you this yesterday. I think Aaron Traylor is the Helping Hand master.
Yeah.
I think he has that move. He uses it so much better than anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah. And I do think, though, that, like, he's going to be playing against Z, right?
Yes.
And I sat next to Z in almost all my rounds in the tournament, but I didn't see what they were using. So I don't actually know what they're using, but I do know that, what is it?
It looks like Zacian Veltal, Ileki, Ensign, Lando, Amoongus.
Okay. I will say that Aaron is running, like, that big vested card, and he's really... The way his team plays is obviously there's a Zacian, obviously there's an Indidi. The way that I saw that he liked to play is both games went like Indidi and whatever money he picked, so Indidi Kyber, Indidi Zacian. You're going to do the same thing that Aaron Zhang did, where you basically, you can be in a bully with Helping Hand, or you can fodder the Indidi, and then you send out the cart, you protect either the Zacian or the Ogre, and you put an Airstream up.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he did against me. So that's what we can expect to see, is he's just going to be using cart for addition and speed control, a safe way to do it.
Yep.
And I think that it's probably going to be really, really good. Cart's very underrated.
Well, and Cart's one of those... It's one of those Pokemon where it's like, you have to bring your fire type. I don't have to bring my Kartana, but you have to bring your fire type.
And it has to be a special attacker. That's like, and Sin just doesn't get it cut.
Yes.
What kind of hell not allowed by Pokemon can heal themselves? I mean, leftovers easy. It's too easy. Give me the hard stuff. But yeah, I do think that, like, we're gonna see the big cart. That's his big Maximon of choice, I would say. Is that, and his part has Airstream, Brick Break. It's Brick Break. I think it's Brick Break over Sacred Sword. I actually think.
Interesting.
The reason why I say that is because he Brick Broke my Groudon through, like, when I protected, and it didn't do as much as you would think. Right? Because remember, Max Nuck is weaker,
is already weaker.
but, like, Brick Break's an even weaker one.
Yes.
Like, it's, isn't it like a 110 versus, like, the 120?
It caps at 90.
It caps at 90. So, like, but I think...
So I think Brick Break's an 80?
It's an 80 or an 85.
Yeah.
But it just seemed, like, really weak. And I feel like with his team, I understand, like, having the cool thing for all the Helping Hands, but if you don't have a way to break screens, you're basically just, like, all that cool stuff for nothing, you know? So we'll see how that goes, but... Yeah, I want Aaron to win. Especially now that Zhang's out, just so I can be like, oh yeah, the guy that beat me.
He's got to win the tournament.
He won the tournament. He beat me.
I do wonder. I would be very interested to see a Trailer versus Joe finals.
Yeah. Actually, it was Sacred Sword. I'm looking at my notes. It is Sacred Sword. It was just a low roll then. Or
Okay.
maybe his cards. I mean, the standard cart best set is like heavy speed, specialty, no attack.
Yeah.
Right?
So it might be that.
The thing about cart is it has beast boost. You know,
Yes.
just like if you get that +1 and done, like you get attack
Who
boost.
cares how much attack investment you have?
Yeah, Max Nut upper rate is still 90. Okay, I'm wrong then. Max Nut can cap out at 95, I think, if you're using like a big fighting attack.
Like close combat? Or is it like Machamp's G-Max move is the 95?
I don't. Yeah,
Max
maybe
knuckle
something
thing.
like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's something weird like that.
I was the next regional, if I were to go, I was telling like I kind of want to use like Lunala. I also kind of want to use like Lugia.
Lugia's really cool.
You know how fun it would be to use like Lugia Machamp? Like
That would be so fun.
like someone. Why don't like I get people asking me like every day? I get a comment. It seems like why don't you just use Lugia Machamp? Like we know you want to. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, when I played my rounds, like Pokemon like Indeedee and Mungus, which I thought we would see a lot less of, they were still bottom of the tournament. A lot of Indeedee and Mungus. Reversal is max 100. Okay, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Oh man. Let's see. What else is there really to talk about? Yeah, I didn't end up too hot, but I didn't go negative, so we take those at the tournament.
I'd say if you can go positive at a regional, that's impressive.
Yeah.
It's hard. Like the competition is a lot harder than you realize.
Yeah, like my round 1, I fight high level New York player. Round 2, I fight seasoned veteran. Round 3, I fight who was it? I don't remember exactly, but they won a regional in 2017. So they're like regional champion. Round 4, I fight Aaron Trailer. Like it's like, and then like a couple rounds later, I fight against Donald.
Yeah, I remember following That's His Run, and I see they're playing like he's playing Donald Smith, who's an incredible player.
Yeah,
I believe a regional champion, world's player, and just at a table number where I'm like, really? Like you're both there?
Yeah,
and it's hard.
And I had like a couple rounds where like I fought my friends and they really needed their worlds invites, and so like I'm like you can just have it. So like I didn't realistically deserve to be down there. Like that's the thing. It's like I didn't lose to be down here, man. It's fine, but it's like it is what it is.
Yeah.
I really just like found myself being bored playing standard. It's
Yeah.
like I don't really want to play if like I don't know like. Oh, I'm gonna set Wildfire and use Protect and elongate the use of my Wildfires. Like that's not riveting gameplay for me anymore.
Yeah.
I want to use like G-Max Meowth. I should have just used Eevee or something fun, That's what we should have done. So I really think for the next few regionals I go to, I think I would much rather go 0-8 and use something that I think is hilarious than like go 5-3 with something that's boring. Cause like I wanted to take a nap. I'm tired. I'm old. Like I just go for these things to have fun. I think my most fun part was there was a part in round 3 where the first like few tables were like Nino Pokebros was table 1, I was table 2, and then it was like a mixture of like Zang, Wolf, and Joe for the first few tables. And we're all like on the same side, and it's like, wow, all the
big streamer guys
are all like undefeated, and it's like, it's almost like this is our job, and we have to do it every day.
Yep.
Yeah, that ground I lost. 2017 champion guy. He hit me with a blizzard with a Life of Dialga and like one shot at my Groudon and my Zekrom. Was crazy. That's why I do it internats for my first tournament. Bring something I know I enjoy playing. Yeah, because like if you take a loss, you can't make top. So like why play the rest of your rounds unless you have a team that's fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. I found myself when I was actually playing, instead of like being rewarded by like knowing that I'm making the right play, which is usually what I tell people, it's like you should, the value you find should be in knowing that you're doing things correctly when you're still learning. But as for me, I can do things correctly in my sleep, So it's like I found myself just making crazy reads just to look at their face and see what they thought when I make my hard read. Like I maxed my Bronzong 3 times. Was it optimal? Probably not. Did I win the games? I did. But like I made it hard. I literally made games harder on myself just to have more fun. And that's not the right mentality for a regional. But if you want to win.
Yeah.
Let me see though. Alright, Bulu pin.
Alright.
Average Bulu enjoyer over there.
Let's go at him.
He doesn't have a pin. Negra's actually been like doing really good job. She's been casting like tons of games. Like,
Yeah.
Tons of different stuff. That people don't understand how hard it is to be a caster. Like I've casted for a bunch of different games as well, and there's so much prep that has to go into being like a high enough level to be actually able to like explain things. Everyone's like,
yeah, I'm really impressed with Necra and the casting.
Like, even now, everyone's like, "That's you're not counting Trick Room. You're an idiot." Like I've already messed up like a million.
Yeah, we already
things.
messed stuff up.
All right, so I wonder if we're gonna watch now.
That we are going to is going to be Eric.
flipped it, but it's still the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just can't wait to see what's going to happen with this one because we can take a look at the teams just a little bit, but then following that top 8 match, we
And also interesting to know every game so far has been a 2-0. And that, like,
That's what happened. So
that's what, yeah, go for it. You'll explain this better.
in top 8, because all these players are going to spend all night flowcharting for the first top 8 match, right? And they're going to do a little bit of work saying, like, I think Joe's probably going to win, so I know I'm going to play Joe round 2 and I'll do that. But they're going to have so many win options for their top 8 match. And then now we're going to start seeing 2-1s when we get a top 4 and higher, because that's ones they're just less prepared for. They're going to have only 3 or 4, and we're going to see people test things. But yeah, I sat next to Z in a lot of my rounds. And again, there's like Among Us. I feel like Among Us is so slept on right now. Like, I personally see Among Us as a losing mon in this format.
Yeah, I like Cortana.
But it's one of those mons that just changes how the game's played, you know?
It demands so much respect.
Regional champion. And I think this event got him his Worlds invite. You know, it's funny, he won Dallas, and the joke with Aaron is usually like, I think in 2018, he either missed his invite or something like that. I think it had one of those things where I think he like bubbled out of an IC to miss his invite, just because he didn't go to events.
Yeah.
He talked us like every event he goes to, he just has to go to events. And so he won Dallas, and he has like a couple mid-seasons, and he also like, you know, top getting here secured his invite. So that's good. So we'll definitely be seeing with
We'll be seeing him at Worlds.
Man, that's a hard eye contact right there, though.
Yeah, he's going for it.
You know, like the wolf meme where you're like looks at the camera when went for like the read play.
Yeah.
And everyone got that score bunny hat from the regional. I think the next regional they'll probably give out like the saddle or whatever. Sport redirection is just wild shit regardless of meta. Yeah. Yeah, I think like Among Us. What I see a lot of people that use Among Us do is they have an aggressive team and just throw an Among Us on there to be like, cool, you're not setting Trick Room, or you're not going to be able to win off it. You know?
Yeah. Trick Room isn't a free win for you.
Yep. Is a big issue. I'm not gonna lie. When like I knew I was fighting, when I knew I was fighting Aaron, I'm like, crap. Like I'm fighting Aaron, I lose. And then when we got into the game, I saw his team, I'm like, wait, I win, and then I just got crit to death.
Yep. And that's Pokemon.
Knoxville. I didn't. So this is the person that Joe. I didn't know they got second at Knoxville. I know who this is, but yeah. So Joe beat them. Like it's really cool just to see that like the Dallas champion, the Knoxville, the Joe
top 4.
Yeah.
So they probably beat Joe.
Yeah. But it's cool that the people that actually fell at the last tournaments are still doing well. You know, it's like it's crazy to see like how they just got right back into it, you know? Charlotte, good regional. Dallas top 16. Dallas actually Dallas is stacked every year. It's the first regional of the year.
Yeah.
It's really good. Series 12 meta is so garbage. It depends on like I'm not a big fan of it, you know. But like I wouldn't say it's garbage. There's the Yveltal. I really thought we'd see more Yveltal. I also thought we'd see more Alecki, but like I think that's more of a ladder thing. Lecky's more of a
I'm not too surprised we haven't seen a lot of Alecki recently. But I think it's still good.
What do you know the item on the Wando?
I don't know any of the items on
So
this.
I'm gonna just guess items. I'm gonna say Sasha Alecki. I think that's Koba in Among Us. But as for the Landorus, like
I've seen a few on this type of composition be Life Orb and be like a dedicated Dynamax.
Orb is the play, but also Wide Orb's so good versus Grim.
I think Wide Orb is also very good.
So there has to another thing about this is you got to remember with both these teams. We already talked about the intricacies of Aaron's team. There's a reason that they're in top. Like there's something that they do differently from every other carbon copy of these teams that puts them ahead. So like that's where like we were talking about maybe seeing like Woodhammer Mimikyu or maybe seeing like Screech Alecki. For example, like you know when I like to use Among Us, I like to put like an Iron Ball or a power item on it to have its speed, make it underspeed stalkers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like how Joe played that Gastrodon in Fire Zard.
Yeah.
There's something that sets these players apart, whether it be their playstyle, EVs, or items that you just aren't seeing at the surface
Combination of all three, I would say. Yeah.
You know, against like Aaron, like when I play, you see like right now he's cool common collector, which means he totally knows what he's going to be doing.
Yes.
Against me, he was like this the whole time. He was like breathing heavy, and he's just like, oh gosh.
Yeah. Well, and if you look at his team, the last thing Aaron wants to see is a Zekrom player who knows what they're doing.
Yeah. I also think that, like, again, I don't know the items on a lot of the mons, but
Jump into
the thing about Aaron's team, if you actually, it looks so different in the team preview than it does just looking at it like this. Because what you're looking at is you're like, why are you using Entity Whims?
Yeah.
Those clash so hard, and you're like, the only reason is you don't bring them together, which means one of them does have the sash. Where's the eject button? Is this
Yeah.
the fabled eject button Whims quick attack Zacian?
And it very well
It
could
could
be.
be. You have to respect it. Like, you have to. Obviously, it's not coming this game, but we do see the Mungus, right? And the Lucky.
Yes. And I do think what sets restricted formats apart from a regular format, and I know Aaron's talked about this before, because you see stuff like Entity and Whimsicott, and you're like, that's so weird, those two Pokemon don't go together. But because you have two restricted Pokemon. And so the way Aaron sees this format is you have the rest is very specific matchup dependent.
So you have Whims Ogre and Entity Zacian. And
Yeah.
they work completely differently.
Yeah, and it's completely depending on what the opponent's team is.
Yeah. So someone says no Thundies because Max Rockfall is common with all the Charizards. There was a lot of Thundies in the event, but these good players know how to abuse them. Like, it's called Gastrodon.
And a lot of Thundies, like, they have what I like to call the Solgaleo effect, is they kind of have to max turn 1 to not just lose. And a good player can play around that.
This is like when we talked about being able to play like that next level. I feel like a lot of people, if this was the ladder, the Lucky would have maxed right there.
Yes.
Right? And if this was the ladder, Aaron would have party shot the Lucky. He would have protected the Zacian and party shot, because worst case scenario, you're party shotting into the the Amoonguss from a redirect, and then you would have been able to bring in board position. This isn't ladder. They both played it completely differently from what you would see on like a Master Ball game, and it's that defensive play from Z knowing like, you're not stealing this, bro. And a team that has Indie, Ogre, Whims, that's trying to steal every single game.
Yes.
Take it as a person whose games were stolen from them by the guy that's helping hand on all his mons. You know, so it's like, you gotta play defensive in this situation and just try your best to make sure you don't auto lose on the first few turns of the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you beat Aaron's team. Is it eject button?
We're about to find out.
Hera? Ooh, never lucky. It's like,
All right, no eject button there.
because I never got to see the eject button. And there's the parting shot, right? Yeah. So
Yes.
again, that could have happened first turn. You know? I think because of the para, Z's ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially because I didn't see all of the games on stream yesterday, but I know he's got Tailwind, Cotton Spore, Helping Hand all on that Whimsicott. Like, this is a very supportive
I'd
Whimsicott.
say the last one has to be Ogre, right? In this situation, because we've seen these three.
Yeah.
And remember how I said Aaron's playstyle with his team is to use the cart. So it's like, it's really weird to see like any combos that any flowcharts Aaron would have had that use like the cart specifically. Obviously, I don't think cart's coming in this game, but like that takes half of his win cons away, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Basically just neutral. That Amoonguss is so just oppressive right now. Amoonguss isn't even great versus cart, but it makes it so you can't use your Zacian.
Yes.
You know, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Z like protect him again, like just to play like. See, this is what Aaron does. He's trying to steal these games. Show me that protected Amoonguss. Show it. Bridge powder. Oh,
There he goes.
gotta use the next though. Thunderbolt. Can we get? Oh, that's cool.
It's a 2-hit KO
Hey,
on
that's
Rims.
sick. Is
Interesting.
it?
I think it would. Well, it's also probably a Sash Whimsicott.
It's. No, I'm talking about the Lecky. Is it?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to
It's
decide.
staff right now. It's not. So that's Cobra, then it has to be Cobra, right? It's like in that situation, like professional Pokemon player, that's +1 knows your win condition. Looking at it through 20/20 vision, protect that Amoonguss. You got the game over. What are they doing to the Lecky? You already outspeeded anyways. Like,
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Are they quick take a sword again? No. You know, they're obviously being playing your Amoonguss. In this situation, when I see double and sin, and then move there's no tail. And I feel like Aaron was forced into that play because of the para.
Because of the para, absolutely.
Yeah. So we saw Z since faster, right?
I honestly wasn't watching.
We see again,
But
good
yes.
player in Cineroars, over 200 HP. Zacian only gets to 199. That's just the right way to do it, so you don't have to deal with like Nightshade and stuff. So we're gonna see a max. Can you please just like max your in Sin? I know it's not gonna be, but like, can you do it? Nah, you do it for me.
Max Alecki is really interesting
It's so
here.
good. But the thing, look at we already talked about it. Z's analyzed. There's no cart.
Yep.
So it has to be Zacian Ogre. Like,
And now Max Regialecki is really good. You don't want to get faked out
I
here.
think that because I think Z's Incin's faster. Max Incin!
Who's doing it?
No! That's the right play. Because you're fake on the Zacian.
Yeah,
And
I think
you're
Aaron's
trying to
right play is protect Max Flare or Darkness the Alecki, whatever. Or maybe even Max Strike. So your Zacian outspeeds the Alecki next turn.
Oh, that'd be such a good player alert if we got the Max.
I am so ready for the Max Strike Ensign here.
Yep, good play. You're playing that super standard.
If Zeus Incineroar tends to go for that, and if the fake out into the Incineroar, so not
Weak.
is going
Oh no! Max Lightning, yeah, that's fine. That's usually like 20% tops. Tap up 10. Max Strike would be sick.
I think Max Strike.
You didn't get Tailwind up.
I think Max Strike is the correct play here because then you can Behemoth Blade that Alecki next turn. Let's go!
See, the casters, even if they saw that coming, they couldn't talk about it.
Yeah.
Because they have to talk about what is happening, right? But you're able to and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure Z probably saw that coming too. I wouldn't be surprised to see a protect Alecki this turn. I wouldn't, because if you just wait out the max turns here, you're gonna trade so well with that.
Yeah. And this is where Behemoth Blade Zacian is so oppressive. That's an Alecki, resist it, but
it's the
look at that. It's the Intimidate that saved that.
See, again, this is where, in my opinion, the last 2 turns, Z played a really, really good defensive turn 1. The last 2 turns, not right. I feel you have to play Aaron's team steals these wins. The Max Strike, the Helping Hand.
Well, and I like the play Aaron made there because if you think, if the Alecki KOs your Zacian, you get your switch into Ogre, and your Ogre outspeeds everything with Water Spout now. This is just a huge... He's figured out the speed control.
I would say he's gotten unlucky in, I'm not going to say a bad matchup, but, bad lead options.
Yeah. Ogre just comes in here.
You're going to have to protect your Zacian, switch out your Lucky, bring it back in, and then it becomes a game of, 50-50 protects Ogres.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe you have to Electro
This is actually, I would say, this is the most important turn of the game right now. What happens here... We'll probably decide who wins.
This is what I think's in it. This is the last turn of Max, right?
Yes.
So that Incin is going for a Max Flare. There's 2 things that you can do. Yeah, I think this is the right play.
This is the right play.
But the Max Flare is going to make it so, do you Max Flare?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't think so.
But this is also, reapplying Fake Out. So if you don't take out this Incin, you lose. If you have to take out the Incin, so this is Spout, and... You have to protect. This is a good play for both sides, I think.
Yeah. It might just be another Spout Strike.
So I'm saying it's Scarf Ogre. I think it's Mr.
Yeah. I don't think it's Scarf because of all the speed control options.
Oh, actually, whatever Ogre it is.
And if it was Scarf, he would have gone for Spout there instead of Oregon Bliss. But yeah, so now that was absolutely the correct play.
Imagine a world, it's we're talking about the slight intricacies that these players make to get to the highest level. This Incin Dynamaxed and used a base 40 move 3 times in a row. It's
yeah,
that's not what you see from most players.
Yeah, from your other players, you're seeing Dynamax hit your weakness policy, but this was all about speed control.
See, I don't know if it's Scarf Ogre, but again, I trick room to one-shotted it with the Max Lighting, so I know that it's a aggressive.
It's an aggressive Ogre for sure.
If we see, it might be a Scarf one. I didn't get to see it. Not needed. It's not vested.
And we're in electric terrain here.
Yeah.
And potential Magnet Alecki.
Shows the way. See, I feel like that's yeah, it is what it is. Close game. I think.
Very close game.
Close game. I think that Z had that the whole time.
Yeah.
Especially because the turn 1 leads. So good. It may matter. It's not vested. I fought against it in the tournament, so I one-shotted it with a not +2 max lightning when it was maxed.
Yeah.
So it's like
If it was AV, it would have lived that.
yeah, train boosted Thunderbolt from a Lucky. Lucky has more special attack than Zekrom does.
And Transistor, and Magnet, and Electric Terrain. Yeah.
I still think Z though tighten it up just a little bit and play it slightly more defensive. I don't think they needed to fodder their Mungus. I don't think they needed to switch as much as they did. Didn't even show you though. Orlando. I feel like Aaron's gonna bust out the cart this game. I feel like we gotta get on the cart.
I think Carton is coming.
Everything that you did with him in that game, Cart could have done better.
Yes.
So and Cart's not affected by the Rage Powder or Spores. So it's like you could just go for your one Airstream and just start passing nuts to your Zacian, and that's probably your only out.
And I think the Spore pressure is what got Aaron there.
Yeah. You had to overcommit to deal with Spore. So we'll see how this goes, but I mean this is gonna be hard. Aaron, you gotta win. So like make my airing resistance go
Yeah,
higher.
come on, Aaron. You got this.
We'll see. And Z is like a big. These are actually both like OG like Smog on.
Yes.
Yeah. Z still runs like all the Smog on VGC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very high level players. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like we talked about the two Pokemon that were Enigmas were Amoonguss Lucky, and maybe Z did that just because that's probably the least expected matchup.
It might have been what Aaron had not prepared for at all. Last night.
Aaron led with Insane Zacian.
Mm-hmm.
He was totally trying to outplay the Yveltal. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or an opposing Zacian, you know?
Yeah, because like basically what happens is like if Z's running an aggressive Zacian, the helping hand Behemoth Blade can KO it.
Yeah.
Right? That's ridiculous. Yeah, I would. But the thing is, like, Aaron doesn't look flustered, right?
No.
At all.
He's very calculated.
One thing about the regionals as well is you can see both players using wired controllers. You have to use wired controllers of these things. You can't use the wireless ones. I got so many people talking to me about my fight stick because they were like, "What is that thing?" Like, I'm like, "This is my only wired controller. It's definitely cool, but it is also a pain because it's heavy. I had to fly with it. Like, oh my god, it is terrible."
Do anything, I think is
The last because of Tailwind. I don't think that it was because of her Tailwind. I can explain the situation.
Yeah.
So Whimsicott switched and got paralyzed, which was no Tailwind. But Whimsicott needed to helping hand the Zacian, otherwise it wouldn't have killed the Amoonguss. If you went Tailwind, Behemoth Blade, you were getting spored.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, that's...
He had to make the sacrifice
And
there.
so you say, it's like, well, yeah, that's what I mean, no Tailwind. It's like, but yeah, when were you getting that up in the first place? Like, you had to do it just...
He didn't have a safe time to set it up, which meant that the Ogre was never going to outspeed the Regieleki there.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Like, that's what Aaron needs to figure out how to do. He needs to figure out how to get the Ogre to outspeed the Aleki. Which, here we go.
Tailwind. Yeah, and again, we don't know the item on the Aleki, but let's actually...
But I imagine it's Magnet. Could be Sash. Would not be surprised.
Do you think we'll see, like, Z do any sort of place like, the round one opponent did, or sorry, like Joe did, where you just fodder him on and then immediately regain position with something else?
I think that could very well be coming from Z.
Because you could just fodder your Insane or any of your fodder your Lando or whatever, and then just repin out and get a free switch into your Amoonguss. And if they waste the max on Kyogre here, you just go Rage Powder and you trade with a Kyogre.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's optimal, you know. But
And we didn't see the Yveltal game one. Probably AV.
it's gonna be Max. I think it's Max. That's Max.
That's
Yveltal.
Max
Because the
Yveltal.
other one, the Lucky was in a fastball. And let's see, Yveltal. I don't think we know the item. I'm assuming it's vested.
I would assume so. That just feels like the best item.
Yveltal's such a good Maxmon because like it's unaffected by the abilities of Prankster. There's no fake tears, which I'm sure that one has in this situation. Let's see. There's our Tailwind. Again, we're gonna see the big Sash or Lucky here unless he's protecting, which is I think I'd protect even if it was Sash.
Yeah. The no protect.
Yep. So that's a modest Sash. It has to be, right?
electro webs now. Whimsicott is going to avoid it.
Never lucky. So break a Whim's going to be able to keep it stash. Ogres.
Well, sorry, I'm just remembering my calcs. So Aleki, like Scar or Ogre and Tailwind, will outspeed it, but now Aleki will outspeed both of those with the Airstream and the Tailwind, and the Electro Web.
I wonder if this is actually better for Z missing the Electro Web. Like, seriously.
Yeah, because now he doesn't get a free switch on the Whimsicott.
Let's go.
Because if the Whimsicott goes down there, then you have your
Switch into...
free switch into Zacian here.
Did you bring it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zacian or Cart, either is perfect there.
Not Magnet. We saw no Magnet.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
sad.
the Electro on it. Max Ogre.
If that was the focus of this one, I like Electro Web. Yes,
So you're saying the Lucky's fast right now, right?
Yeah, the Aleki will be faster.
You think we're gonna see a Volt Switch? This to block the water attack?
I think we might still see another Electroweb to get the Whims off the board now. Another Electroweb Airstream into the Ogre, so that
I like a defensive play in this situation personally.
you're trying to waste turns of Tailwind.
You're trying to return the max, see it?
Oh, and the
Yeah,
Cotton
see, like,
Squirrel. I
yeah.
forgot about that.
That's why I said like you got.
Yep.
I was thinking like Heart Switch or Volt Switch or Lucky.
I like this though.
That's so smart. It's like basically that's a KO and like weather control. Because like right now, it'd be really cool for Aaron to target that Lucky, but like no way. What I would do is I'd Hailstorm the Yveltal. Because that would also
Hailstorming the Yveltal is a really good play here.
I would Hailstorm the crap out of it.
He did do the Aleki. Okay. Good player.
Alert. Yep. But also, just throwing this out here, professional Pokemon player that's +1 would have outplayed that by switching their Amoonguss. Hindsight's
Fair.
20. This is why I can't be a caster. I'd be like, I'm so much better. I'm not even there.
So the Yveltal has one Airstream. Aaron's got 2 turns left of Tailwind, and that Zacian's going to be faster.
So this tells me it's probably Instant in the back, as opposed to Cart, because they max the Ogre.
Yeah.
This is the last turn max for Z.
But this is really safe. Geyser into the Zacian, Behemoth Blade, the Yveltal. There isn't a really good play. Like, Aaron has the board positioning here.
You double protect Z.
Yeah, you either fodder your Yveltal, protect
No
Zacian.
protects.
Okay.
Yo, we're going to the races here.
Base speed of these Pokemon or how they're trained, the Behemoth Blade is going to go first, knocking out the Yveltal before it can potentially go for a max flare and do some damage to the Zacian and reset the weather.
I'm Captain Hindsight. That's me.
So,
It's not Captain Hindsight. I'm saying this before it happens. Right? Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I see. The Ogre had an Electroweb, so the
yeah.
Zacian was still faster than it in the Tailwind.
This actually isn't terrible for Z if their mons in the back are correct.
Those early couple times just gets to fire back. And game 3 is very much on the way.
one final Pokemon for Z.
Oh, they only have one.
Yeah, the Aleki went down.
I don't
It's
see that.
the Incineroar,
So we do see the
yeah.
Instant. So like in that situation, I'm just throwing this out here. Just being realistic. Z won the first game. In that situation, do you think it's optimal to scoop there and not show that you actually like Instant in this matchup? Because you didn't really have a shot.
His shot was Aaron messing up, and I think Aaron knows enough. Like,
Yeah.
I think it was worth saying, "All right, you win unless you try to read me doing something weird."
Yeah, Aaron had it. That was good.
Yeah.
Aaron got the tailwind up that game. So this is going to tell me that what we're going to see from Z this side is going to be Instant. It's like, I'm done with that Wimps. It's Instant time. And I really think it's going to be Instant. Yveltal.
Well, not leading Fake Out against a Whimsicott team is really hard, because then the Whimsicott player gets, like, they get to do what they want to do for
We
free.
could either do Instant Lecky or Instant Yveltal. Those are both solid options here.
I think Yveltal is really cool.
Yeah, because like what you do with the Instant Yveltal is you can punish their Zacian with the Max Flare, right?
Mhm.
And then you can Airstream into their Whims through Sash. Like if they go Protect, you still break their Sash.
Yeah,
If
you
they
can
get Tailwind,
you can
just
Fake
get
Out
you
Airstream.
trade.
You have plenty of options in that. situation.
I do think the last thing that Z needs here is Mungus. I think Mungus is definitely required here. I don't know why it's not coming. I think that Mungus is so good in this matchup. And I don't know if Aaron has Hailstorm.
I don't know either. He never hailstormed, so he might just be water attacks and maybe a thunder.
Yeah, Web Miss mattered. It did matter. It did. It definitely did. But I don't.
Yeah.
I still don't.
I still think Aaron was going to win in that position because the Zacian came out for free, and it was just a turn earlier what happened in turn 3, you know?
I mean, we could also technically see, like, let me think about this. Like, Zacian in Sin from Z.
This turn, right? So where?
Yeah,
It's
I could see that.
Or even I'm talking about like an all-in, like, because again, these players have all night at Theorycraft. There might be a slight scenario where like Lando like completely changes the game. You know, like if for example, if Aaron's really gonna be relying on his and Sin or his Zacian, you lead Lando. That's so different than Yveltal.
Absolutely.
Mungus Stretch Lucky.
Okay. Going back to his game 1. We don't know if the Zacian's speed tied because there was always some sort of speed control.
You just got to take us to PAX East. That's sick. Never been to PAX East.
I think Aaron's Zacian is bulkier than.
So this is I knew we were going to see in Sin, at least on Aaron's side. So this is again really defensive. This is where I was talking about like Lando here.
A Lando into this lead would be really interesting.
That'd be it. You know what I mean? Like,
but it's so hard to lead that when your opponent just let a Whimsicott Ogre.
Yeah, I know, right? But that's the thing is like professional Pokemon player. That's +1. So let's see. What are we going to see? You know, the Sash. I mean, you can try to Spore the Instant. I like this. Yveltal?
Yeah, Z realizes their Aleki is the most important Pokemon in this matchup.
And a cool thing here is that like we already see that Z only has 1 restricted. So which is it? I think it's going to be Yveltal. Because like, what you're not going to max your Sin, you're not in your trailer, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I think he's planning on maxing the Aleki. I don't think they brought Yveltal.
That's also
that's my call here.
My only reason why I would dispute that is that like they try to preserve their stash. They try to preserve it if you're going to max it.
That's true.
So if like if I'm Aaron, I'm like it's Yveltal all time. So like that means I'm preserving my Whims to be able to Moonblast that and reapply my Tailwind. If you switch out Whims here, that's Aaron saying he knows that that's going to be Yveltal in the back. You wouldn't you'd be foddering your Whims if you thought it was Zacian because that doesn't do anything there. So we'll see. I wouldn't even be surprised to see like weird parting shot turns from Aaron. Sinnoh come back. So no parting shot, but we'll see what happens. I have hard switch in. And Whims is not switching out. It might play defensive this turn and then switch out for Instant next turn. But like we'll see. Because I just don't see a reason to keep.
Is this a Dynamax Whimsicott?
My hero.
What?
That's sick.
Oh, he's Misty Terraining, so the Spore. Wow. My guy.
As a Zacian player, you gotta max something. This is over. Aaron has it. Like this, you know this was flowcharted. So
this is so smart.
Because like, what do? The Tailwind's up. Next turn, that Ogre's gonna pop the absolutely massive spout. You got nothing. Yveltal can't come in on this. Zacian can't come in on this.
What a cool play. Like, we've seen Aaron Dynamax his Incineroar just to max strike 3 times, and his Whimsicott just to set Misty Terrain.
This is why we're not here.
Yeah.
Every single person has some sort of like tech that puts them apart, you know. This is why you never could participate, you know. We'll see how this one goes. I think this is over. I really don't think you get out of this one.
That board positioning, and with no way to punish the Ogre or the Zacian, you just get the freest spouts. I wouldn't even be surprised if Whimsicott switched out here to preserve speed control.
I think Whimsicott can stay for like 1 more turn. Oh, you're so good.
Because Z's plan is to max Aleki. That's what I'm thinking. And so you need to outspeed the Aleki.
And you know the Mungus is like protecting. or switching, right? It's protecting, right? It just wants to elongate the.
I think it might go for like a Giga Drain or whatever it has here, just because it knows it's going to live the spout.
Yeah. Big expense. But you're getting that exhaustion on the board big.
Yeah, preserving your Whimsicott.
Bomb.
Okay.
I'm a bigger fan of like Grass Knot and Giga, just because like
Yeah.
Amoonguss comes with Intimidate.
Yes.
Like C-Bombs, it has a higher base attack, which doesn't work that way. Stay Lucky. So Lucky's gonna protect. It's gonna max the turn after. Like you're gonna switch out your Amoonguss this turn as well. You're gonna switch out your Amoonguss for whatever having. So if you're Aaron, you can double into the Amoonguss slot safely. But Z might know that, which means they might not protect their Lucky this turn.
I think.
Lucky still has its sash. It can just soak the spout.
Yeah, but you also have to be worried about a double into the Alecki.
You should, right?
You should, yes. It's a big mind game for sure. But Z is very behind right now. Like, a read needs to happen here to be back in the game. Yeah, just like Pika Trainer says.
I feel like because I want Aaron to win. You know?
Yeah, I think Aaron has it in the bag.
I just really like the Max Whims.
That was so smart.
That's a good joke. The casters.
Mm.
Yeah. No protect the Lucky, see? Like, they're making the...
I think Z has to hope for a choke here by Aaron by not doubling into that or missing an Origin Pulse or, you know. But Aaron, good player,
You can hear
just
people
goes for the
in
water
trainer,
spout.
like,
Yeah. It's over. The Alecki is down.
that Whims, though. Like, Aaron basically is like, Dynamax, never heard of it. In his whole set, he's like, I maxed for Turing. I literally maxed for... what's a move that just lowers speed by 1? That's it. Like, are there any moves that even do that? There's no moves that are that bad.
Yeah.
It's like I maxed to lower your speed by 1, and then I maxed.
It's like a
to
Rock
take
Tomb
safeguard.
or...
Yeah, it's like a Rock Tomb without damage.
Yeah.
That's the best play I've seen all stream. Better than Side Flare Blitz. Yeah, that's Side Flare Blitz.
That was the smartest play I think we've seen in Top Cut.
And yeah, we saw game 3.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That was good. That was good.
Well
Aaron,
played, Aaron.
He's awesome. Great stuff. Like, even though I want Aaron to win, that doesn't mean I don't think they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, both amazing players. Both very deserving of the Top Cut position.
You'll love to see it. You love to see it.
Yep. Love to see it.
So up next, we're gonna have the Icy Window damage. We're gonna see the Azalite, the whole thing.
Yes.
It's like for Shadow Rider, right?
Yep. This is gonna be a cool match.
That's weird. Palkia's favorite, I think.
I think so too.
Palkia's
I think Azulite is definitely favored to win this one. Matchup, like just matchup wise.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean that like I know that some Cali Shadow players, if they get the right turn of aggression against you, it can just snowball and end the game. So definitely not a free win for Azulite.
Yeah, there's that. You heard the people pop up in the venue when that happened too. So like, there's probably a full like all the chairs and stuff like that are filled. There's some people standing around. That's like basically what we're doing, but they're like doing that with like everyone. So like, oh, let's go. Like basically everyone's just talking about, oh, they could do this, they could do this. This is the most optimal play. Like, and I feel that that's the fun part about regionals. It's kind of like what we're doing, where we're going a little bit more in depth into what their options are and explaining why. And that you just don't get that from watching the stream.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you really just don't get that. Really max for 1 turn. Yeah, it was really, really good. Misty Terrain for the big W. All kinds of max this weekend, yeah. Let's see.
Well, and that's the power of Kyogre and Zacian. You know, you don't need a Dynamax doing damage. You just need your Dynamax to support those.
You always say this about like when Wolf does well. You love it when like Wolf does well because the people that copy Wolf's teams are not Wolf Click on the ladder.
Yes.
For Aaron's team, that's probably the most high skill ceiling team at the tournament.
Yeah.
Like you have to know so much more than your opponent to be able to play it correctly. So like That's really, like, I hope he wins, so we see just a bunch of people that don't know how to play on the ladder.
Yeah, like
Everyone's gonna go for that's gonna be the unreality.
yeah, the unreality play
Max
is now
wins.
max your whims for
One
misty
turn.
terrain.
I don't think I would have seen that. I really don't think I would be at a spot like I think what I would have done if I was Aaron is I just would have let my Ensign get scored, which is not nearly as good,
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
that's a worse play.
You went the distance. You gave us all 3 games.
I gave you all 3 games.
It's so good.
No, actually, I would love if it was 2 games, but Z is they're a very strong opponent.
Yeah, I don't know guessing
Yeah.
the actual string. Yeah, it's been a really good tournament so far. Yeah, see where's the math? Yeah, that's right there. Yep. In terms of like weird stuff that I thought like mostly it's weird. There's no Kali ogres in Top Cut, right? Kali Ice.
Yes.
I fought so many Kali Ice ogres in this tournament. Like that was, and all these people that are in Top Cut are just because they can beat Kali Ice ogre as well. And then there's one guy that I fought that used Sable Icure on white. That was super nutty.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I was like, there's no walking from that one. Was this in goggles or Shuka? We never saw.
We never saw. I assume goggles, but I don't know. I don't think it needs to be Shuka on a Kyogre team.
Let's actually think about it. Like, it might have been Citrus too. You never know. It's his only defensive pick. And like that.
Well, and Aaron works with Wolf a lot, and Wolf is the person who like invented Citrus Berries, and we forget that wasn't the set until Wolf used it.
Everyone used Vest.
Everyone used Vest.
And the reason they used Vest is because that was the set that checked Xerneas back in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Wolf showed like, or Pinchberry, but then Wolf showed it was percentage more efficient to use Citrus Berry.
Yeah.
And everyone copied it.
It's math. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's math.
25% is better than 33 some of
Yeah. He says he's obsessed with speed.
Gotta go fast, he says. You gotta talk for a sec. I'm obsessed with I drank my coffee too fast. So I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in just like a minute.
And like I was saying before the set, I think Aaron's the master of helping hand. And Whimsicott. He won Dallas Regionals with Whimsicott. So I'm very impressed to see him still using the same form of speed control. And just those Pokemon and those moves that we know are good. But I think that's what sets Aaron and Wolf apart is they use these standard Pokemon, but they switch it up just enough. You know, the Wolf with the like Life Orb Moltres. It's like, yeah, that was kind of common, but not on a Colossal team. Aaron with the Whimsicott with Tailwind and Helping Hand, which is standard and common. And then there's the Cotton Sport. There's that extra little bit. Yeah. The amount of Charizard you saw after Aaron won Dallas with it. Oh yeah, like we're gonna see so many Pheromosa, so many of Aaron's team. We're going to see, of course, Joe's team, the Groudon, Grimmsnarl, Gastro. Those will be all over the ladder for the next at least week, if not month. Oh yeah, Zang with the Scarfdon, such a cool team. We'll see that as well. Just, you know, they're the popular players, they're the content creators. It's going to be everywhere. But now we know how to beat these teams. Like, we can build for this meta, which is really cool. I'm glad that we have enough time. Like, this format is the format until Worlds.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And so we see, like, we're going to see these shifts in the meta continually throughout. Like, now people will respect Scarf Groudon, where going into this tournament, that was not something people respected.
Let's see. Let's answer some questions. How's the tournament been? What side events you hopped into? There weren't really any side events. There's no PCs or mid seasons.
Yeah.
Right. And so I played one side event with like 3 of my Patreons, and they all used the same team as me, so it was just Zekrom mirrors. That was fun. I bought a bunch of plushies. All right, chat. We're gonna play a game. How much money do you guys think I dropped on plushies? Plushes, like these things. How much money do you think I dropped on plushies at this event? I will say my favorite thing about going to events is buying plushies that you can't get anywhere else. So, take a guess. Put your guess into how much money I spent. Spudmate says 180.
Ooh,
That's a good guess.
that's a good guess. 150 from Black Barbarian.
Do you remember what it was exactly?
I don't remember the. I think I know a number. I won't say it yet.
Yeah, I won't say it yet. $1 million. Yo, why not 6.9 though?
89, 220. The big spender.
I wish. I mean, I also could have bought more. They didn't have as many as I wanted. But like, I need to be able to fit them in my bag to get back home.
That's another thing.
You have to take some in your car.
That I'm happy to if you don't have space.
Yeah. I guess I'll answer. How much do they cost? They cost about 30 or 40 each.
Yeah, these bigger.
They
cost like 30.
For you, but like, oh,
yeah.
I'll show it the stream. Like, look at this Gigas. Like, look at it. The biggest boy. Anyways, was it what 150? What was how much?
I think you said 160.
Yeah, 160.
Yesterday.
And I think that's what someone almost got that.
Yeah. Black Barbarian gets 150. That's very close.
Yeah, really close. And like the thing is, like normally I would buy one plushie per region. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I also got plushies like 4 people. One of them was for you.
One of them was for me.
One of them was for my girlfriend. So like I didn't just spend $160 on plushies for me, but I would have if they had better ones. But yeah, like I usually get one per regional, but they haven't regionals in 2 years, so I was playing catch up, man. I was like, I'm buying everything. Why don't you turn around and do the TV cam?
Like I think we have another, what's it called? Scene setup.
Are we going to Indy or Vancouver? Actually, there's only a minute left on this. We'll just chill here. You know, I might go to Indy and I might go to Vancouver.
I'm definitely going to go to Indy. I got to figure out.
You're going to Indianapolis?
Yeah.
It's like in 2 weeks. Or it's like a month. Sorry. You're thinking.
Oh, isn't that NAIC?
No, Ohio is the NAIC.
Ohio's NAIC.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go to Indy because I couldn't play here. Originally, it was going to depend on how I did here. But since I couldn't play, I really want to go to a regional and just see how I match up against the competition.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I showed the Reggie on the wrong one.
Oh, we showed it onto the couch cam. There you go. Oh.
Dynamax Gigas!
The cool thing is the Weezing's even bigger.
Yeah, the Weezing's bigger than the Gigas. The Weezing was most expensive. It was like 45 or something.
Yo!
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But I'm probably going to go to maybe 1 or 2 more regionals. But like I was talking about, I don't actually think that I'm going to... Like, when we started the stream, I was like, like, where were you? You're not in top cut. Why not? That's so sad. It's like, I don't even want to do well anymore. I really just want to see what I can get away with.
The cool thing about Vancouver regionals is it's really cheap flights right now.
Yeah, it's really cheap. I actually looked up all the flights last night. Like, I can get to Indy for a 300 round trip.
Mm-hmm.
I get to Vancouver for about the same. Ohio flights are always cheap.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's about 500.
Utah was supposed to be cheap, and then ski season was extended, so Utah was expensive.
I got non-stop, super cheap flight, like $100. But
because you did the right days.
Yeah. I came in on Thursday, and I'm leaving on Monday. Yeah. So yeah, it's me. I'm driving to Vancouver.
You're driving? Oh, I guess that's not crazy
sense.
for you.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, I'll probably go to a couple more. But like, I really think, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna bring a team like the next regional that just is super fun to play, and that's it.
I'll definitely be taking it a little more serious, just because I don't have the results that he has yet.
Yeah, yeah, I already done everything. Like, I maxed my bronze on all tournament because I was bored.
Yeah, 2 hours, not bad at all. I drove 6 hours here, so you know.
Yeah, you should go to Columbus. That's cool. So let's see. We're probably gonna take a look at the bracket one more time, just because that's what they usually throw to.
Yeah.
But we know it's gonna be Joe versus the guy that played round 1, and then it's the winner of this versus Aaron. just hypothetically, I'm thinking we might see an Aaron Joe. All right, Joe or Aaron won that last game in 3 games.
Yes.
I feel like the way that they played, like I would not want to fight against that. Like
No, they
Yeah.
played so well.
I feel like Aaron won by like unlocking like a 3D chess way of like looking at the game. Where like I'm not ready for that. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, that happened to me when I went to Worlds in 2017. You think you're good at Pokemon, and you're someone that's going to be playing in top 4 against Aaron, and then they hit you with that, and you're like, do I even play this game anymore? Like, do I play Pokemon? Why am I even here?
What even is Pokemon?
Yeah. Getting hit by that, like, it's like literally getting mind crushed, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard. I want to try hard for indie, but depending on indie, I might be going to VA and NUSC.
For fun.
Yeah, I guess like I'll talk about it like a little bit. I know we just talked about this bracket here, but when it comes to tryharding, I found myself in situations where the game is not fun if I try and win. And I don't know why that is for me personally, but I feel like maybe it's a mixture of me taking CP and wins from people that actually do need it for their invite when they don't, and I feel guilty, which makes me play bad, and I feel bad about playing seriously to win because if I don't want it, why am I being a jerk and taking their points? There's also the other side saying like, no, like you're at the event you paid for, you should do it, but I still feel guilty, you know? And so like I care more about playing the fun things for fun than I do playing to like accomplish something because I don't have anything else to accomplish really. I don't think that I have the skills to be a regional champion. I have the skills to be a regional top cut, but like I don't need to do that again to know that I can do it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just my opinion.
Well, and we're in a weird, like, most of the players in Top Cut are insanely consistent, and so I don't even know if it's possible for me to Top Cut. But you don't know if you don't go.
There's a beanie in it. That's a like
This is a diamond team.
Take the Cali, that's your team.
Yep.
Like a Ho-Oh.
I wouldn't like Ho in this match.
No.
Honestly, I might use like an Yveltal there, but I actually like the Cali here with the Feeny.
Oh yeah, the Cali works here, but like Feeny's so weird.
I used Cali Feeny in Players Cup 4.
Would you agree that this team is similar to Zhang's in that, and Aaron's in that, Aaron trailers that bring Feeny Raichu clashes so hard?
That is very true.
Like, where is this? What is that? You know?
But again, it's the Aaron theory. I'm going to start calling it that. You know, you don't need every piece of the team to synergize well together.
You know what would be sick? If, like, the guy with the Raichu maxes it to use Max Strike.
Yeah. You don't need every piece to synergize the way you do in NatDex formats or whatever, where...
Alright, so the first time I played Azalite, this is why I think it's Azalite, I don't remember, but I played this kid at a region, like, way back in the day. And remember, they busted out every plushie that they had.
And here we go.
And here we go. I came down to their Heatran versus my Metagross. And I buried the eruption and hit it with the biggest Pikachu the world's ever seen.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Octoberry Metagross too. We take those. Yeah, I know Azalite, like really, really good player, contributor, similar to Joe, another coach. When he got top, he's like, I finally top cut something other than Collinsville. Like,
yeah, these players have been waiting for so long to show that they still have what it takes. You know, after just barely breaking out and getting a really, really great result, it's like, and then I didn't get to keep that up. Mm-hmm. So really good that to see those players still that pushed through the pandemic, made all the content throughout it, practice hard, doing well.
I also don't want to make this about me, but it's funny, like how, you know, I said I wasn't really having fun playing my more serious team, which was still a fun team. So you're like, that's you know you're right now calling Zekrom standard, right? So, but my plushie game wasn't on point. I don't know about Zekrom plushie, so it's like, if your plushie game is not on point, see, like, he has that Palkia plush. With the Palkia synergy, you gotta use that Palkia to bully them and say, like, hey, you see this Palkia? It's coming, just don't even bring it, you know? Or you bring it, or it's protect with it. Or,
yeah, honestly, Palkia looks... The only thing that Gives
It's our
Palkia a hard
point.
time is Feeny.
Zach,
Oh,
error. Someone's talking about it in chat right now.
Okay,
Do you know what
yep.
the error was? See,
interesting.
they're right in the cast are talking about your plushie synergy.
Yep.
It's so important.
So that need to win the next two.
Well, we know how this one's gonna.
Yeah.
Realistically, as a not to have this. Both on all next one win.
I would imagine this is something that happened to me in an online tournament. I would imagine that the Grimmsnarl, because Grimmsnarl movesets change so often in your team building process. I think Zach probably input something from an older version of his team.
I actually have a different theory, but it also
Okay.
Grimmsnarl. I bet you he forgot the Gmax mark. Or,
Oh,
yeah.
like the Gmax on the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
That would be so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Something
Because it
that
wouldn't do it anyways, but you kind of just use.
Yeah.
A rule of thumb is, yeah, you can totally keep your non-Gmax, so you can. You should just be Gmax.
yeah.
To always have the illusion of snoozing if you do a dark attack. So
Yeah, that is the most likely. He either forgot or put a Gmax mark on when it was the other.
because if there was something seriously wrong, like if let's say he had
If it was like a hacked Solgaleo, then they would just
give him a
disqualify
loss,
him. Yeah.
No, you have to put if they're serious about team sheet errors. He could have even forgotten nicknames when he could.
Yeah, even the nicknames would do it.
So it's that's the thing. Like if you had to be, he could have spelled a nickname wrong and gotten the game loss for it.
Yeah.
They are so strict. Pressure Palkia, that's what we see right there. Surprising to see. Is it? No,
There isn't anything
you're
that
right. Pressure's good.
pressure is
Really
very good.
Especially against Zacian teams and Kali Shadow. You
only have so many Astral Barrages, only so many Sunsteel
We're
Strikes.
seeing, even though all teams have had it so far.
Yes. This is our first Grim appearance in Top Cut.
Max at P2. Let's go.
So I wonder if this is a sucker punch Grim into your Max Solgaleo. I don't know, but I know that that's an option. All right, Solgaleo
So
protects.
he's looking for.
I think he's fishing for just damage, just mitigating damage.
Yeah, a little bit more Dynamax 250.
Yes.
Or a policy proc because he's professional player. That's +1.
Yep.
Yep. Damn, I should be playing in Top Cut. Holy shit, I've made every call. I think. I actually, I suppose talking about it. I've been saying for the past couple years, I feel so washed, man. And I don't think I'm washed. It's I've made all the right calls and reads. I think I'm just bored. Each one of these games, I'm watching them and I'm finding the fun way to play it.
I think that was smart. I think Azulite's Porygon 2 has foul play, so he didn't care about giving the policy proc because he's getting his speed control.
It's also not stab. I'm a big fan of the foul play P2.
I'm not either, but I know that he's used it in the past.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be you know how cool it'd be to see that Max Graham signed up.
It would be
Take
really
me to the
cool.
races. If you have to win both your games, Max that Grim, man.
I mean, a Spirit Break, if potentially, into the Palkia is not bad here
It's
at
Black
all.
Orb Palkia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we see Black Orb. No, I'm fucking snooze.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool.
It's in a Pokeball. That could be a Grim. You catch those in Pokeballs. Come on, do it. Do it. Just do it. Boo.
All right, there's the Solgaleo. Big Max.
I'm rooting for incorrect plays. Shoutouts to no one forgot their Dynamax candies.
Yep.
Dual screen. That means that Grim. Where's the Spirit Break?
I don't know.
That's not the play.
And there's the foul play, just like we called out.
I guess that cuts foul play damage, doesn't it? Reflect?
Yeah, it does.
So that's what that is. What the?
Wow. I mean, it is policy.
Crit, no,
Okay.
crit. I'm
I was like,
no.
it is policy proc, but that's a P2.
That's not okay. The problem with that is Amogus.
He gets a free switch.
So
Yep.
maybe it's Taunt Grim.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Especially because he has a Feeny and a Raichu, so it's not going to be T-Wave.
If it goes Amogus, Dax just switches in feed if he has it.
Yeah.
And if he goes
But also,
in, ooh,
Solgaleo's in range of anything right now. Not a fake out.
Yeah, that is not a fake.
Not a fake out, but in range of any other move.
Do you think this is just a hypothetical? What about switching Mando to block like a Max Quick? That's greedy. Palkia should be sitting in the rain right here.
Yes. This is the last turn of Max. You set the rain because you don't need the Incineroar Flare Blitz for anything.
Yeah, you're saying sad crit. I don't know. Like I think that actually gave it as like a better position because Porygon 2 is it's good for Shadow Rider, right? But you have an Incin that's also good for Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Now it's like, are you ready to do stuff?
It is a sad crit.
I'm so good at Pokemon. Come on! Like, what is this? I don't care what you send out. I was right. You switched to Sword Well. You gotta save that. Feeny.
There's the Feeny.
That's a better play. It switches Box of Water, which was the other option.
Yeah.
Like, I know this stuff, man. It's almost like I play the game every single day.
And does he Spirit Break here? I mean, he probably just gets faked out, but no, because he has to attack the Solgaleo slot.
Yep.
With a Flare Blitz or Darkest Lariat, whatever.
Should we see the Lariat? Okay. And we're gonna see if it's leftovers Feeny or not.
Mm-hmm.
Leftovers with Feeny will tell us a little bit more about like Calm Mind potential. You know?
Yeah, if it's leftovers, it's probably Calm Mind.
This is the third Quake, right? Right, third Quake?
Yep.
How much damage do you think he's gonna take from this is his last max turn? He's taking couple ticks of life, 3 ticks of life orb, and a Spirit Break. If Feeny were to double up with a Spirit Break, would that pick up the KO and Palkia?
Let me look at its HP. I think a Spirit Break Moonblast would KO. Yeah.
As well. And we don't see leftovers Feeny.
Yes, we don't see leftovers, so maybe Citrus, maybe something crazy like Specs. I know Wolf likes to use that.
Specs Feeny would definitely get it.
Weighs 45 says it's a choice item, so interesting. Interesting.
Feeny. I also see like as weird as it sounds like water then. Instead of the
Yeah, we might. Like that Spirit Break is gonna do good damage.
Wow, big boy Palkia running from the Fairy Squad.
I'm surprised they Flare Blitzed instead of Parting Shotted the Feeny. In all honesty.
They layered it.
Well, just barely they Flare Blitzed Grip.
They're parting shot that turn.
Okay.
The double.
Very smart.
So that Incin has 2 Quakes on it? Right?
Yeah.
So that has to be Specs Feeny, right?
That's a lot of damage.
It has D-Bloom and Skull. Yeah, it's totally choice. Wow, I didn't think Aslat would be dispinned by this.
What if it's Assault Vested Feeny?
With full special attack?
Yeah.
That might actually be...
I think if the Feeny Scald's here, we see that at Specs. But I think if we see a Fairy move into the Palkia this turn...
No, it's going to be the big water. Like, that's what he expected last turn. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You can't burn it, but, like, it's your most damage on that slot, you know? Alright, big boy time. It's restricted time, you know? Are you better than everyone? Assault Vest?
Scald. Okay, I think it's Specs.
See that crit? There can't be a burn. It's terrain.
Did not get it, and now
did not get the burn.
Not a lot of damage because of those 2.
Alright, so Trick Room is over. Behemoth Blade into Feeny is most likely what we see.
I think what we see here is a fodder of the Solgaleo. I really do.
Yep.
And then what you do is, right, fodder Solgaleo, do whatever you're gonna do, and then Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider has it. Like that damage.
Well, and I think if Grimmsnarl is what's it called? Scary Face, I think we see that into the Zacian here.
We have to. It would be cool, you know, but like actually there's no way it could be that because it's dual screens, right?
Yeah.
But
well,
like,
we saw dual screen Spirit Break. I'm just wondering what the last one is.
So even more damage onto the Zacian. That's basically just gonna make this. Oh my gosh, no KOs. He tried to read some stuff coming in, I think. Palkia takes out double targeting the Zacian. Shadow Rider uses this.
This is yeah.
Man, imagine being the
everything's in range of Astral.
Imagine being a P2 and Sim player and losing to a Shadow Rider that doesn't use their Shadow Rider.
Well, I mean, I think that's what Zach realizes is like, I need to take care of everything so that Callie can clean up,
Mm-hmm.
because if you send it out in the front, it's not doing anything.
What's going to happen here is Feeney's going to get fodder for Solgaleo, Grim's going to go down, and we're going to see Shadow Rider Feeney, with Feeney pinning the Ensign, avoiding the fake out, and Shadow Rider taking out the Zacian.
Yep.
Okay, or not, or we're just bad. Everyone's bad.
Okay.
I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's the play.
You fodder your Solgaleo there because it's not doing anything for you.
You can't lose your Feeney there, bro. Like, what is this? It might be Party Shot with a fake out pin. Right, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think my play's wrong though either.
Or
But yeah, you fake out.
you can protect your
Why did I say Party Shot?
you can protect your Callie here. Try to fodder
I
Grim.
know what the plan is. Callie still checks that Zacian. It chunks the Ensign and then you just Earthquake.
How low is the Ensign? It might even just KO Ensign from this range.
I think Ensign's like healthy actually, but you can't eat the berries. And then like when you bring out your Solgaleo,
I think that's in range. Yeah, it's low.
So I guess you don't need to do whatever.
Yeah. If Ensign had more health, then you needed to preserve your Feeney.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you can't. Don't even show protect at that point. You know what I mean? You have it. You know.
Yeah.
Gee.
Alternatively,
You know what's really funny? Like, it just shows how much Azlight's like loved by the community. Because like, in any other situation, you'd be hearing the crowd on stream going like,
Yeah.
like for the unique Pokemon. But like, it's just funny.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, boo, Azlight lost. That's the crit on the Porygon 2 is the main
Yeah,
thing.
the crit made it really hard.
So the thing is, I think Azlight tried to like, you would have already known that you were going into that with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah.
So they probably tried to just be like, I just gotta force them to go all in, and Zach did go all in.
Yeah, and it worked.
end of the game really matters.
Zach is very good.
I'm gonna mess with the stream.
The fact that Astral Garage would have missed the knockout otherwise. Like, think about Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Normally,
I'm gonna make the camera
first,
lower so I don't have to sit up as straight.
two cards, Shadow Rider.
I can't do it. I don't mess with it. The camera.
Access to Dark
I think it made everything work.
But in this case,
Now
it
it's not in
didn't
focus,
matter.
right?
He did say it autofocuses, so
Feel like you can pull like tip our heads were up there, but like
Yeah.
that's what
I see. Yeah.
All right. That was one thing. You can tell who's like when you're. I take so many pictures, and you can tell what people are like low key influencers by pictures they take, right?
Yeah.
The trick is when you're taking pictures, always get it from a higher angle because it makes everyone look better. You see the people that take a picture like down here, it's like that's gonna make everyone look like shit. What are you doing?
Yep.
You know. You take every picture from a higher angle, not like a selfie Facebook angle, but just a higher.
Just higher. Or slightly higher.
See, like right now, even that webcam, it's higher. It's about like eye level with our faces right here in the middle. Yeah, Alex, like,
Especially after
yeah, we'll see what happens. Like, I think.
Yeah, it's anyone's game.
What do you think Zach does this game?
other attacks, that could be an
Also,
well.
Zach did play on stream, so Azlight had access to that.
Okay.
I think Zach was on stream last round. I think. I just heard that like the Cali Shadow was there,
Yeah.
and I don't know about the Cali Shadow. I'm assuming it's specs or like a something Y4. I don't know what it is. Because I think the Raichu is Sash, right? Unless it's best Raichu.
Yeah, I think Raichu. I think the Cali is Sash based on the way
Yeah, Alex was last
Zach
on
was
stream.
playing.
I'm pretty sure Zach started this match on stream because they don't do your hack check until the top 8.
Yeah.
Actually, you can get randomly hack checked,
you can.
but they don't check your team sheet until top 8.
Yeah.
That would suck. Sorry.
Yeah, starting with a team sheet error.
Yeah, team sheet errors are totally things. Yeah, he was on stream yesterday. Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't get to watch. I was at the venue.
Nice thing about Grimmsnarl too, in the
So
series
let's see.
metagame.
They have the almighty Sinnoh over there. Arceus. Palkia P2. He's like, just don't crit me, bro. I got this. Basically, this is like, you what, mate? Do it again. He's like, I will do it again. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for Azalea. Like, I know someone was, I think it was Wolf, was like gathering info for a video about games where crits completely change.
Oh yeah, this would be one.
Especially if it happened again. We'll see. The winner of this plays Unreality or Joe?
I highly doubt
Unreality. Yeah, plays.
Yeah, they play Unreality. Joe plays Chongjin, and then
See that Grim was 201 HP. Good player.
Yep.
You think that stuff doesn't
We
matter?
see those numbers in all the top cut.
Yeah, so you think the 201 doesn't matter, and that's when you lose to Blissey, because you have like 199 or 200 to like. Imagine if Zacian's sub weren't broken by Blissey seismic toss, or like, you know, those type of things. That'd be nuts.
Mhm.
Like, that was deliberate by TPCI, you know.
Dragon attack from any grounded dragon player. Pokemon using the dragon attack. I wouldn't expect all these on the
But I think we see the same first few turns
Yeah.
with Azulite just saying, "All right, well, you just don't crit me this time," you
That
know?
wouldn't have even done half. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Damage from special attacks for the next 8 turns will have the damage. But max weight from
Well, I mean, we're not going to see the same as Beanie switch then.
Yes.
You think
And
it's nuts that's not.
I don't think.
I wonder if he's
I don't
going
think
to
he maxes.
outplay the strings of a trigger. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's
Very
exactly the
cool.
play. He used the fact that, like, he could have in game 1 to tunnel.
Yeah, yeah.
That's so sick. So that's 1 max turn down. That's really, really important. Because Palkia out of max is a wet noodle. Especially
Yes.
if you stick a Spirit Break on it.
Yeah, and screens are up.
So this is, as a Palkia dragon person, right? So now Palkia has to, like, quake this Feeny, which means Vader could switch in.
Yeah, Aaron Cybertron Zing lost turn 1 or game round 1, but Aaron trailer's still in.
Max speed doesn't get the KO. Huh. See, again, you could have switched in that Lando, but you could have. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Then he obviously probably didn't bring Lando. And this is also really good because he can get special B boosts.
Yeah,
I know you're a fan of, like, the Life Orb Big Dragon, but, like, see, this is where I don't like it. You know?
I get that. And that's why I like Dialga slightly better than I like
knew it had
Palkia.
Eerie. It had to have Eerie at some point, right?
But that Porygon's going to be hard to break now.
See, I don't think it is, because this is my theory. If you were to take out the Palkia, what on that team really checks Solgaleo? Solgaleo can just go for its defense boost all the way to the bank.
I think the turn that Solgaleo comes in, Azulite hopes to have Callie on, or sorry, not Callie, Zacian on the board.
Palkia. It was at like -2.
Yeah. Palkia's not doing anything there, but that's an interesting switch.
Zacian is going to be Zacian about the Spirit Break. And then he's going to try and break the Grims to, like, stop all the screens from being, like, reset up and stuff. So I don't disagree.
Yeah. Oh, he's trying to give the board positioning, so you never get a good position with your Solgaleo.
See, the problem with this, though, is... Actually, not the problem. It's a good play. Because, like, I know you want to fight my Zacian with your Kali Shadow. It's like, but I have a P2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
With foul play, that's 4 Kali Shadow.
Yeah, exactly.
No damage. Now the only thing with the foul play, important out 2 into top of 50.
Nope, that's why foul play sucks.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Banking on, obviously you can't see what your opponent's hit point count is at. Really banking on foul play to knock
Awesome.
down.
We've got a lot of follows today, too. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for the follows.
Appreciate it. But we should do more of these. We should just not go to regionals and just, like, meet up at one of our houses and do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Just
cheaper,
do watch
we're
parties for every regional.
Closer. Foul play works on both terms. Yeah, foul play's great. I love foul play, but, like, not on the 2.
Don't forget a crit, which it looks like it was able to do here on this turn. Actually, it wasn't that was straight up.
That's not a crit. Yeah, it's like, I don't think that's tactical loss.
Yeah.
So stick it on.
Well, and
Special attack drop.
that's good. I mean, I think its only attacking move is foul play, in all honesty. Trick Room, so the Callie doesn't outspeed your Zacian. Interesting.
Lando, bro.
Well, and the Feeney's hot garbage locked into Moonblast right now, so I say you just leave that on the board.
You don't know if there's a moose in the back, but I get it, right?
Yeah.
Usually, to
I
be
think-
honest, it's insane. It has to be insane.
I think the play. Well, this is a weird turn. I think you Eerie Impulse the Feeney and like Sacred Sword the Solgaleo, so that your Solgaleo doesn't knock out Zacian because you're not giving it a policy proc, and then the next turn you foul play into it.
what is it? Brian says, I like this type of stream. Definitely prefer to listen to talk than casual in this event. So thank you. This is what I let you do the thing about. I think it's the incineroar switching.
Okay.
Because it just like basically punishes everything, you know.
Or even foddering a Palkia there would be fine.
I would agree. Yeah. Now reads can be happening. Like Max Quake, that'd be great. You know.
Mhm.
Let's see, but I think
I do think you just I think you just Eerie Impulse the Feeny and let it be garbage.
I would do the same thing. Yeah, that Beanie, I'm gonna leave you there forever.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to Eerie Impulse the Beanie. Like, I really don't even think you have to. Because it's already at -2. It's already been Eerie Impulse.
Do more damage towards
See,
itself, but
it's not worth it at all. I mean, I guess that's better than doing.
It still doesn't KO, which is good. That's good.
Yeah, the Intimidate saved it.
Uh-huh.
See, like, this is how you lose. Well, he's gonna get recovered.
That's a
Yeah.
crazy turn.
Yeah. Because if the Porygon 2 can wait out the max from the Solgaleo, you just win.
So we've seen all 4 of the Mons. Do you think we see a fodder Palkia here and a recover? And then a re-Incin Pin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you don't want, like, you keep your Incin around for the Cali, worst case scenario. Or not. Okay.
Why are they going after this Beanie so much?
It does have to worry about a crit, and the more moves that get used, the more options to crit. So I get it.
Yeah, it recovers the right place. I also think that, like, you just ignore that Beanie.
The Feeny wasn't doing anything unless it crits. So I do get the logic. I don't know if I would go for it.
I think also, as Zach, I actually would have probably just gone after the Incineroar that turn.
Yeah.
I don't actually know if that KOs or anything. So they might have more info than me, you know? Yeah, we'll see. Because it could have also, like, again, caught something switching into.
Yeah.
This is it, boys and girls.
But now, like, the Porygon does kind of just win this end game.
2 on Trick Room as well. You have to get double protect on your Cali.
Yeah. Because you Lariat, Cali, and recover.
Actually, throwing this out here, if he reads the recover, he doesn't have to protect this turn. He can protect next turn.
That's true.
Yeah. Because Lariat will cock your sash.
Yeah.
It won't kill you. And then if you crit that Porygon again, you have shots to win the game.
Yes. But you could, like, Quake, Astral Barrage, the Incin here.
Yeah, and that would KO it. That's what I'm saying. Like, let the Porygon recover.
Yep.
Quick KO that. They bring out whatever.
Then you protect.
And then
Wait out Trick Room. Yeah.
you're seeing it, yeah. Also, you get the Grim Nay boost on your Cali.
Yes.
This whole game comes down to whether...
And you were right. No protect this turn.
Professional player, that's +1. If that Porygon's recovering...
So what does Porygon 2 do on this
Yeah,
turn?
this is the one turn of the game.
You go for the
Good play.
Good play. And way to punish that
Yep.
with Azulite.
Yep, that was awesome. That was amazing. We love to see that.
To say, I see your only win con, and I make sure you can't get it. Wow.
You can't say Zach didn't play their outs, though. That was the right play from them as well.
Yes, that was the right play.
He just scooped, I think.
Yeah, it's
Actually, was it scoop?
that was the last turn of Max. But well, you've got a foul play, a Darkest Lariat,
You
a
don't
Sacred Sword.
here.
No, you
switch
You
out your
recover.
Sin, you get fake up.
yes. You recover P2, switch out and send to Palkia. You know, play it slow for the optimal end game.
I don't think you proc this. I
I don't think you proc it yet.
No.
Oh, okay. Parting shots the
No freaking.
The P2.
These rounds have the tech play.
Yep.
Going to the Palkia, right?
Yeah.
Who's switching your Palkia? You know. Oh, Zasha. Same thing.
I guess he wants to preserve because this has a lot of Steel Spike boosts. So wants to get a Hydro Pump off on the Solgaleo at some point.
Okay, crit, bro. I'm saying like you already know.
Policy on this turn, you might as well just recover up and then safely get your Zacian on the field. So that was
I think you have to
awesome
earthquake quit. Actually, if you earthquake quit, you win the game.
You can. If, like, a Hydro Pump misses.
I don't think you die to Hydro Pump.
Well, because you get a Sacred Sword here, and I think Sacred Sword plus Hydro Pump KOs. Especially with the crit.
Yo, payback. You know what they say about it, right? It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's weak. Payback sucks. Don't foul play, bro. Don't do it. There we go. That's
Yeah.
the right play.
It's the right play.
You just sent out Instant, I think, and you got it. Instant can play what's in here, I think.
3-1 count right now.
I think here's the turn you do Palkia.
Actually, what do you think about, like...
Because the one.
We don't know if Palkia outspeeds. That's the thing. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So, obviously, Headlight has it.
Because I think you just Hydro Pump Trick Room. So if you miss Hydro Pump, then you have Foul Play Darkest Lariat.
That's what I like about us doing a cast like this is we can be super biased.
Yes. Yeah, we can. They cannot.
Yeah, they're not allowed. You can say, that is suboptimal.
But this is pretty wrapped up. Unfortunate that we don't get an official Game 3.
That's,
You don't miss Hydro.
You're tricking me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crit! Crit! Crit everything.
But well played.
1-0 victory.
Very cool set.
Yeah.
Palkia! Palkia.
See? Fleshy power on point, you know?
Yep.
What else are you gonna do? That's basically
Alright,
it.
I'm gonna run to the restroom this
Yeah,
time.
Derek, feel free to hop in if you want to see.
The fact that did benefit the Solgaleo really found
Sec.
Game 3 because he's not.
Oh, nothing. Oh, good. Oh, sit here, it's fine. You don't need to be so timid. It's just that there's not thousands of people watching. It's like 100.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah. I feel that it's a lot of fun. You ended up playing like 60 rounds or 5. You left before the one. You left the lunch break, right?
Yeah, I left at lunch, so did only the 4, so I
yeah.
really didn't stretch it out too far.
The Cali Shadow player.
Mm.
Did you have any insights into that matchup or what they could have done differently?
So being in a situation where, all right, well, usually I'd be a +2 right
That's a
now,
great
but
question.
now
I don't
into this
No, I don't think so.
Well, as a Cali Shadow player, the one Pokemon you don't want to see is P2 usually, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's 100%.
So, especially P2 with foul play. So, I'm really surprised that Zach even got the one game in that situation. And also, they had to get the one game without ever having the one game to lose. You know, they had to win immediately right there. And actually, shouts to them for playing to their outs and getting it. Yeah. So, pretty good stuff, I think.
Yeah, that
But starting
had moments where it could have gone either way. I mean, the Sacred Sword, it would have been fun to see if the Sacred Sword without the crit and the Hydro Pump or the Earth Power would have still
I
pulled it
think
off.
that it was, yeah, the Earth Power still had the KO, but like,
Yeah.
I think that was smart with how they organized it. I think that the plan for Azalite was Sacred Sword Hydro, right? But we saw the situation where it was like Sacred Sword and, well, actually, no, Earth Power is really pretty, yeah, there was no need to ever go for that Hydro.
Yeah.
Earth Power is just better in that situation. So,
Yeah.
Theories have no effect on Zacian. What?
Yeah, if you fling a berry at Zacian, it just refuses
Yeah,
to
it's
move.
just, it's funny how it's like D. Zacian, a nerve Zacian?
Yep.
He just knows that Calyrex is watching him somewhere, so refuses.
It's a Zacian wearing a Calyrex hat.
So let's see. Who do we think is going to... We got Aaron. We got Joe. See, right now, and also, all these players that are in top cut, they are freaking, with their whole entourage of people, analyzing every single item, every single situation, analyzing every pin and thing like that. They're soaking up that information. They're not just goofing off right now.
Yeah.
So, like, the weird thing is, like, I really think we're going to get an Aaron Joe finals. I really do. Because they're on opposite sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really think that that's going to be possible. And the thing is, they build together kind of for the most part. Like, that's the OGs versus the... I'm not going to say new guard, but the the people that still need to prove themselves, in my opinion, to like win, like the regional winners versus the not regional winners.
Yeah, someone who's
you know?
won a regional in the past.
So that's a little bit of a storyline. Yeah. See, the thing about Joe is I'm not going to say his team's too standard for its own good, but I feel like he's playing already with one hand tied behind his back. Like you're not even seeing his full power because he's playing so standard. Trayvon Joe playing the semis? No, that sucks.
Really? I don't think so.
Actually, you know what? It is Trayvon Joe in the semis because remember we talked about
Really?
that. Azlight had the free ride. Remember? He had the easier matchup for him in the semis.
I think they changed, or not changed, but like moved the bracket in a different way between rounds. Not that changed the actual lineup, but that changed the way I looked at it.
You know, this is where VGC also really differs from most fighting games and stuff like that. Like, if this was a fighting tournament, it'd be like a double elim bracket. Same thing, like Players Cup kind of works in the same way, to where like, imagine if you're the number 1 seed guy that beat Zhang in the first round. Imagine like you could sacrifice a set because you still need to get locked into losers.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because he's undefeated. Every one of these other players have lost to somebody once. They're coming from losers, not him.
Very true.
Yeah.
Double elim's a
Completely different game.
different game.
So, Palkia. I have no clue how, like, Azlight, because I think it's gonna be Azlight then versus either Joe or it is Joe or Aaron.
Joe or Aaron.
So it's like Palkia.
I think Palkia is good into the Groudon that he's going up against.
But Palkia is also good against Kyogre.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on though. I don't know if Palkia has anything to check. That's where we see the cart be the absolute beast.
Cartano is good into the Palkia matchup. Yep.
Cart's good versus Porygon too as well.
And it's good against Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Because it's AV.
Yeah. Let's see who they've actually make them play.
Yeah.
See, this is weird. He's talking about it. Maybe we are Dr. Hindsights, but like we both realize like you just ignore that Feeny. Like I don't know why you tunneled so hard on that thing. It was at like -4 already.
Mm-hmm. But also the Cali wasn't going to do
Actually,
anything to
he's not
P2.
thinking about it, but maybe this is what he thought. Like mid game was like save your Feeny, bro. Switch on a foul play and lose the game. You know?
Yeah. Well, and like there wasn't really anything you wanted to do to the Solgaleo while it was maxed either.
Yeah. Palkia guy. I don't know. I don't think so. But we'll see. Is that he's Palkia guy? You know. Break. It's like, and we're gonna play as. I'm kidding. No, this is when. See, like right now, the mainstream. I have no clue how many people are on the mainstream. This is when the people come to us because, like, because we're the ones like talking about it. You know.
Yep.
But yeah, I think in this tournament, you guys want to hear the opponents, like the restricted cores that I fought in the tournament. Let's go over that.
Absolutely.
All right, so the restricted cores that I played against. Round 1, I fought Cali Ice Kyogre. Right, so it's 1 Cali Ice Ogre first round. My worst matchup, by the way. I know everyone was like, that's the call. Why is your worst matchup what you expected everyone to see? I expected them to lose, which did happen. I only fought a couple of them. So Cali Ice Ogre is what I fought in round 1. Round 2, I fought against a really bad matchup too, which is Zacian Dialga. Right? That's the I don't like that, you know.
Yeah.
Zacian Dialga, that's
Zacian Dialga's hard.
Dialga's really hard to deal with because I can't worm when it was there.
Well, and that player ended up doing really well too.
Yeah. And then in round 3, I fought Zacian Dialga again. Right?
Yep.
It's really hard. So big Dialga energy in the early rounds. And then in round 4, that's when I fought Aaron Trailer, Kyogre Zacian. And then I fought Groudon Zacian in round 5. And then I fought Kyurem White Zacian with Sableye.
Yeah, let's go.
I fought Zard Groudon, and then I fought another Cali Ice Ogre. Yeah, Dialga is what you thought the call was for the tournament.
I think people were going Dialga Zacian. I don't agree with that, but I think they were on the same wavelength as I was, that Dialga is good this tournament.
You're also like fresh off a 2-tournament win streak in online tours.
Yes, I have won the last couple tournaments I've played on.
So like you're at like the same level as like these type of players in terms of like you're beating players at their level in like high level tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we did play that practice game where I auto lost to you in game 1. What is it? We played our practice games with like joke teams.
Yeah.
That was fun. I can't believe I got auto walked and then like Heatran. That was fun.
Heatran was cool.
I think Heatran's an underrated mod for sure. Dialga Kali Ice. Huh.
I thought about it. I like it. I mean, I'm biased because Ho-Oh is like my favorite Pokemon, and it's the one that I finally did well with at real tournaments. And so I've been using Dialga Ho-Oh, and I really like it. I'm not saying everyone should use that, but it just fits the way I play and think about the
It's such a high
game.
skill ceiling used.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it would be, but yeah.
But like I beat, I don't know if many people know, but Skarm is a good friend of Aaron Traylor, and they build together and such. And then I beat Skarm with Dialga Ho-Oh, and he was just like, I really just lost to that, you know. And it was really cool.
Yeah, the 6 that I ended up using, for those guys that don't know, I used Comfey, Zekrom, Bronzong, Zard, Groudon, Gastrodon. So, for those guys that are watching the content, you know, it's the mix of my Zekrom Kali Ice team fused with the Charizard Groudon team that I went. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I went 10-0 in the IC, and I went like 12-0 in all my testing games. I hadn't lost a single. I should have just played that. I could have the same 6 that Joe uses.
Yeah,
like I should have just played that. You know, I have obviously.
It's a good team.
Yeah, but it's boring.
It is.
It's super boring.
You would be bored.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like I love talking to my opponents when I play. You know, and like these players, they come and they put a headphone on and they put a second like noise canceling headphones on, and they're all just like all game. They're just like
very serious.
And so it's like, man, just have some fun, man. Loosen up. Max Bronzong.
Yep.
Do something. Like I think that's the reason I was like maxing more stuff. It's like I'm about to get some emotion out of you. I will make you have a good time. Actually, there was one of my rounds where I was fighting one of my Patreons, and I think it was like round 5, round 6, and like basically, you know, we played and I won game 1, and they're like, I really wanted to do well. This is my first tournament, and I'm so close to getting CEP. And I'm like, you want the win? And he's like, oh, I mean, I'd love that. But, and I was like, all right, I'll give you the win if you promise to come to another regional. You know?
Yeah. Can't just not do anything else with it.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, you got to give it another shot, you know? Because, like, you know, they said I'm having a good time. I'm like, I'll make you have a good time. And they did. Yeah, I gave them the win. And, they're gonna hopefully come to another regional. Look at me doing my part to foster the community. Yeah, I don't know, stuff like that. I think it's. I guess that's just my problem. I don't like taking wins from people that like actively really want it. Like I don't know what I have that mental block, but it hurts, man. Like I know how hard it is to like go to a regional. How like for some people, their first regional, it can be a really big money investment, time investment. You know. It's a lot of stuff. And for me, I just want to. I want a one-shot Kali Isis with max skill spike with my Bronzong.
Yep. We're back in the game.
We mixed up the casters.
Yeah.
So that means it's going to be Necra and Gabby in the finals.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'll take it.
They're good.
What do you want to watch the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, just a little bit of action.
Right. I wonder if the official bodies actually get uploaded to the Pokemon YouTube channel. I have no idea. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I think they actually like record all like this because this is an official Pokemon regional, and they're done well when the Pokemon Company does all this stuff and with all the bells and whistles and casting things. But then like they sometimes upload them and sometimes they don't. You know?
Yeah.
So like, I'm not gonna say it's like sell it, but like if Wolf Goods won the tournament, they put it on their channel. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah. They might just put like Wolf's Game from stream on their YouTube channel.
I'm sure it'll be there.
Okay, so here we go. So we see you're right.
Yep.
Right.
I was incorrect.
Okay.
Better job paying better attention than me.
So, going into this though, we see that Aaron and Alex both won 2-1 versus like Joe and Pang won 2-0. So like in reality, if I'm going to put money on people, I put money on Pang and Joe to be in the finals because they're the players that haven't even shown being tested so far.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Joe, when he was like 6-0, realized he could just do whatever and get in top cut. So those 2 losses on Joe's record, they don't really reflect.
Well, and I don't even know if Pang has lost a single game this tournament.
I mean,
not set, but I don't even. I think
you probably.
Probably, but I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, the only person to go, I think, undefeated at a complete tournament was Ray Rizzo in the Worlds, like 11 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't drop a game. Like, not a single one. Just like,
insane.
He went undefeated in Swiss and just swept everyone.
Ray Rizzo, the GOAT.
Yeah. And Joe got top 16 in both those Players' Cups. That's nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff. What happened in Players' Cup 2? Didn't something happen? I think he used a fun team in Players. Not fun, but like I think he used like.
I'm trying to remember what happened. That was the one that Wolf won, so maybe he got kicked out.
Maybe he lost to Wolf.
Yeah, maybe we lost to Wolf.
Actually, didn't they play? Didn't they play?
I remember a Joe versus Wolf game.
That was like the last spot to like top 16 was like one of them was gonna get it.
Yeah, it was probably the winning in for top 16.
So, we're gonna be showing Orchestrodon versus Kyogre. Joe's on top of it,
Yeah.
I will say, so like we're gonna be seeing more Aaron gameplay. I had like this core. I had Groudon, Zard, Gastrodon, and Aaron like destroyed me, right? Why is he using that plushie?
I don't know.
Where's his Chinchino? It's not on brand. That's not on brand.
One of the most veteran.
Not the real Aaron.
Not the real Aaron.
Take off the mask.
That was Players' Cup 3 that James did. Rally Factory went undefeated at Portland Regionals. He did. You're right. Yep, Crowley's so good. But yeah, I don't think Aaron's Whims has the grass attack. But I do know he's, like I talked about it when we saw his first top 8 game. He goes heavy into that card. So we can really expect to see everything.
You know where Riley Factor didn't go undefeated? San Diego Regionals. I was the win that kept him out of top cut. Yeah. He was mad.
Verse 19 for Aaron Trailer, it says. Look at that. I bet he wishes that was his team instead of Ogre right now.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, what the? Why is that a Ferrothorn?
Well, these are the wrong teams.
Maybe you guys can't see because they're really tiny on the screen, but like...
They've got Joe and Aaron's team both wrong.
One time when I played on stream, they got my team wrong too. And I was using like Pang, Talonflame, Lucario, Garchomp, Salamence. And they put like Pokemon that weren't even like in that deck. So they put like Thundurus on my team and I didn't have it.
They did that to Animus. It was a huge meme.
Oh, remember that?
Yeah.
That was
with
funny.
like wild Pokemon, you know?
They gave him stuff that wasn't in the decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes semifinals. They just assign you a ranked team. It's cool.
It's like broken. He brought Pokemon that aren't in the game.
Funnel Max Quicks and that Alga. A lot of fires to Dodger. That's the play, you know.
Yeah, that's how I like to play my Dialga.
I think this is so. You know, there were a lot of games that didn't get on stream that were good matchups. Do you remember when it was Aaron versus Emilio in round 2?
Yeah.
But that was
so
round
many
3,
good
right?
games.
Oh,
yeah, that was 3.
That should have been definitely a streamed game. There was, you know, obviously the Aaron Trailer versus Gavin Michaels from round 2.
Yep.
That should have been on stream. But I think this is like the first powerhouse stream game. Because I feel like when Wolf played on stream and like Zank played on stream, those were against people that like
they weren't powerhouses.
They weren't the powerhouses. But I do like though that we're gonna get like a old guard versus new guard finals guaranteed.
I do. I love that.
Holy Incineroar, Batman. One of these things is not like the others. Everyone just is soon to be. So it's like Precipice Blades into Groudon, Foiblitz Zacian, Foiblitz Zacian. Everyone attack the Zacian.
And we saw the same game 1 lead from Aaron in his other sets. So I wonder if this is his typical game 1 lead.
So we know that Aaron's Sin has fake out, right?
We know Ensign has fake out.
Because
Probably. I don't think
I
Ensign
think
gets
so.
helping hand.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nuts, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
See Joe with the 92 speed Incineroar coming in hot, right?
Mm-hmm. And he knows that this Groudon's AV, so this is very safe.
That has to be EV trained to not die to that, right?
Yeah.
To get double. Oh, who we miss on?
Incineroar. But I think getting that Groudon like in range of a water attack from Kyogre is really important because Joe knows he's AV, obviously.
I think if I was Joe here, I'd switch out. Yeah, we'll see.
I think he goes for a P-Blades and a parting shot into Incineroar.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay,
There's the
I thought it was.
But if you hit last turn, then that's a double KO there from Joe. Which trailer probably doesn't let happen if that hits last turn. Oh, the throat chop!
That's why you run the fast and sin.
Yep. And we were talking about that.
Oh, that's nutty.
Joe runs those fast and sins.
Yep.
And that's exactly why right there.
See, but the issue is here's the ogre, right?
Yeah. That's why I thought he had the parting shot.
See Groudon switch out for Gastro, right?
Or has Groudon done its job? Because Zacian's gone. You might just fodder Groudon here.
The thing that I'm thinking about is, I think you save the Groudon only because Aaron's gonna have to max something. Sorry, Aaron's gonna have to max something.
And Joe has to max something too, which is the Groudon at this point, you know?
Told you!
Yep,
I knew
that
it!
cart.
I'm on top of it. The same thing Aaron did to me. Like,
Yeah.
it's Gastro time, baby! And it's like, just kidding.
So does he bring in the Zacian here?
Well, this is what I would think. So Joe's using a Groudon, and I think you talked about it before the tournament started. Like Joe, Wolf, these people, the OG players, they run fire attacks on their Groudon.
That's
So
true.
you bring the Groudon here,
And he's assault vested.
yeah. So
Yeah.
you bring
So
up
he
the Groudon,
definitely has
Zacian,
it.
okay, well, I guess not.
I was thinking he brings out Zacian to protect Gastro and like Sacred Sword the cart.
Do you
That's
remember when I was
tricky.
talking about how Aaron's team's supposed to work? This is exactly what happens.
This is a
to me.
great position for Aaron.
You're in a situation where you protect your ogre or not. It doesn't really matter. You just get your airstream boost, on something, and you got it. The game's over.
Mhm.
Or you could just hit the Gastro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a max overgrowth into the Gastro is pretty safe, especially if you get that Intimidate off. Because either you get the Gastro, you do a ton through Protect, might even KO through Protect, or you get the Groudon on the switch-in.
I think Aaron has this one. I think Farton is just too big.
Yeah. And you're intimidated on your Zacian now, so you're not going to 2-hit KO Aaron trailers with Sacred Sword, I imagine.
Yep. Yeah, Cart just has such good coverage. It's like,
Yeah.
I really struggle versus this thing. And it is vested, it's very bulky, but one Beast Boost, the game's over. Like, it just rolls you. 2017 intensifies.
He might even Airstream here?
I think you Airstream, but...
I think the Overgrowth is
the Overgrowth's the place.
safe play.
It makes so you don't get young. Yeah. That's a +1,
Yep.
And it's the next...
Well, and now Overgrowth KOs that Gastro through Protect
Yep, you got it.
in the terrain.
You think it's really funny? Like, there's a lunch break in the regular event, but there's no lunch break in Top Cut.
Yeah. And that Incineroar switch was even better. Like, not only you get the Intimidate, now you have Fake Out pressure here.
Yeah, so you can just fake out the Zacian, overgrowth the Gastron in the game.
Yeah.
This Gastron really can't be a problem for Kyogre.
Well, this is
Cool, I'm going to lose my game to the guy who won the tournament.
There you go.
We'll see. Joe's in a not great spot, I would agree. But, like, that's just... You don't tech for Kartana,
You don't. Like, Cartana isn't a mon that people are respecting right now.
I would agree.
And props to Aaron for like,
No, the meta call.
this is the call. Which, because Joe's team is the most standard team right now, and Cartana just wrecks it.
The only out here is like, I think you max guard.
And you crit Sacred Sword.
And next turn you double max guard for the Sacred Sword. I mean, you can try and hit you can force the fake out and not protect Zacian, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, you're just gonna soak the fake out, and there's no max guard, so he's just trying to eat it.
He's trying to call the. You have to respect this. You can't double into the
+1 terrain boosted. That's a +2 right now.
Yeah.
Like Joe did the same thing. Aaron did the same thing in my game. Yeah.
And honestly, Joe's just buying time too for his game 2 game.
Yeah, that's so like I do that too. Like I basically just he took the full timer. He probably just went with the correct play.
Mm-hmm.
But like
Max in the Gastro, burn some more time.
You're already like writing down small tells and things like that. Like I would see. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not Joe, right? But if I'm using Joe's team, which is very similar to mine, and this is what I did first Aaron in my game 2, you go Zard. You're like, that's not happening to me again.
Yeah.
Right? Also, my Zard is better equipped to deal with Ogre, so...
Here's what I think Joe does. I think he leads Grimmsnarl, Groudon, and sets up screens and maxes pretty much right away.
That's probably a good play. Never lucky. Never lucky, but there's no that's goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because there's no Figgy or Citrus.
Possibly Shuka, but I would say goggles.
Yeah. It might have been Shuka, I don't remember. I
haven't seen it. Oh, I do vaguely remember him like in a team report saying it's Shuka, so that he can always stay in against a Groudon and parting shot it. So I do think it's Shuka. Not that game.
He did stay in, but yeah. No, didn't it actually? It ate a P-Blaze, didn't it?
Simple decisions like.
Wait, no, it did Shuka. It did Shuka that game. Remember, that's why the miss mattered so much.
Yep.
Yeah, it was sure. You guys are on top of it. Chat's goated.
Max overgrowth that slot no matter what.
You see verse 3, see how. But yeah, like Gastron's really good, but like.
Well, what I really think we saw.
Yeah, Aaron just saves that cart in the back, and then Gastron. The problem with running the double ground team to stop like the Alekis and the Grimm's Thunderwaves is really pinned by that bulky grass type. Most people are used to it being Rilla. And Rilla has a weakness to flying, so you can abuse that with like your Zard and your other things. Cart's not the same thing.
Yeah,
it's very
no
different.
flying weakness.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
And to like more dedicated max Pokemon, which people don't typically max or Rillaboom.
I'm gonna check just a couple different things here.
Yeah.
You got to talk.
Okay. Well, we do see that they fixed Joe and Aaron's teams at the bottom of the screen this time, so no Ferrothorn coming out from Joe. I do think Joe switches it up by bringing Grimm. I actually think Gastro coming is a bit of a mistake. I know it's so good against the Ogre, but I think Aaron just has enough tools to deal with it that you kind of more rely on your screens to do what your Gastrodon is supposed to do in the matchup.
I wonder if he'll like lead Gastro and just go for the items too.
That's also true, because the cart is going to be in the back, most likely, and so you just try to pin with the on early instead of late game, which is what we've seen Joe's tendency to do.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe is also really good at adapting, which is why I personally think Grimmsnarl is coming. I don't think Gastrodon comes to the second game, but I could be wrong.
Our teams are right now.
Yeah. And this is still Salt best Groudon. So like Kyogre doesn't put on as much pressure, especially if you max and get some Quakes, as it should. And it does have that fire move for the Kartana.
Yeah, against I think we don't Aaron's
Really need it, to be honest.
So like the thing is, I think it's Mystic Water because I don't think we've seen it protect. It could just be Specs.
It could be.
Yeah, like
I wouldn't put it past.
I told you, sorry. I knew it was. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you're a better player. I said Grimm.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, Aaron, this is exactly
Yeah.
what Aaron did to me. Like, it forced me to. I lost so hard to card game 1. The ogre ended me super hard. So, like, in this situation, follow me, spout. That's the game. I don't care.
Well,
about
I
the
mean,
extra.
you're Groudon can switching for your Incineroar, and you can Airstream, but like still follow or.
If your Groudon switches in and sets the sun, and you just go for the spout, I think if it is the Specs ogre, that just means
It does a lot of damage.
I think with the helping hand spout would just kill you. In the even if the sun.
So Indeedee switches out into the Whim.
Are we gonna see another one of the Aaron trailer specials here? Like just the weird stuffs?
I'm very interested to see. So,
See, you're making
okay.
a right play. So if it's Protect Ogre, that means that it's Mystic Water.
It might even be Protect Zard this turn instead of committing the max. Nope, he's going for it.
I think Protect Zard's very underrated play here as well.
Very common strategy in, especially because of dynamic.
That means I actually think that Aaron doesn't have Zacian.
I think that's a good assessment.
Because those are the 4 you bought against me in this situation
Mhm.
too. You're correct. Good player.
Force the follow me. Yeah, Zard is broken.
So are we gonna see the good player Opals?
Oh man.
Don't take more damage than Soul Power.
Aaron was and I don't disagree with what Aaron did there too much, because it's kind of like you win a game 1 and then you make a really like risky game ending decision game 2, you know?
What happened in my game, it went the exact same way for my game 2 against him, except for I wildfired the Entity slot because I wanted to KO it through that.
Mm-hmm.
He actually let the Entity soak in, switching the whims, and then he just crit my Bronzong with a spout. Yeah.
Right now.
Well, I think you just wildfire the Whimsicott here. Like,
Weird board.
yeah.
Yeah, he's bothering something. Something's dead. You know?
Yeah, he's trying to bring in the Kyogre back when you have speed control, but the problem is it's in range of a wildfire tick now, so Joe can just protect at any point.
Let me actually think. So Entity is shown Follow Me. It is shown Helping Hand. Has it shown Heal Pulse?
It hasn't.
Yeah. Like,
It could be Heal Pulse. I like Heal Pulse.
yeah, I actually think if you know you're gonna lose, I would see this is Aaron, because like I think that there's so much to be said about knowing that you brought cart this game in the last month. I wouldn't play this one out to like just have a slow loss with Zard. Because like just bringing out your cart here doesn't like get you what you need. It really doesn't.
Mhm.
It might. I don't know. I'm not there. But I really think that like you want to still save the
If he has Heal Pulse Entity and comes in and Origin Pulses Heal Pulse, that could potentially be a game winning if it's like Specs over.
Crit the Zacian.
Yeah. Unless it's Specs.
You can still freeze, I guess. You can read a Zard, protect, freeze Zacian. I mean,
Your Kyogre still goes down to the Wildfire though.
But it's the Zacian, and then like, what if the last one is your Zacian? You know, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with like literally any way that's possible. Switch again. All right, is it card? It is card. See, like I knew it had to be card. No Zacian. He's trying to make the Zard protect.
Yep.
Good play.
He has to.
Protect Entity.
Because he has to wait out that Wildfire.
Double protect. Okay, follow me. What a weird turn.
Weird, yeah.
You know, the Kyogre just.
Oh, I see what he wanted to do. He wanted to bait the Charizard Protect, and then have Zacian KO NDD, and then you Airstream and Origin Pulse.
That's such a high level play.
Yeah.
And that's like also Joe not taking that bait. He's
Yes.
like, nope.
Joe says,
Nope.
I don't need to KO that NDD. You lose.
Yeah. He doesn't. He can just switch out his Zard like that. He's like, this is. Oh, and he has Instant.
Yeah.
This is one of those things that where I'm talking about. I feel like this is showing too much info.
Yeah,
Because like you're telling me, oh, so you didn't even bring Gastrodon. Like,
but yeah, but I do like Aaron's doing whatever he needs to do to win here. And he made the right play. I still don't think he can pull it out though.
see,
But Cartana with a beast boost, you never know.
so hard.
That attack, attack.
He's
Mhm.
going for Airstream here, obviously.
Yeah.
The problem is there's still a Groudon back there. I mean, Groudon, oh, he's nothing.
Oh, he did knock.
That's not-
There's nothing really wrong with Nug. He did the same thing in one of my Arceus game too. Like he fished for Nux when he read like Protector switches,
Mhm.
just he wanted to like get some more attack, you know?
Oh, I forget. He has the speed control still.
Yeah.
So like Airstream isn't as
Yeah,
important.
he's gonna Airstream this turn into being his Nux.
Yeah.
Take it out there. So understand-
And I wasn't counting. Is there one more turn of Wildfire, or was that it?
Psychic Terrain, so Wildfire was that on first turn? I think it's on.
'Cause obviously, he's trying to wait out the Wildfire.
I mean, he could overgrow to like. Which means you have to be going for fake out, right?
Which is why that's in. Well, Psychic Terrain's up for one more turn.
No, you're right. You're right.
So
No, I hope that we don't see a fake out.
that's why I say Incineroar switches out here because Psychic Terrain's up. He wants to preserve that fake out. But like, this is scary.
Is this Joe UX? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Because he probably Airstreams Zacian Origin Pulse. Oh, wow.
That's so greedy. Maybe he knows something we don't. It's possible that you know how Alex runs Zacian 105 to LP Mind Shout? He might be abusing the fact that Joe could be a similar set and he knows that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
GG, baby!
Your impulse goes.
But now, now Incineroar can come fake out the Ogre. There's one more max turn because you knocked twice.
Oh, it was one last from
That was a lot. Okay.
It's over then. See, I feel like this game went on way longer than it should have, and I guess Aaron revealed more info, but it also showed that Joe didn't want to bring Gastro. So him staying in revealed that there's no Gastro.
Yeah, and if Joe messed up, there was a win.
Like they already made the stream like 1-0.
It is 1-0.
Oh, or it was.
Yeah, this is game 2.
Fast.
Yeah.
I'm done.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's longer than I normally stream, man.
Yeah, what is this like? Yeah, we've done 4 games of best of 3s with a little downtime in between.
Crit. Just show him a crit. I think it might have been some crit.
60. If you only have 4 HP, I think they'll be able to break through that wall. Consider a parting shot.
Yeah, that's the right play.
Yeah.
I think. Because you're going to want to apply the fake out at the end.
Waiting it out, playing it safe, for me to understand you don't want to make any big mistakes.
Ground on the Wish Granter.
Yep. That's from Gen 3, like, Jirachi Wishmaker game?
Yeah.
Looking like we're gonna be.
Well, let's see.
To be honest,
Game 3.
And that's all we can really ask.
So what do we see in Game 3? Do we think we're going to see the card Gastro, or do we think... Do you think Grim's... this is the time to bust out the Grim?
It might be. You were absolutely right about the Zard.
Yeah. Why? Because it happened to me, you know?
Mhm.
Like...
And I was right about Gastro not coming to that game.
I wonder if Joe... Because Joe won that game, and they brought the Zard, which was like... And I didn't play that well enough, but he did. I wonder if Joe knew that, like, Aaron's tick against those teams was to, like, finish the Zard game, too.
Maybe.
Yeah, like, I wonder if he's like, how'd your game 1 against Aaron go? How'd your game 2 against Aaron go? You
Yeah.
know?
The understanding is just always there in every single.
The Wish Granter one wasn't the Oras event. That was Charizard, the Pokemon ban. Or not Charizard, the Ground of the Pokemon ban was from the Oras event.
Making sure that he was in a good position and was thinking ahead. And after that turn 1, or those early couple turns in particular, Joe felt like he was really controlling. He was always in the driving seat. He was making those
Joseph
switches.
Fugarte X9.
From New York, right?
Yeah.
New York. Are you a fan of like New York pizza or like deep dish Chicago pizza? Get a pick.
Ooh, I offend someone in the room no matter what I choose.
I'm gonna say kind of, but you're good.
I think I like the Chicago style. What about you?
There's a place in Sacramento called what is it called? Zelda's. That makes like the best deep dish pizza in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And once a month, me and all my friends would go there. Right? It's really expensive, and it's not that great.
That is unfortunate.
So I'm gonna say New York just because my only real experience with like the big deep dish at the best that I can get where I realistically live is what I would say suboptimal.
That makes sense.
Yeah. What about you guys?
Oh, I was in New York for a year, and when I was in the Bronx, they had like dollar slices.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome just to walk up and just pay $1 for a piece of pizza. It was kind of greasy, but like always good.
Yeah.
So my New York style, I stand by it.
I was like, well, Derek's lived in New York and probably loves that New York.
Spudmate really likes New York. What about you?
Yeah.
Deep dish.
Deep dish, yeah.
Deep dish for sure.
I think deep dish, if it done, I like the theory of deep dish, but again, just
Good deep dishes is really
When I was
good.
in Chicago for a week, we went like 3 times.
that's what I'm gonna do when I go to Chicago. I'll do it. What was it? I don't even remember where I was going with the next part of the pizza topic because we got back in the game. Let's see what we got.
We got all the Zoshins on the board.
Okay. 2 of these things are not like the others. So Joe here, as weird as it sounds, like I don't know, because my team it's very similar to Joe's, but they're so different. Like my team's made to be like right now, I'd be whiter. That's my win. You know, like I will just roll you over from this.
I do like the wider Grimmsnarl or
Groudon.
Groudon.
Yeah.
It's funny I say wider Grimmsnarl because you fought one, didn't you?
No, we talked about it.
Okay.
And, yeah. No, I did fight one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I fought a wider Grimmsnarl, and I only knew it was wider because I bulldozed on a switch in. But switch out Groudon immediately. That's smart. That's that's
Very
so
smart play.
That's so good. Because remember one of the games, I think it might have been game 1, Aaron just went hard B-Blade into it. So
Mhm.
you can waste the Zacian's time and steal a little damage on the Incin. Oh, the reeds!
The reeds.
So they're trading Sacred Swords. So we can see already either low rolls happen, but it's looking like the Aaron's Zacian's a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aaron,
Which
Aaron got
Which
better.
honestly makes sense in their team compositions to me. Aaron seems like he would be kind of a max Zacian, whereas Joe's looks like it's probably a little bulkier, has some calcs that it's, benchmark to live.
We're going all in right now.
Yeah.
All right. So do you think Aaron pulls the trigger and says, "You don't have Gastrodon"? I think a win-win could happen here. This is what I'm thinking. I think what you can do, if Aaron, you can max your Kyogre, Geyser into that Zacian, because if they switch Groudon on anything, you get the rain back, and just switch out your Zacian for Cart. If they switch anything into Gastrodon, I'm Cart, and I have outspeed.
That's fair. Like, you just water move here and then switching cart, and it's like, I don't care if you're a Gastrodon.
Because what Joe's probably thinking is like, do I fake out this Kyogre?
Yeah.
The fake out.
Well, and he also might have NDD in the back,
So like this is not optimal for Joe in my opinion. Like,
I think
if
this
the
was
next-
necessary for Joe,
that just tells me there's no Gastrodon.
but yeah.
Okay, no max. Hey, that's safer than what I was talking about.
hmm
Both these players are better than me. But like I think that would be cool.
I think Joe had to do that, and so Aaron called that Groudon was coming in there. He's like, you know what? I'll just bring my Kyogre right back.
Everyone's switching except for this Aaron Zacian.
And there's the Gastro. There you go.
That's a great play from Joe though, right?
Yes.
It's an absolutely amazing play. But we do see all Joe's Pokemon now though.
Yeah. And we do know now there's a Gastro.
You know what's gonna happen? I can tell you what's gonna happen. I don't know what's happening with this Groudon, but we're seeing Parting Shot into Crit.
Yeah.
Now, this is the one turn that Joe had to get. This is
Now-
a free yawn.
Yawn into the Incineroar slot.
Yeah.
Because that's going into a cart, theoretically.
Yeah. Alright, well, that's fine. It happens. Behemoth Blade from the -1 or -2 Zashi? Or it's actually, I think it's at -1 now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like 30.
Again, he just wants to put it in range of a water move.
Yep. Crit!
Interesting.
Another crit.
Gets around that Shuka Berry.
That's so tick.
Yeah.
It's like people against Zashi, I never heard of it. Who needs that? If you got cart, you bring a cart here.
To see that Behemoth Blade is
There's no cart.
a 3-hit KO into ground.
That's not
What's in the back then? Is it?
I don't know. Maybe there is cart and he's just that big brain to where you can.
I
You're right,
think
no, this is fine. He's gonna go spout and switch the card in if he has it.
I do think, and this is my read of the situation. I don't think there's a. No, there has to be a cart.
Yeah, because like Groudon's AB has to switch.
Yeah.
Nothing is switching in on this. He's taking a free KO on one of your mons here. If you fight your Groudon, you have nothing left to beat the cart. Alright, that's fine. You're literally gonna take the L on one of your Pokemon. Do we take those?
Yep, get that weather pack up.
Wait, is this a chance? It's like a -4. Don't max. Okay, good. I was like, I don't want to see that. No one wants to see that. Are they gonna go into Gastro? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's not,
Is he yawning the ogre here?
that's his go-to plan against.
Yeah, because that's what he did against the other ogres. And you're in that pin again.
The hard part as the Gastro player is getting into where you get your Gastro out before the ogre, which is not what people are used to doing. Earth power, no yawn.
Mm.
That's a +1 Earth power. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Imagine if it had Scald, man. Imagine if it was a good player that's +1's Gastro.
Now, does he just bring in Ground on here, P-Blades, and yawn the ogre slot? Is that pinned? His Incineroar's gone. And it's cart in the back.
I don't want to say I'm giving Aaron too much credit, but I still think there's a cart back there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cart, but it's like...
It could be Incin too, right? No, Incin's died. All right.
Yeah, Incin's gone.
Yeah, it's funny. For the Stone Edge, if you would have P-Blade, Zashi be gone right now.
Mm-hmm. But I think his plan is to not have the cart next to the ogre as much as possible.
Do you think we see Max Groudon attack the Zacian slot to punish, protect, and also punish him and switching in? Yes, we do. Right? That's what. I wonder if he's going for the Max Flare to the Zacian to punish the card switch in.
It
didn't switch in.
Potentially. I think it's pretty safe to Max Quake and yawn the ogre here.
I would do the same thing. I mean, Groudon can get crit by a B-Blade.
Or even Max Quake the ogre and like Earth Power the Zacian.
Don't get crit, bro.
Yeah.
So, those 2 Intimidates have actually hurt it that much
because you might still die.
A water spout is a lot of damage, even in the sun to an AV Groudon. Ooh.
No crits.
Here, and that is the Max Quake in
Ooh, that's what I was thinking of.
Mhm.
Yawn the ogre.
So
See, this is where I'm kind of thinking, like, do you think Joe also has, like, we've seen Ultra's Knock, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is really interesting. Earth Power.
Oh, it's Earth Power. That's a good play.
Okay.
Like, what if Aaron's last mon is Whimsicott do the same thing he did in that last round to set the train?
If it's Whimsicott, then I think it's just over. I think it has to be cart. Yeah.
So that's good for Aaron though, because you just hit the Gastro and hit the Groudon.
Yeah. Or you can what am I thinking?
Airstream?
Well, because the Gastro can yawn you, so I think you have to give it respect. You can just Overgrowth Spout even will KO the Groudon here.
I don't think you actually have to take Gastro. If you actually use Spout again, you'll die to Earth Power.
Yeah. Well, and you can't get yawned on your Kartana. And
you could.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. But you can't, yeah.
But you can't.
See, like, I would like to see the Max Ogre at some point. We're not going to see it,
Because I was going to say, you could Beast Boost the get the Groudon off the board if you're scared of missing an Origin Pulse or not confident that Spout KOs. Okay, Airstreaming the Groudon. I guess that's fair. Because what's your Gastro gonna do to your Kartana anyway?
I wonder if he's actually. I think he's using the Kartana.
I think that's smart. This is so close. Yeah. And probably Spexed.
Whoa.
Wow. Well, now that's a Sacred Sword range.
Zacian can still get crit.
You just yeah. You just double the cart here, right?
I think double the cart.
Because it either dies to an Earth Power or a Sacred Sword.
So you're gonna take out the Gastro and trade your. You can still win if you're Aaron, but it's super. You have to crit. So you're gonna kill the Gastro, and the fact that you're putting up the dot is gonna help Kyogre actually. I think.
That's true. He's locked into Spout. Wow, this is really close.
If either of these crit, I think Aaron might be able to take it. Also, I want to talk about like we might see a game where we can see like EV stall Spout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't take it out, and there it is. Now the Kartana is gone, and not anymore.
So it's just a ogre versus a dog with a sword.
Smash up, right?
Yep. But there's 2 turns of sunlight, so I think Aaron's definitely got this.
No,
or sorry,
yeah, Joe has it.
Joe has it.
The passing of the baton. The last regional champion. So it doesn't have protect.
Okay, it's not Spec.
How has he been?
We haven't seen it this whole
that
tournament.
Miss.
Yes.
We're playing a game board.
I think that, yeah.
So all right. There's 2 options. Yeah. Origin Pulse can crit. Spout like. You double protect, yeah. You.
Oh!
No, let's go! I want to see this so bad.
Oh my gosh!
A crit Spout will KO that Zacian outside the sun.
I do not know.
Single target. It's got 2 ticks of the grassy terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Do you go for the triple attack to like? Are you that good with numbers to know like you can KO the Zacian or triples? You know
He knows his HP stat. He knows what does more. Oh! Oh my gosh! Aaron is.
You just Spout. You got it.
Yeah, Spout KO from here. Dude, Joe is so. Oh man.
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't Aaron? What you said like dodge the bolt beak on stream 2?
Yeah, yeah. Aaron Ogre is dodging and weaving. Oh my gosh. Wow. What a game. And like that is your perfect that's Pokemon. Like Joe was so close. Oh man.
Good job shaking the handshake, you know.
Yeah, that and Aaron knows like he's not popping off like
he didn't pop off he couldn't either apologize.
Yeah.
Aaron set that up like 4 turns in advance, maybe 5 or 6. He cared about that card so much sooner.
Well, and like that, like what you were talking about, Aaron knows what he needs to do to win in a losing position.
There are 2 types of players in the world: players that are like pain, so sad, devastated, and me like, yo, double protect, like double protect to do a misplayer up, yeah, that's awesome.
Oh man. What like that really hurts when you're on Joe's side though. Like I What else were you supposed to do? You know, you did everything right.
I still really think like I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather see this team play again. Like
I
than
love
the ground
Aaron's team. Yeah,
Grim Mirror, you know.
yeah. A ground on Grim Mirror is definitely not as exciting as like a potential Max Whimsicott. You know.
Well, someone says like the double protect was Pog, but feels bad for Joe. I didn't say I don't feel bad.
Oh yeah,
Definitely
it
feels
definitely
bad, man.
feels bad for Joe.
You know, you could have also said if you didn't want to miss player, you could have behemoth bladed to make it so you're out of spout range and force them to hit pulses.
Hmm.
So it's like you shouldn't have to do that.
It all comes down to percentages at that point, and he went for the play rough, which has a higher percentage. And yeah,
That was, and the thing is, Joe played to not lose, which is the correct way to do it. That whole time in game 3, Aaron played to win. That's the thing that he spouted that cast turn like 4 times. He could have been protecting those turns.
mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's like I think that I don't know if anyone knew what the item on that. Like I thought it was Scar. I tricked.
He hadn't showed protect that whole set.
That was like the craziest game of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, that was so amazing. I can't believe that.
Wow.
And the thing is funny, like Joe so loved. Like I don't even think like we popped off, but I think everyone in the venue didn't do that probably.
Yeah, I mean everyone loves Aaron just as much, so it's just a crazy. They probably popped off at the that was insane, not necessarily. Yeah, he beat Joe. You know.
Yeah. Like I said, I fought Aaron in my rounds, so it's like, and he never really showed it to me. He never showed protect
Yeah.
at all. So yeah, that protect like completely blew my mind.
Yeah.
He played that whole set like it was traced.
I think he's been trying to show, as weird as it is, he wants his opponent. He probably tried every time he was on stream and being watched.
I would not be surprised.
That he probably wanted everyone to think he was choiced for that moment.
Yeah. Because like Mystic Water, I
Ogre just does so much damage, it messes with your calcs anyway.
Think about it. If you're like a 252 like Ogre, you're not going to be full special attack even if you're choice spec.
Yeah.
Right? So he probably, what I'm trying to say is he probably had like more special attack with a Mystic Water than like a weaker specs.
Yeah,
so he
exactly.
Has, like, the same type of
exactly to try to throw off that he was specs.
Yeah, that's big hacks.
Yeah.
Devastated, Same thing. I got double crit against Aaron, so it's like, I was there too.
At the end of the day, no matter who you are, if you win one of these tournaments, you got lucky somewhere. Like, it just is how Pokemon goes.
Yep. When I went undefeated at Lancaster, which I was talking about, I hit like 13 Focus Blasts in a row before missing the one that knocked me out top 4,
Yeah.
I Focus Blasted like 6 Heatrans in that tournament. That's
so funny.
That's the staring down the barrel of a gun.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Someone's like, that's part of the game, like RNG. Like we were talking with that one parent.
Yeah, we were talking to JMR's mom.
Yeah, and she was like, "Don't you wish there was no RNG? That way, this game would be more respected, like chess." And she's talking to the 2 people that were like, "No, like miss those play roughs. Like that's what we came to see."
I think
like,
RNG is what makes Pokemon. Like, there's always a chance, and it rewards being able to find that, Like, Aaron could have forfeited, but he found that.
I think players like Joe and Eeks play to not lose, right? That's how, like, they use standard teams, and they've just, I'm going to outplay you. And players like Aaron with the helping hands and the max Insins, Whimsicots to do the unique stuff, like, they play to win. Right there. Like, they know they're the exact opposite, It's awesome to see.
It is cool to see those 2 play styles clash against each other as well. On top players.
I don't think Aaron went to Knoxville. He's technically a defending regional champion.
That's true.
Like,
did he go to?
He won Dallas, and he didn't go to Knoxville.
Well, there was one more. There was
That was it. This is the 3rd one.
There was one more, right?
It's Collinsville, not
Collinsville.
Knoxville. There's only 2 though. I think there's only 2. Yeah,
gotcha.
I
thought there was Knoxville and Collinsville.
No, there's only 1. So I don't think he went. So yeah. And again, I don't think it's like it's easy for us to sit here and be like, Lamau, but like we're not playing in top.
Oh yeah. If that happened to me in top 4, I'd be sad. Joe has every right to feel as bad as he does.
You know what though? Let's talk about this. Do you know how Joe went for the Earth Power into the cart to set up
instead of the yawn? Yeah.
I think he could have yawned it.
I think yawn. Yeah. I think yawn could have been the right play there. It's tricky because
you need to stick that, and because next time he just kill you. Even if you
Joe made a really safe play that allowed Aaron to get the chance to come back
by having
because he's like either way, like your ogre isn't KOing either of these, so I just double into your Zacian. You have to pick which one you KO.
Mm-hmm. Dragonstone.
Watch, we're gonna get a Dragonstone in Gen 9, and
I wonder if I wouldn't put it past TP's how to do that, like an Easter egg.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's actually really funny. Dragonstone confirmed.
But the new
is it Rapidash?
Yep.
Is it Rapidash?
It's a Talonflame, right?
I don't know.
I guessed Sharpedo yesterday, and I was wrong.
Oh, then you know the answer.
Yep.
Not a flame body Talonflame.
But I got it wrong the first time.
Yeah, so it's not for Gabby for the finals.
So we have Azulite versus Zach, is it? No.
Zach lost. It's Azulite versus the other player. Oh, the guy that beat Zing for swing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Chongjun. So we have Alex versus Chongjun, and then the winner of that plays Aaron, trailer.
And the whole thing is Aaron's camp has... You gotta remember who Aaron's secondaries are. Zhang, who also fought Chongjun.
Yep,
right?
yep.
And then Wolf, and that's the... You couldn't ask for better people to help you prep and flowchart.
Yeah. They have firsthand experience against these teams, and of course the knowledge.
You want to do something funny? You know, like how it's like taboo on stream to like talk about Pokemon Showdown.
Yes.
I was playing. I was having connection issues with my round 3 opponent. I was like, "It's cool. We'll just play on Showdown." And the judge like looked at me. It was Jen.
That's
she's
hilarious.
Like you said the forbidden word. Yeah, I still think Joe gets like is it either 500 or 750? Money.
Oh, money. I think it's 500.
It's 5.
No, I think it's 750.
I think it's 750 because it's 500 for a top 8.
Yeah.
750, and then it's 1,000 for second, 1,500 or 2K for first. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in terms of like CP, I think Joe is going to get the 120. 120 for top 4, 160 for second, 200 for first.
Mm-hmm. And then
sick metal. Wait, no, he
didn't. Then what? Like 76 for top 8, and then 32 for top 16, something like that.
That was last year. I think it's like 40s and 60s, 80s.
Okay. Gotcha.
That was like
nicer numbers.
Yeah. I mean, Chongchu's like, I'm not gonna lie, they iced him. He played one game 4 hours ago.
He's had to wait this whole time.
He might be hungry. Maybe want to get lunch.
There
are food trucks right outside this bin, like a 2-minute walk away.
Another reason to be second seed. Joe did it smart.
Remember Zhang's.
I would be interested. I think Joe would beat Zhang, in all honesty, based on the matchup.
And I feel like this guy plays Gastron, like Groudon team so different from how Joe does.
Yeah. Like it's the same 6, but it's a completely different play style.
And I'm surprised Joe brought Gastron game 3, considering he won game 2 without it.
I think he was trying to make a call that Aaron wouldn't bring the Kartana game 3 because he didn't bring Gastro game 2.
So someone says, what's the most interesting team you've seen so far in the tournament? I fought, like round 5, I fought Kyurem White Sableye.
Yeah, Kyurem White Sableye is way cool.
Yeah, that's probably the most interesting one. Other than that, it's all standard stuff.
So it just makes this team very difficult to play around when you also have to
so let's see.
Side of the table.
So Alex, like I still think Alex can get to the final 2. Like realistically, it can
yeah.
be Alex and
This is also going to be a really close one, I
I'm
think.
gonna say it right now. As much as I like Alex and I think that his team's cool, I think Aaron would take that part. Like a Trick Room Palkia Porygon 2 versus the Helping Hand Doom Squad.
I think Aaron has his flowchart so well planned against stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, basically, also, Aaron has Kyogre. Aaron didn't even use his Zacian, like, realistically.
Yeah.
He just let that Zacian intimidate and just, like, stay left on board. Like, Zacian can totally beat Palkia.
Oh yeah,
Zacian can
absolutely.
beat all those things. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, but we have a little bit of time. What's our, like, you know.
That's a good idea.
Reference.
I'm good with whatever.
Yeah, it was Flash Sableye. It was Flash Eject Sableye. And shout out to me, I didn't get Eject Button. Like,
Didn't
I read
get
the
trick eject button.
didn't get Trick Eject Button. Can't ask for a better result.
Sableye's scary.
Sableye.
That's one of those Pokemon I'm always scared of when I see in Team Pikachu.
It's like Sableye is everywhere, and it's like there's 3 entities in Top Cut.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nuts.
I think NDD was like what the call of this tournament that like wasn't popular, but
It's a really
is now.
unique entity though. It's
Yes.
that, like, Helping Hand,
yeah,
weird variant. Because like if you're just gonna like follow me, hopefully I get.
it's different than the old NDD.
It's not like I'm gonna get my trick with my hat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Every see though. Let's go.
Dude, Hatterene into Palkia, let's go.
But like Pattern versus all these like you can imagine about so many things in this format. Let's see. Let's actually get and break down this game. I think in game 1, see, I'm not Trump, right? So it's like I have no clue how they're gonna play it. But what I like to do game 1 versus like these bulkier Trick Room options is even if they're Palkia, is I like to open up like a Zard board because like I feel Zard's good versus Palkia.
Yeah.
You can just switch in your Gastro, right? So you just set your dot, but your Gastro in the back. So like Zard, you can go Zard Groudon if you want your big damage, or you can go Zard and Sin and go with like a fake out variant to deny Trick Room. What I would do is I'd probably go like Zard Groudon with Sin Gastro in the back. That way you can switch in your Gastro to absorb damage, but you can also switch in your Sin to fake out them on the turn they want to recover. You know, and get that second.
Yeah,
game. So it's like,
yeah.
that's how I like to play this matchup for game 1. And I really feel like I think Porygon is great. I think Amogus is cool, Entity is cool, but I feel like Palkia, Porygon, but I feel it's too reactive, at least for how I want to look at it. So like Palkia Entity, it's like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I'm right.
Game number 1 off with Alex.
So basically, the correct way to play so far, like I
Yeah.
feel like you can just set anything you want, you know, and they can't do anything. Palkia can go Wormwind, but it's like good luck, Chuck, you know.
Yeah. And you can like try to set your rain.
So like this is the thing. It's like if you go like Wildfire, you're gonna be able to eventually take out the entity and you're gonna trade max turns with them. And if you switch out your Groudon for Gastro, it shouldn't die to the Wormwind. And if you protect, you're basically trading your Gastro for all their max turns. And if they're orbed, like they're gonna have a 50 HP Palkia at 50%, and you're still gonna have Zard, and you just bring your Groudon right back in.
Yeah.
You Keyblades at once and you win. So it's like that's the idea here. Oh, the plays! They mixed it up.
Wow.
They read it. All right.
They're
so-
reading that Wormwind.
But the thing is, like,
I think this is a safe play regardless because the Geyser isn't going to do much, and then you can swap in your ground on next turn to reset your sun.
what about the crit Geyser?
Crit Geyser,
See, I know, like that's like, you got to start factoring this. That's where we're
Yeah.
at right now in the tournament. You know.
yeah. But is Azulite the best player in the world and he quakes
Yeah, I've thought about that. Yeah.
that slot? Because that's what I did to Justin.
No, we'd see it because he'd be like looking at the camera and pop
Yeah,
off right now.
yeah.
And maybe he's like, and he's getting ready to pop off. Oh, here he is. You see him?
Helping.
You know he has it. Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
did
did
it.
it.
Yeah. We know he has to be doing it. Like, why else would you have that?
Why else would you pop off like? Well, I mean,
Unless
I don't
it's like,
know.
unless it's like a helping hand guy.
maybe it's Geyser. You know, we could be wrong, but I want to see the quake. Okay,
Wormwind Zard.
okay,
Yeah, all right. That's actually a better play than everything. Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Let's go. He knows his
Arrow
counts.
to Zacian attack.
Yeah.
That's a better play than both the ones we came with.
He knows his flowchart. He's like, you know what?
I based on that like 30 times this tournament.
He has to.
Yeah.
This team is the team.
Yeah.
Wow. What a good player.
And free switch. Into your Zacian.
Yep.
And their Zacian. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you got it, Waze. Like, Max Dragon the Zard, helping hand.
See, the thing is, like, you say I would Max Dragon there, but, like, what if he switch out Zard?
Well, here's the thing. That's my game plan against Zards. I've been screwed over so many times by a Zard switch into Zacian.
Yep. Yeah.
So many times. Like, it's scary to just go all in on a Zard.
I think it's also something to mention. Like, Chong hasn't lost a game. Hasn't
Yes.
lost a set. So, like, I wonder, that... How do I word this? You can disrespect... use his confidence against him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Chong tried to expect him to go for the safe play, do the Groudon. He's like, you're not going to take out my Zard. I'm safe. I mean, I would have lost there, too. So, it's like... That's what it is.
Does he worm win the ground? Nope. Okay. I was going to say, the Quake is really safe here.
It's good.
Because Zard's gone, you don't have a ground switching.
Zacian won, whoever wins.
That's true.
Yeah. All 4 have Zacian. How many games are left? This is the last semifinal game and then the finals. Okay.
There's going to be a knockout onto the couch.
What's the P2? Like, what's P2 up to this turn, do you think? I was reading chat.
Did he just foul play? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs Trick Room because it's got to be Zacian in the back.
Alright, so it's going to be Zacian, right?
Yeah.
Is there a Trick Room up? I wasn't like...
No Trick Room up. It's not over.
Happy to this job, yeah.
But I think P2 is good enough to win this end game.
We're obviously not seeing it. Like, actually, is that P2 trade? Is that analytic? I don't think we saw download proc.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think we
not
saw
trace.
download or trace. Well,
What is
it's
does analytic boost foul play
it's
damage?
foul play. I don't think analytic boosts foul play. I think we're probably just missing something.
Yeah, we're probably just
we
missing
probably missed a trace or something. It might be analytic just so he doesn't screw himself over with trace.
Yeah.
And the download doesn't matter.
Analytic would be better if you maxed it, probably, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's analytic.
That Porygon 2 is going to get
That's
maxed out here.
good.
That was smart. Yeah. And like, even with that amazing turn 1, it just wasn't enough.
The last thing the gift we're gonna see is like, like when he was like happy you doing the happy hand, it was like you lost.
Oh yeah, sorry. Analytic boost if you move last. Sorry. I had in my head adaptability.
Yeah.
And
that's PZ.
Yeah. I'm getting my...
Yeah, so I think that's definitely analytic.
My Porygon, yeah. Has to be analytic.
So yeah, it's Chong on top. So let's say Chong wins his next one. It's this team that Aaron just beat. And that's going to be...
Barely.
Well, the thing is, it's like, how do I word this? Do you think Aaron's already shown all his tech versus this team? Or do you think he actually has more win cons? I also feel like Joe played that so well. I don't even know if Chong could, like, do anything differently.
Yeah.
Fire Punch.
Punch. He says Charizard is the winner. Not you.
Yeah, kind of like what I was talking about. So, like, remember when Alex fought Zach and he lost game 1? He already had a game to throw away because he had...
Yes.
But, like, that team's too reactive, I think. And that's just my insight on it. I think it's just a little bit...
Yeah, Chalk Jones is very... And especially his play style, very proactive.
I would say that's true, yeah. I'm just trying to think of, like, how Let's see what happens. I mean, you can still go either way.
In that game, I think there was enough damage preserved in the back that Chongqing was still able to dish it out, and I would say that was the game plan there. But it was tough. I think if you are the
I don't think so. I think he does the same thing.
Do we see a lead Gastro with turn 1 Yon?
What's the threat that it brings at team 3 as
Let's see. Gastro. I could see Gastro coming here.
That's like a big.
I just think if a Gastro comes, I don't see what stops Alex from just helping hand Wormwinding it, type of thing.
Well, let's talk about it. You could switch out Gastro for Zacian in turn 1.
Yes.
So it's like you could go Gastro, or you can switch into Grim. You can do a bunch of stuff. You could also just lead Gastro and just like yawn the Palkia.
Yes.
So when it maxes turn 1, it's big stat.
But that I think a helping hand Wormwind gets the Gastro.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You could also technically go like Screen Scrim, Gastro, turn 1 max Gastro and start getting Quake boosts.
That would be interesting. I don't think that suits. Like, I think Chongjin's plan is Wildfire.
He's already
yeah.
ahead. Yeah, that's, you're right.
I think his whole game plan is, I don't care if you get rid of my Zard. Wildfire does so much to your team.
Yeah. Maybe Alex might have to bring in Sin to like soak West Wildfire damage this game.
Mm-hmm.
I'll touch it. I definitely agree with that. We're potentially 3 games away from
especially against some of
being done.
Yeah, that's true.
Imagine like finals with like best with 5.
Oh, man.
Palkia again, alright?
All right. What's going to happen?
So what do you think Alex realizes that he needs to do differently? Like, what do you think he's like, all right. I had it, I just messed up here.
I'm trying to decide if his plan is to Geyser somewhere.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah?
I don't know if it's a turn 1. Maybe he does like a follow me trick room thing.
Yeah.
And treats it more like I could have had that if I had speed control.
Oh, he's making up. Someone's happening.
See, that happens to me all the time in a game 1 situation, and that's why I'm so scared to Wormwind Zards half the time.
Double switch. Show me the Gastro. Gastro Grim. Show me Gastro Grim. Gastro Grim. Grim.
Gastro.
That would have been sick though, right?
I think that's correct because I think it was reasonable to go for a Max Geyser here.
I'm pretty sure he Wormwinded the Zark because like Alex just went like this.
Yeah. He either Geysered or Wormwinded. Like,
he went a Geyser because he did it when he saw the Gastro.
Yeah.
That's game.
Yeah, that's really hard to come back from. I thought that a Wormwind into Groudon could be kind of safe. Like, yeah, he switched that to the Zacian last time, but that makes me think he's not going to do the same thing this game. So a Wormwind Groudon, I think, would be my game 2 plan, which would help. Yeah, it was the Geyser.
I mean, this is such a tough position for Alex to be in because
And that was all set up game 1. He didn't bring the Gastro. Yep, that's conditioning at its finest.
You use double protect here?
Or
is there a better play?
I think because his Incineroar is on the field, I think you just play rough the Palkia right here. In all honesty,
would you want to lose your Zacian? Max Quake?
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that like there's a couple.
You could like protect. Well, because I think Alex reads the protect Zacian and goes for a Wormwind into the Gastro here.
He's maxing the Gastro. Is this what I said would be the like? Remember? Like,
yeah, this is cool.
This is why I was like, I would go big Gastro here.
Just such clean gameplay.
Do you think to see Parting Shot any Gastro this turn, reading the protect Zacian?
That I think that's the next level play.
Ooh, you're right though. Player,
yeah.
big player. Oh, I think he's nuking the Palkia.
Because I think he's reading. Yeah, he's reading the Wormwind into the Gastro here.
Dash on repair.
No.
So let's see if it's a Parting Shot because there was no fake out. It might just be a Flare Blitz into the Zacian, right?
It might be.
Right. Whoa!
Yeah, he read the protect.
Heat, delete, repeat. Let's go. Sashaman's the death boost out here. Ooh, and then Sin. Oh. See, alright, I'm not gonna say that's sloppy, but like that's something you don't really see at like this level of play anymore. What do you mean I just didn't get the KO? You know, it's like I used the max move. It's like, right? Am I wrong? Like, doesn't that feel like out of place here? It's just by that's how the high level of this is.
Yeah.
You know. I'm just throwing. I just noticed that. Obviously, you can still KO the Ensign and then do whatever you want for the rest of these turns. Like, Ensign doesn't matter anymore. I also think he expected the parting shot and threw that in there.
I think so too.
Yeah. Because they're like weird that you just wouldn't KO an Ensign or you wouldn't have your calcs on point. You know. I'm gonna have content for a week, man. Get this up. Like,
Yeah.
I might just put this as a long video, you know. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Switch out Zacian. See, and I don't want to be like that guy, but I really think like Aaron's and Joe, respectively, are just like a little bit above this.
Yeah.
I just that's the vibe I get. I thought
Just a little bit above.
Yep. Still feel it. So we'll see though. Blake.
He probably EV'd for something, but not like and living a Gastro Quake is just a result of EVing for whatever you're EVing for. He's not like, oh, I'm gonna EV for a Gastrodon Max Quake.
Yeah.
But he probably EV'd for like a Palkia Lustrasaur Max or Quake, whatever. Yeah, just strong EVing.
Yeah.
I would.
So let's see. Is Palkia's last max turn, right? Oh, it's gone.
It's gone,
I was
yep.
in chat. Palkia's now what new? Palkia in the sun versus a max. Like Gastro's like, you know, what's the joke? It's like, what's a god to a non-believer?
Yeah.
You know, god of like space and time, whatever. It's like, nope.
Slug. One sluggy boy.
But I just don't think that's going to do enough damage.
Yeah, I post the reactions to this from last match. That was good, yeah.
We're going to see it protect anyway, just in case, from both the Charizard and the Indeedee.
Let's see. Charizard protect.
I'll go for the Spatial Red.
Okay. Yeah.
Right into the protect there. Gastrodon now gets a chance.
Wake these, so special events boosting Lazard.
Boom.
Now, has two Pokemon.
It's gonna be Zacian, right? So it's gonna be like or redirection Zacian Trimer game, right?
Yeah.
You can't really send in the Incineroar at this board position. The Gastrodon isn't going to care that Incineroar is on the field and be able to easily secure that.
Oh, you missed the game? He got a double protect into a play rough.
Double
miss.
protect, play rough miss.
Grassy Train gave him the health to make it so.
Grassy terrain put it in range.
Yeah.
It was, man.
It was nutty.
It was insane. Feels really bad for Joe.
It was, and you should watch our reaction to it. We popped off. It's hilarious. We saw it happening, like when we sent, like we saw the wheels turning to send that board up too. It was funny.
Yeah, this is Trailers weekend. RNG is on his side.
RNG is on his side. I don't think we've seen a crit or B-Blade. Right? Like, we haven't really seen one, like, all tournament. That's fair. I don't think that move should be able to crit.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Boom. And that's game.
Expandees. Yeah, Black that's going to change the game.
He
but,
played
like,
to his
also,
outs.
Also, like, realistically, like, Chunk didn't even use restricteds. You know what I mean? Groudon was a glorified Sunsetter.
Yeah. That's how busted Zard is. And Gastro.
I like that we got to see Indy go for one expanding force. Like the three Indies that were in top.
Yep.
One of them attacked one time.
All right.
Yeah, he's like, I
Fake
would
out.
without my restricteds.
Fake out crit.
Zacian. Yeah, you just save the ground on the back, just get the P-Blades out, get the Indy off the board, you know? But yeah, it's gonna be Chong versus Aaron.
But this is looking very rough for Alex.
I think even if Alex tried to go for the knockout on Sasashin with Flare Blitz, but some
Yeah, we just killed someone with Flare Blitz recoil.
Yeah.
The right play. Just got the double. Yep. The correct play.
Yep. No fake out for you.
Next match is finals, yeah. Oh, he's going for the Flare Blitz. He's probably thinking like this. I'm going to Flare Blitz Azashi and just like talking about it.
Yeah.
And there's no more terrain, but like if you crit through all the max quake boosts, who knows, you might take out the Gastro.
Yeah.
Right? So follow. Yeah. Like, I have no clue.
It's definitely over, but props
maybe
for
he's
playing
just
it
trying to
out.
like say I got into this last one.
Yeah.
Maybe he's playing for like maybe he'll get a DC or something.
Play to your outs.
I see FB baby. Get it.
Get the burn. Yeah.
Yeah, chat's like you can hear him in the
Yep.
yeah.
Oh no, no,
Yeah,
you're
it's not
fine.
terrible. Right, so yeah, that versus Aaron. I don't want to say Aaron's out of gas, but like, how much more gimmicks can we see?
Changjin is just playing so well too, you know? That was very clean set.
Why was that hard to watch? Yeah, I don't understand why people say that. I really don't get it. When people are like, what a crushing loss, that's hard to watch. It's like, Aslai didn't do anything wrong. He didn't. That's the matchup. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't think
He made a wrong call, and it was already a tough matchup.
like you're not supposed to win every game. That's when you can't. Gotta stress that, you know.
Changjin is playing so well.
Yeah,
though.
you're not supposed to win every game.
Fight that of top cut matches that we've had so
It's not like basketball.
What's
That's the
hard
thing.
to watch, like I would argue, what's hard to watch is like Joe losing that double protect,
That was
play
hard to
rough
watch.
miss. It's like that can be really hard because like Joe did everything right and still lost.
Yeah, like it's like if you compare it to like a sports game, like a certain team can be like an offensive line can be like, I'm not letting you through, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be like, I'm gonna hit my moves. You can't do that, you know.
Or Jigagigas.
Nice red Giga square and wheezing plushies. Yeah.
Yeah, we love these guys.
Yeah, Liverpool's next week. I wonder what we're gonna see in Liverpool.
Whatever it is, better be able to beat Groudon Zard Gastro.
Let's see.
What's good into that matchup?
Because like Liverpool though is like I don't think a lot of these players are gonna go. So like I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of like the same stuff that did well in Australia.
That's true.
'Cause,
A
like,
lot of
similar
Zashin overs.
menus, I would say. Levitate shell armor. I don't even need levitate. Just give me shell armor. I'll take just shell armor for 200. There should be an item that makes it so you can't get crit.
Yeah,
I can see that. That would see play.
I agree. Because you would have a guaranteed thing to calc for.
They should have made it for the Urshifu gen.
Yeah, yeah.
Like yeah. Like that item on like Crest is good.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
See, I've always thought the same thing about like to stop flinching.
See, that's too good.
Even
that's
what if it was like a berry?
way too good.
Still one.
Yep, still too. See, the problem with that is that creates like an unhealthy like 50-50. Whereas like a crit shouldn't happen in the first place. So that's a safe.
What
way
if
to
it's
do it.
something like an air balloon? So it shows that you can't flinch it. I guess that's still pretty good. But
That's still
but
still
you could
too
pop
good.
it.
But the problem with that is that like that just creates a game where like a trick room team can't lose.
Yeah.
You know, they
It's
guarantee
very
that,
good
you
for
know.
trick room.
Yeah.
Hard trick room stuff.
Yeah, they could have just kept Lucky Chip in the game. I remember the like Galarian Slowbro was like such a good check to like Suicune in singles because like Suicune, you both were Calm Mind, and the way to win that Calm Mind mirror is like when someone's gonna get a crit.
Yep.
You can't crit the
You
Slowbro.
can't crit the slow, bro.
It's like Rest, Sleep, Talk, Calm Mind, Scald, and they're eventually gonna crit you.
Yep.
So that's like Shell Armor is good in certain situations. Like a lot of Gmax Labrases use Shell Armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. obviously before Kyogre came around.
Yeah.
But speaking of Lapras,
I know, right? What Lapras had Storm Drain?
oh yo, let's go.
What Lapras had Steam Engine? All right. There is no drawback.
None whatsoever.
You hit hard or you hit fast. There is no drawback.
You can only use one move, except you can Dynamax.
Like, it's been a fun tournament. Like I said, I might go to Indianapolis. Indianapolis is like 3 days before I go to Iceland for a week.
Yeah.
So if I went to Indianapolis, that's like I'm gonna be burnt out before I even go on like an Iceland trip for over a week. Thoughts on this finals? I think Aaron's gonna get it, but like I wonder if Aaron has like enough tech.
I think we're gonna see a very close game 3, like Joe and Aaron
So
said.
like I really think that the whole like fake out and sin, and especially the max whims for that, I think that was the limit of what you could realistically prep for as a normal human being.
Yeah.
So if Aaron has even more of that stuff, like, do we have no possible way to gauge anything? That's to come to Iceland regionals. You know, it's gonna be funny. I didn't want to make a bad joke, but it's like I'm gonna land on that continent and be like, I'm the best VGC player here, you know, in this whole continent.
That's what I say that's why I moved to Nevada. So
Yeah.
I could say I'm the best VGC player in Nevada.
That's funny.
Now there's actually a few good ones.
Everyone's like, the finals gonna be close. Someone's getting blown out. Actually, that's my. I don't think it's gonna be game 3. I think someone's getting blown out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be close. So
Well, with Aaron's team, there is no close.
okay. By close, I mean we're going to get a game 3.
Okay.
But game 3 will probably be decisive. I think one of them Rex won game 1, the other Rex them back game 2.
Yep. And then in game 3, something weird's happening.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Game 3 will be like one of them makes a big read and is rewarded. Got a minute. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Try and convince Kelly to let me go to Indianapolis.
I'll go if you're there.
All right.
For sure.
We'll see. Because Indianapolis is if it's where I'm thinking it is, if it's at the same convention center, it's a really, really like cool venue. I like Indianapolis. But yeah, I hope Aaron wins because obviously I lost to him in Swiss and know a little bit more about his team. I feel like also his team resonates with like the way like a lot of us that are watching here play the game. How's Salt Lake been? It's been good. Yeah, I like this place. Wonderful housing and stuff like that too. Sounds like a good shout. Only thing is, let me just read this. Oh, you're hiring a ticket trainer. Okay. Backdrops going. Yeah, this is the finals, man. This is all the risk it for the biscuit here. One of these people are gonna go away with everything, and then the person who gets second just I'm not gonna say falls into history, but people always remember who got first. No one remembers who got second. So we'll see what happens. Unless actually Aaron gets second, people remember that because he's like really well known. I really do feel that like Joe Aaron was the finals in my opinion. Like that was the match that everyone wanted to see. Like the two Titans came in, duked it out. It doesn't even matter who won because like in reality, like in unreality, Aaron won, but Joe won too. Like you got a whole situation with bogus.
To finally crown a
Yeah, I was just talking about like I feel that Joe and Aaron was the real finals.
Yeah.
And that technically both of them, because like Joe had that one.
Yeah, Joe positioned the win.
Everyone's like, oh, it's so disheartening, it's so sad, pain. It's like in that game, if you're Joe, like yeah, of course you're sad, but you're like, I didn't even do anything wrong.
Yeah,
you know, like
you played perfectly.
If there was a game 4, he'd be like, I'm gonna do the same thing. Like 9 times out of 10, we'd win. Actually, 9 times out of like 9 times, we'd win. You know.
Yep.
Now, I will say that Kong has not dropped a match
Yeah.
all tournament.
sailing
Yeah,
through today.
that's what
One,
I should be a caster, and they're talking about the same thing I'm talking about.
his play. That said, his opponent in Aaron Trailer put up a phenomenal top four.
Aaron Trail lost his Kyogre to THATSAplusONE in round 4. Okay, they're not even mentioning the most important part of the tournament.
Don't forget, they were playing called the original. He had a couple of them, but he won one of them. So
Yeah.
I'm genuinely so excited for the matchup. I just think
Yeah, I really like the way Aaron puts teams too. Like,
so many things that
it's
they
awesome.
do. We get to see that in full force again.
Yeah, the winner of this fight's THATSAplusONE, right?
Yep.
The
You know
secret
that's right.
champion.
Secret champion.
The secret regional champion,
Actually,
Diamond
I'm
one.
gonna have a show match set up with the senior guy that won. The guy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna set up like a game, and I'm like, I can't. Like, I'll hold the L for you, guy. Like, I can't beat Crocodile.
Yeah, Crocodile Veltal won
Seniors.
seniors, which is really cool.
Further is great, but now that title is so close. You've got to think
Things have changed so much.
Playing this weekend.
Back when I started doing events, streams didn't even exist. Like,
2-0.
Twitch was not a platform.
Yeah.
That's what you only way you got info from tournaments is someone took out their BlackBerry and filmed it, and they were like this
Yep.
with their BlackBerry filming it in the crowd.
Come a long way.
Where they're like behind the person playing with the BlackBerry. Ridiculous.
This is gonna be
People still had Nokia bricks back then.
this version. And I agree with you. I don't see any mistakes from this one.
You go over to Aaron's side of things. His run through the bracket has been equally impressive.
See, like Rosemary just was like, I haven't seen any mistakes. I haven't seen any mistakes, but I haven't seen as solid of conditioning. I've seen, like that game. The game one when he lost
So
to Zard,
good.
It's like, and he still won the game. That's fine. But then the game two, it's like, well, this time I'm switching out Zard. It's like cool, but that's like not grounded in anything, you know? Right? That's like you still like you could have gotten earth powered, or you could, you know, what I mean, like there's so many situations where that could have went backfired. But versus like Aaron,
Some other players,
he has the like if you do what he wants this turn, that affects the next 5 turns, and he's already planned for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still very interested to see how this goes.
Yeah.
I don't know
If
who
you
to put my
learn
money
though,
on.
like realistically, like 2-1, 2-1. You know, we'll
Yeah,
see.
you know?
Nuts.
I cannot wait to see how this ends. Again, you know, these players already making it so far can taste that victory and that regional championship title.
That whole crowd has to be rooting for Aaron too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But also, everyone loves an underdog.
See, that's the thing, is like your underdog status, it doesn't get revoked.
That's true.
But like when you play the Zard Groudon Grim Zacian, it's like
Everyone wants to see the guy who maxed Whimsicott win.
yes, that's exactly what they want. I mean, I feel I speak for the general Pokemon community when I say that, you know?
Yeah.
It also just happens to be that person's on the player that everyone already likes, you know?
Yeah.
Again, I don't have anything. I don't know this person. You know Aaron, you know?
It,
Super biased.
it would be different if it was like Aaron versus the Butterfree, you know, Pikachu guy.
I want that guy.
Like everyone would want the Pikachu Butterfree to win.
I'm still pulling for that guy, actually. He's the final boss. Winner fights him.
says no to a number of things ago.
Pika Trainer says Wolf tweeted that Aaron's gonna max Indeedee, so here we go. He's maxed everything else this tournament.
It's cool. Like,
It's
let's actually think about situations where that would work.
he's Psychic Seed, right?
I think so. I think it's second seeds.
Regional champion.
Let's see. What would be the value of maxing the, like, I'm trying to find a situation, because we know Helping Hand's there, Follow Me, Protect. It has to be expanding, right?
Yeah.
What if it's not?
What if it's Mystical Fire?
That's exactly
and
what
you're
I'm
like,
thinking. Yeah. And he just pops the Zacian on the switch in.
yeah,
Already up.
just something crazy like that.
What if it's fake out?
That'd be interesting. I don't think Aaron would go that far. I think
It's hard.
it is. Zard's gonna max.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mystical fire though.
Well, the thing about Aaron's team, I just want to talk about this, which makes it so cool. It's the most coolest of Zacian ogres, but in reality, the way he plays his Kartana, it's just the second Zacian with grass coverage.
Yeah.
You know, he has 2 Zacians. Of course, he's going to win the tournament.
What's better than one Zacian? 2.
I think actually, whoever wins game 1 is going to be like.
You're so right.
That's such a cliche, like cop out way to say it, but like that, it's so much ahead.
It's so yeah.
Yeah, because they can just go all in game 2. They don't even have to. They can just start yawning weird stuff and wildfiring the wrong targets because like your opponent has to make plays to come back.
Yeah. You have the luxury of playing from ahead and making crazy reads.
Yep. You think Aaron's gonna go with a whims early? Because you don't actually need speed control versus this. There's no Leckies. Like this has to be the type of team that Aaron plays to beat.
Yes. Definitely has a game plan.
He doesn't look nervous at all. And like I said, when we played, he was sweating bullets.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, I know what it looks like when he's
when he's distressed.
I think this might come down actually to like someone reading a Zacian switch in. Like when I talk about like quaking or going for like some sort of random move that only would work on Zacian.
On the switch, yeah.
So don't switch into Zacians, is what I'm saying.
I wonder if we see the same lead from Aaron, like the Ensign Zacian that he always leads game 1.
I actually feel like he plays game 1 really standard, but we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, actually, we're always talking about, maybe he's out of gas, maybe he's out of ideas. What if, like, these are actually what he saved his ideas for?
That's true.
We have no idea.
Here we go.
All right.
We've got the dogs.
See, as weird as it sounds, like, I like this for Aaron. Like, a lot. There's no fake out, and I'm going to deal with your Sin. Yeah, it's fine with me. Again, I was just talking about, like, where's the crit B-Blades? Like, we're going to start seeing them,
Yeah.
The crit B-Blade from Chung's Zacian would KO the Entity.
Yeah.
But also, like, what we could also see here, I know there's Seeds Entity, but, like, what we could also just see is, like, Archer's got Entity for your own Ensign, Sacred Sword, the Ensign, and then another fake out in the Zacian Sacred Sword again, and you get a free KO.
Yeah. But does Aaron have Ensign, or does he have the Kartana?
Find out. Entity would have switched out first if it was switching.
Yeah.
Here's that sacred fire or mystic fire play.
Oh.
Yep. Here we go.
You won't.
Max.
That would have been the freaking
Max Flare.
Read the crowd on switching to Max for the Zacian. Oh my god.
But let's see how much this behemoth really can do. As in, he does take the hit, and it
It's dead.
does
It's not
Yeah.
even a crit. It is a crit.
It is the crit. You call it.
I mean, it may have been needed, right?
I think,
You'd be surprised if
from
it
what I
happened.
know about Aaron and his calculations, that was probably,
Like a Jolly Zacian should be able to do that.
yeah.
But like, we take those.
Also, you get your ogre in, so
So again, this is what Aaron did to me basically. This turn, what you do is you do whatever you do to the ogre, but you switch out your Zacian for card,
yeah.
right? So Chong might know that, but it is what it is. Like this is the
Like Sacred Sword, the Zacian this turn, and Fire Punch it.
I also know Aaron is like really stubborn with the Zacian, and like he'll let you intimidate spam it all the way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Actually, he'll probably just take the KO of Zacian and bring out like the card when he feels like it. But what he did to me was switch out the Zacian. He also he did this exact same thing in his last round. He switched on the card this turn. Remember? Good play.
Yeah.
That's so smart. Yeah, because he's like, you have to switch that, bro.
Yeah.
Get that Gastro. Easy. This is exactly what we did in the last round.
Oh,
That in it. It's actually, is that another crit?
that's a lot. I mean, it's unintimidated.
It is. It's weird to see an unintimidated Zacian.
Yeah.
Right? Am I wrong? Like, doesn't it come with Intimidate?
Nope.
close, whatever. I'm not quick enough with my.
Whoa. That's
he doesn't want to get sacred sorted here.
yeah. No, this is right. This
Yeah.
is right. But this is like, do you see how much respect they have for each other?
Yeah.
They're both playing out of their minds right now. Actually, like this is that's really good so far. Basically, from what you're seeing, this is like our turn 3 or turn 4, and we've seen 3 or 4 switches and just people blatantly disrespecting every single.
Yeah.
They're switching to punish what you're switching to every time.
Yeah.
Without having to like mitigate damage. It's so crazy. Like this is basically like high level singles but with them stealth rocks.
And it's like now Aaron needs to win a speed tie type of thing. Again, assuming it's a speed tie. I have no idea.
This is really bad for Aaron though, because like your cards have to, you know?
Yeah.
Do you just do Opals here?
Yes. Interesting.
Okay. Bad.
Players to jockey for
Baby,
position.
baby.
But you'll see the behemoth blade connecting to the protect, but the parting shot now also coming.
Wow.
You're not gonna bring in your You're gonna bring your Groudon here.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna be game 1 for.
Yeah.
I think.
This is really not looking good for Aaron. Everything's too low to Dynamax.
Yeah. That's the Zacian struggle.
It's the Zacian.
But I like though. You should have just Opals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also, he had to respect switching of Groudon to stop Opals. So it's like that's the when you get that +1 and like slight advantage as the either of these weathers, you just roll with it. You know, all you gotta do is keep getting it. So I really sure Pang what he did every single turn the Groudon. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this Groudon. People used to them taking the bait when they switch in the ogre. So like, you know, you'd switch out your Kyogre here, and then you would bring it back over Groudon. That's how Aaron's won all his games. Pang has not clicked an attacking move with that Groudon yet. He keeps staying out and just immediately switching it back.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's giving this time because I think he wins, but like, you know, yeah, it's nuts.
Getting whittled away in
What Aaron? He has to have so protect. Opals, Spout. It has to be lightning because we just never seen an ice beam.
Yeah.
This is so it sets like these like level of games away from people that just play on like Showdown.
Oh yeah.
We're like turn 6, and we're just now getting both players maxing at the exact same time. That's the thing is like they waited this long, and now is the time.
Now is the Dynamax.
They show that like having the good fundamentals of like fake out pinning terrains matter more, and then finally now they just like big stick by each other.
Yeah.
That's the share about the instant.
Yep.
No intimidate. Someone doing better than Indy that game, in my opinion.
be able to remove Zacian, but it leaves that kind of
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
So let's see. What do you think Pang's doing now that he has the advantage? Like, do you think it's going to be the Sarge game too?
get the knockout onto the Coyote.
We know that he likes it.
We do know that he likes it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zard lead.
This is what I think. So this is a league I would only do if I was extremely ahead against Aaron's team. What do you say about Zard Gastro? Already having the Gastro on the board and just clicking the young? Because
Interesting.
right? Like I feel like that's a lead that's. It's not that it's not explored, but it's like you already.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like Zard Gastro punishes the card from coming in to check the
Yeah.
Gastro, and the Gastro's already there putting up the yawns and everything. And you can still switch in Sins if you're pinned
The
by
thing
something.
that I think Chongjin realizes that I worry about against that NDD Zacian lead is helping hand Behemoth Blade KOs a lot of Charizards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. But then you could then max out your Zard and yawn.
Yes.
But then also, if you want to go for the helping out player ref, you would just lose your Gastro.
Yeah. It's. I think you need to lead something that stops the Zacian from just helping hand Behemoth Blading you.
I still want to see Aaron win, but I also want to see my Zard Gastro board take him.
Yeah, Ping is undefeated.
Beat it, yeah. I'd love to see Zard. I think Zard Gastro is like exactly the type that you need to punish this. It's good versus the Wims. It's good versus Indeep. It's good versus Zacian. Ogre doesn't do any damage, you know?
Yeah. I think Aaron definitely brings Ince in this game.
I think Incin is definitely up there. I think Incin's better than Inity, and I think because there's no Inity, that's why the Zard, you know.
Yeah.
I also think that, like, basically, you know, when you make like a hard Reaper someone, and they're like, okay, you're good. Now I'm gonna play good for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's what Aaron's gonna adapt. It's like, fine, you're not gonna talk with your crowd on. I'm never gonna respect it. You know. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'll switch out too. You know. And then like all it took was one switch out, and then like a weave of a party shot, and you should have a pin to win the game.
Yeah. The person at the end of the table is a judge.
That's a judge. They're just there to make sure no one's cheating.
Yeah.
You say you don't think it's dropped a game? That's the thing. It's like we don't know. That's like
Yeah, I don't know.
I actually think you have to have dropped a game at some point. You didn't drop any games in Top Cut, but like
Yeah.
8 rounds of Swiss.
8 rounds is quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I didn't follow
I mean,
each
sure,
one
like,
specifically. Yeah, if they do go undefeated in games, they'll tweet it.
Yeah.
It will be shown somewhere.
I feel like we would have seen that in just the announcing this finals. Like, he has not lost a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's just such a big accomplishment.
Yeah.
About Aaron, he's actually borrowing his DS. His DS got stolen. I was talking about it before the event. I was like,
Really?
is that an OLED Switch or an Animal Crossing one? He's like, I don't know. My DS got stolen a while back, and that's why
Oh,
he's
no.
making like reality in the game.
Yeah. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah. So maybe he after he wins or gets second, he buy a new one.
Yeah. Use your prize money to buy a new Switch.
Gastro lead though. See, it's there. Right
I
there.
see. You're right. But I also see Aaron Trailer brought that in.
Yep, that's the right thing. So it's like I really think that like cutting the indie or at least not bruising it right now is the right thing. And because we see the instant, there's no way.
Yeah.
I wonder if Aaron's thinking right now, like, oh crap, if Gastro doesn't let you bring a cart, and I think they delete it. You know what I mean? Like, I hope that's not how this.
I think
fizzles out.
I think he respects him enough to bring Cart to every matchup because he did to Joe as well.
So what was someone saying? Like, are you ready? Verbal sportsmanship handshake and whatnot. What about it? Like,
What are the players saying? Is that? Oh, what did the players say to the judge?
Start. You know?
Yeah.
You also get like a 60 seconds to like think about stuff in between games before you use it.
Mm-hmm.
Easy
miss.
That's that.
Yeah.
Zacian 0 for 2 in play roughs in the top 4. Throw me that cart. I'd love to see cart and then switch out cart, or like I'd love to see something that lets. I'd like to see cart and then hard switch out the cart immediately for Incin.
Ah,
See,
but you
I told you this is
yawned
happening.
the Cart.
Yeah, but now cart's just gonna switch for Incin.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna see a parting shot in the Groudon, and then Incin's gonna punch at the ground and bring in Ogre, and then you're gonna see Aaron like completely abuse, unless like that player tilted him, right?
Yeah. I mean that play rough was definitely an unfortunate miss. Because chipping away the Gastrodon is so well. I don't want to say it's important because at the end of the day, it can just get hit by a Leaf Blade and die.
So let's think about this. There's the Kyogre switching. Right?
Does he just
I think he might just hit it.
Leaf Blade the
I think
Gastro
he's gonna Leaf Blade the Gastro
and say,
I think the Gastro's gonna try and steal the Yawn.
put me to sleep? Oh.
But like, because that's how Chong's done it. He's just abused everyone's respect.
Mm-hmm.
So if Chong doesn't protect here and goes for the second Yawn of the Gastro or in the Kyogre slot, that's gonna be game, I think. Probably. Okay, protect. Okay, cool.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't want that to be how this ends. You know?
Yeah.
Like, we'll give some respect, and then now you can just bring your Groudon and you're still in a great spot. But like, yeah, that would have been. Yeah.
That intimidate from Aaron.
The one thing I was gonna take away from this round is like, but it was so broken. Oh my gosh, what a best Pokemon. It's like this is the Gastro versus Kartana finals third round. Of
Yeah, seriously.
Again, this is a perfect example, like a showcase in how having good fundamentals. Like they did not Dynamax. You know, you don't
Yeah.
Dynamax all the time.
Well, and what is this, turn 3?
They're waiting for each opponent, like, please Dynamax. Every turn they're like, please Dynamax.
And no
please
one's
Dynamax.
taken any damage.
Yeah.
It's literally...
Should have dodged a player up, yeah.
Yeah.
You say P-Blades is pretty free here? Yeah, that's not how Chong's doing it. He's been switching out every turn.
But also, like, Ogre could just spout, and then you just parting shot the Gastro type of thing.
Now we see him. Is it max? No, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, that's Groudon.
So this is you can actually see this is where Chong immediately dials up the aggression. There's no switch-ins for a quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, ooh, do you think he's gonna, like, fire touch the Kyogre still?
What if he protects Ogre and parting shots the Groudon? I think that's a good play.
Yep.
Into the Ensign. So maybe Earth-powered Ensign, too.
He might have yawned it, too.
Or, yeah.
I think Yawn's a better play.
Yawn, because then you punish, like, then Cart can't come in
We think
for free.
there's also, like, I guess, places where the game changes here. What if, like, Aaron just goes, like, before it puts you your ground and gets a burn?
Yeah.
Parting now, again, I'm going way too deep, you know?
Yeah.
Is it Zacian time? I think Cart's really good here, right? But, like,
I think
it's Zacian time.
either way, if it gets yawned, it's gonna be...
Remember
It's gonna go back right out
It
into
gives
Ensign.
you plus by instance or by okay, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Uber.
Oh, okay.
He tried to hit him with the Joe UX9 tech and Aaron's like, I beat that guy, remember?
He's like, now he's feeling bad he didn't bring his card in. He's like, oh, you yawned the wrong slot.
Realistically here, there's a Max Quake boost my Groudon. Spout ain't gonna cut it.
No.
But the crit B-Blade would do a lot. Do you think we're gonna see a protect Groudon like yawn? I don't think there's a problem with that, right?
I don't think so. I don't think Pang likes to... I don't think he sees the value in the max guard.
Okay.
You know, like, I use my max turns to get the damage out that I
Switch
need.
into Gastro. Vincent again? Oh my gosh. Season swim, like, yeah, he's just next level right now.
Yeah.
He was like, yo, you want to spout? Go nuts. You know? Here's the crit BB.
Yep, here we go.
Survey says ain't nothing. It obviously would have done more without it would have critted the Intimidate, but now Zacian's down, right? It's minus what's in sin. Went for the Ogre, huh? It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, realistically, this is a bring-in of Cart, and or Ogre. It's up to or Ogre, you know. I think that actually probably bringing in Ogre and then switching out your Zacian for your Cart to pin the Gastro is probably the right play.
What if you bring in Cart here and you max...
you switch in Ogre on the other spot.
Well, I was saying you max Knuckle Sacred Sword the Ensign, and then I think the Groudon's been intimidated enough that the Quake doesn't carry your Zacian. Then you have a +2 Zacian.
Well, what about the fire
or
attack from
+1.
Tom?
Oh, that... I mean, it's still not going to KO... Oh, it'll KO the Cart, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Playing on the Yawn or Gastro is the big part of the matchup. Kind of, yeah. It is. So there's the Ogre. I kind of liked the like bring in Cart though and like Zacian switch out, reset all my Intimidates, and bring it over on the other side. I like that too.
I mean, this, like, you still can't get super punished for a Spout plus just switching Cart.
We can try. I also think like what you can do is you can switch out the Zacian for Cart, right? And this is such a. I feel like this is going not too well because like he's a mon down, but like you couldn't think that like Tank could like be cut off this much, right?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Spout plus switching Cart is really good here, I would say. Oh, fake outs on board.
Yeah, fake outs fine. We take those. They didn't create here with KO. And that game could have been completely different if like Aaron maxed in that turn. You know?
Yeah.
Flare, there it is. I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
Cool. That's fine. That's actually not good. I don't think. I think that's like I almost want to say it like that's what you're gonna do. Just switch out your Groudon.
Yeah.
You know, that like you because like you could just reset the sun later. Like wouldn't that have been a better switch to switch out the Gastro? That switching your Gastro on that turn. They got hard switching Gastro and then reset out.
It's yeah.
Because you do a lot of damage on your Groudon like for no reason.
That's true.
You did 10% with Zacian. Yeah. I guess they didn't stop the rain, but it's hard to say. They're the professionals.
I think Eric still has Dynamax available.
There's a lot going on.
Max is over. Yeah, I think Switch saving out the ground. I think he'll switch the ground on this turn, you know. I just feel like that was a lot of damage taken on ground for no reason.
The use of Dynamax is going to be out of his way back into the game. If you can get the card to Honor and safely.
Yeah, you can't max this over, bro. You can't do it. I'd hate to be how this one ends. Is like the switching Gastro max ogre, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Zacian. All right, max the ogre. No, I'm kidding.
Sacred Sword Spout into Ensign?
Double switch Gastro. This is a real passive turn. Wow. Okay, nothing's happening this turn. Nope. Oh.
Okay.
+1 Storm Drain.
Yeah.
I wonder what it stayed. He stayed in a check route on that, right?
Yeah. I don't know. He's still got max, but like the positioning's really hard.
I think you fought your Zacian and bring in you fought your Zacian and bring in card, which means you might even just switch out your ogre. Oh god.
He's maxing ogre.
I
We're about to see that ice move we haven't seen.
Lightning in his Zacian.
Oh,
No Yon.
yeah, no yawn. That makes sense.
It's like thank goodness I was gifted a turn with no ground types on the board. Keep doubling into the Zacian.
Might be, yeah.
No, that's good because it says just enough.
Oh, that was
The max lightning. That's
Good.
good.
I've heard a critical.
No, you don't. No.
No, I
Yeah.
meant then.
Yeah, that'd have been funny.
Missed that max light.
no. You're right. There's the max lightning,
Show me that yawn.
and then you still have what's it called? A Zacian with some damage left.
I mean, if you go, oh,
Yep, there it is.
and so like, and like, let's say like Gastro took the bait and like checked the Zacian. It's Gastro. It's cart time. You know.
Yeah.
Look at this board of like.
Problem is, like, now Groudon comes in.
Why didn't you bring your Groudon, bro? What are
Oh,
you doing?
I guess Groudon's in range of a Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, but like, I still think I'd bring it in.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try and go for like a. I don't even know. That's weird. I don't like this.
Maybe he is trying to bait the lightning into the Ensign
That's
and the
fine.
swap out
But
this
then
turn.
like you can just hit them with your
Yeah.
Zacian, you know.
Yeah.
You don't have to respect that Gastron for the rest of the game. That Gastron can't do anything. It's waiting to die to Proton. So just double into that Ensign as hard as you possibly can. You can even switch Ogre out. That Aaron Chair special.
Yeah.
Ooh, you think?
I
I think.
think he Sacred Sword Thunders the Ensign.
Zacian's super low. Zacian might even protect.
Or even, a lightning plus protect is
The
even
third thing in here is you protect Zacian, hard switch in the cart. I remember to see it. And then like you switch out Zacian next turn for Kyogre to make it so that you won't kill Kyogre, Kartana with Flare Blitz.
This is why I thought the Sacred Sword was safe,
Mm-hmm.
because it covers this Groudon switch. Oh, shoot. Not
Doesn't
quite.
for anything.
Honestly, that's probably better,
Yep. that's
because
good,
now
actually.
Cart gets in for free.
You think he's spouting? I don't know what he's using, but
He's lightning. You don't want to give the Gastro boost.
it doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah. Like, the Cart just hits the
Groudon.
Groudon with Sacred Sword, and you don't care about the Gastro.
I think you would. You guys are this turn?
No,
Yeah.
you can't,
Alright.
Geyser.
This is the last turn rain too. Oh my gosh.
Unless you Leaf Blade Geyser, but like I think you have to Sacred Sword KO the Groudon, because if you go for the Leaf Blade Geyser play, then the Gastro protects and you
I just think like
get
Julian's
punished.
he's switched so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course the standard play here is Gastron. That's the standard thing. But then like Gastron and Sin does not beat this, I don't think.
No.
Leaf Blade. Oh!
There
See?
you go.
What the- Show me the geyser. I want it. I want it. I earned this. I earned this geyser. He's trying to go for a fire attack. So,
Yeah.
like, oh!
Wow. Aaron with the reads. Aaron is the best player in the world.
Do it. I
Didn't even
bet
give
this
him a
that
shot.
game is gonna give this game. I don't even care if Chong wins. This game will give him nightmares for the rest of his life.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's the first play like that Aaron's made this whole set. Like,
But he's been playing like that in every set at
yes.
some point.
This set.
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah. That
What
was
extra protect? Like I talked about.
they
Gang has been abusing.
forced he thought that the Kartana was forced to KO Groudon there.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't.
No.
Yep.
So he was going for an Earth Power into Kartana or something.
So everyone's like, that's just a read. So like that's the difference between Aaron and Chong. Chong goes for reads, Aaron conditions.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference.
Yeah, that was a big conditioning.
Like I almost want to say that when he maxed the ogre, that was the idea, was to set up that sort of scenario. Also, if you take a look at it, there was two other situations where like ogre Gastros, and he switched Gastro out both times with the ogre into like Zacian and Sin, things like that. So like he finally was just like, okay, do what you want. Like this is, you know.
So if Gastro protects, he wins, unless the Kartana KOs the Groudon.
And then if Gastro KOs, yeah, if
Because
you
then-
use the beast boost to the cart, it wins.
Yeah, the Beast Boost on the cart wins. And so it is a 50-50.
Yeah, let's break it down. So there's Kyogre versus Groudon, Gastro, and Sin. KO Groudon, lightning. KO Groudon, like let's see. Yeah, KO Groudon, whatever.
Yeah, Max Lightning, whatever.
You bring out in Sin. Now your protect's on cooldown, so like you could go fake out here, right? And what is it? That and there, but I think that was the last turn max.
Yeah, but now your max is over, so you Water Spout
Yeah.
Leaf Blade every turn,
Yeah,
and you
can only
can't
fake out
cover
one.
for that. Yeah. You can only fake out one, and the Gastro can't handle the other in one turn.
It's
So
still weird, but
yeah,
like, it is what it is.
that play was a big 50-50, and it's real like obvious if he protects on the Leaf Blade, he wins, yes. But the play I would have made as Aaron, and he's better than me because he went for the Leaf Blade play. I would have Sacred Sword the Groudon every time there, and Max Lightning to cover for the instant switch.
I still would have Geyser there, no matter what. I actually would have Geyser there no matter what. Because that would have covered the Gastron switching it weirdly too. That's just me. I mean, I
wouldn't because I want to keep my Kartana.
So I would have
alive.
Geysered the Groudon and Sacred Sword the Groudon. I would have doubled in that slot, expecting. So if you switch out the Gastro for Incin, I get Weather Control back, which means I can soak damage from every fine. If you protect and switch out the Gastro, which was also a viable play, I KO you to protect.
Yeah.
And then if you have to send out Incin Gastro, the rain is up, and it's just the rain is up, so that means your Incin can't KO my card. And we would have lost.
Yeah, I would have lost that somehow, I'm sure.
Does Zark come in for Gastro? See, like, that's the thing. We talked about what Chong was going to do, and I talked about it. That's the game where you were ahead. You try to steal the Gastro. You Gastro and get the... If your Gastro's already on the board, it forces the card to go on the board. And you can either steal a KO on something or punish the card for coming in. Right? That's a gambit, right? So it's like... I don't know what happens here. But, like, if Aaron has any... Max Entity.
Here it comes. Max Entity into the Gastro. Just like Behemoth Blade, Max Psychic the Gastrodon turn one. That would be I don't know. That'd be hilarious.
So I wonder if like Chong has Zard though in the very back and be like, you know, I'm done with this freaking cart. I'm so done with it.
I don't think he brings Zard. As much as it would be really cool, I think the four he's bringing are the four he's bringing.
Do you want to know what I think? I think that Aaron didn't bring cart
Interesting.
because there's no Ensign. Where's the Ensign? Or he has literally Ensign over.
That's a good
ogre,
point.
You know, and in that case, that means that your Zacian's gonna have to do all the work, which means you wouldn't have leveraged it versus Incineroar. So I really do think that like there's no Ensign, right? Like I mean there's no cart.
I think it depends
It's really hard to say.
on what Aaron prioritizes this turn. Will tell us what's in the back. I think if he prioritizes the Zacian,
We're having Sacred Sword crit.
yeah.
He crit me twice.
If he prioritizes the Ensign, I think Ogre's not in the
What
back.
if we see like a Helping Hand Behemoth Blade in this crowd? Oh, in the Gastro. What if we see like, see this is 3D. Something's happening in this tournament. Someone's gonna lose a mon. Baby. Crit with KO Zacian.
But not before it is going to take a bit of damage on its
Within Mystical Fire range.
Is the damage on the
Okay. So Aaron's consistently losing the speed tie, which tells me he's not max speed.
Yeah.
Seeing that as a potential option.
A lot of damage on Gastro.
Indeedee lets you follow me this turn and hit something again. It lets you Helping Hand disrespect the Incineroar if they don't switch. And it also gets you a lot of damage into the Zacian this turn, putting it in range of an Origin Pulse or a Max Knuckle.
You could also like, I'm not gonna say a hard switch in Ogre, but we'll see.
Indeedee is a free Helping Hand, big damage turn 1, and then a free Follow Me, big damage turn 2.
Do you think it's like a Protect Zacian Expanding Force?
Oh, buddy.
Too bad. That's what? It's called forcing the follow me button. You know we're gonna see Expanding Force here. We're gonna see a double into the Gastro. If you lose your Gastro, you lose to Ogre.
Yeah. Safeguard. Interesting.
We could have just Expanding Force though.
Oh!
You could have just used Expanding.
Wow. I don't think he has it.
Safeguard. Helping Hand. Oh!
That was a read of all reads. Now he gets a free Follow Me.
The Gastro has to switch, right?
Or you lose to Ogre.
Yeah. It can protect, I guess, but like your Gastro has to switch.
Wow.
This is my plan. There's no cart. You know, it's like it's safeguard over cart. You know, it's like I do not care about your Gastro. I'll kill it eventually. You know, I'll kill it with my Max Whims. You know, or my Ensign or something like that.
I still think there's a cart. I think it's Cart Ogre. I think he decided no Ensign.
I had the matchup, man. I was like, I'm saying there's no cart. The disrespect is so real. And that's also 3 Behemoth Blades. I don't think that's going to come into play, but that's the third one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised to see that. I would have Sacred Sworded that last little bit. Oh, there's a crit. But yeah, Sacred Sword covered in Sin, deals good damage versus Ogre, and you're not wasting that last. Like, that BP is still really important.
Yeah.
You're intimidated. Crit! Double crit turns. See, that's within damage for Ogre now. So we're going to lose both mons. So now Aaron is like all in. So do you think it's going to be Cart?
Cart Ogre?
Yeah.
I think it's Cart Ogre in the back.
And you think you like did this on purpose? Like lost these mons on purpose?
Yeah.
Hey, that's worth it. You see, that's what I was worried about. I was worried, but not for me. Like Airstream Spout is so big here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Now, judging by how that turn went, once he like fought both the mons, it had to be right. Yeah. This is the Airstream of the world. Yeah. Max Overgrowth, which is KO there. So like you have to click Spout here. Spout plus Airstream is your out. You're gonna switch in the Groudon, you're switching in on the big Spout, and Airstream in the card's just big. And if you switch in the Incin here, you're gonna lose it. Gastro could protect here too.
Yeah. Well, it's AV.
Gastro?
Oh, sorry. Cartana. I was like, what?
Yeah. You think Airstream protect? I don't think you need to. I think you can soak a BB on the Kyber slot. I think like having protect up for next turn might be better.
Airstream Protect is not a bad play.
Yeah. I think protect's just I think you gotta start winning right now.
That's where I think Aaron
We saw no switch too.
It's too
So
slow.
actually, do we see the just protect Gastro get foddered KO'd through Overgrowth and Water Spout into the Zacian? Into that gate card of Beast Boost and it can one shot the Groudon? Hey, someone's good.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Like 0 for 5 over here. Yeah, this is what we thought was gonna happen, right?
And now we can't yawn the cart, so this is so safe. Because of the safeguard.
It doesn't need to KO the Gastro.
Yeah. Because now you get a Beast Boost on the Gastro this turn with a Knuckle to cover the Incin, and then Water Spout. Yeah. You Knuckle Gastro and Water Spout here.
Yep, you're seeing it.
Yep.
Even if they switch in the Groudon, it's going to take way too much damage. I almost think you could actually Overgrowth here if you wanted. Just throwing that out there. Because, like...
You could.
Because if they switch out Gastro, and they don't switch in Groudon on the Zacian slot...
I think the Knuckle just covers, like... Because then Instinct Groudon coming in the back. You get the Sun, you get the Intimidate, but then the Max Overgrowth is still threatening to the Groudon.
That was a cool no spout turn, because also, like, you didn't take damage, and you didn't get power up to make it so you took more from Earth Power. That's sick.
Yeah.
The last turn, though, we are going to have to see the Overgrowth to give Cart the Steroid, right, to deal with the Groudon. Otherwise, Max Groudon's going to come in and just be a way too big.
Skill Spike is cool. I like that.
Right?
But I think Knuckle's safer to make the Groudon not beat you.
So you're going to lose your Zacian. You have one Max turn versus Groudon. We're assuming it's Groudon.
Yeah.
But what if it's Zard or something?
It better be Groudon for his sake.
So let's think about this.
I think you Overgrowth Spout the Groudon.
What about Fake Out?
You soak the Fake Out. Because Cartana will get another... this is so hard.
I think Crit Spout's the play. Not Crit Spout, Crit Overgrowth.
Because you Fake Out the Ogre and Max Flare the Cartana is pretty safe.
Does Crit have a Dark Attack? Special D-Drop?
A special D-Drop could do it.
I think Cart's dead to a Fire Punch. Max Flare.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, can Cart run any water attacks?
After a +2. Oh, now +1. Intimidate.
What if he maxes the Incin?
He could. I think the Fake Out pressure is too much.
Well, if you max the Incin, just straight up. Read the Kyogre Protect, lose your Groudon, trade with the cart, and now you have your Groudon Incin with correct weather. I'm just throwing that out. Yeah. Max Incin with Dumpster and Ogre, you know. Max Groudon. I'm talking about it while the Groudon's maxing.
Yeah, Cart will die to a Flare Blitz in the sun for sure.
Fake Out has to soak it.
Yep. He has to Overgrowth.
Frit Beans!
And then he has to go for Water Spouts.
Oh, that went fast. That was scary, man.
Yeah, now you gotta hope that's in range of a Water Spout.
Coming out into the Cartana, and unfortunately, Cartana
This is close. I think
A crit wins it. A crit wins it. Wait either.
Yeah, a crit wins it. I think it's a roll or it's close for Spout in the. It's close. It's really close.
If actually, we're gonna throw this out here. If that Groudon lives with like
1 HP.
if it was at 10 HP, he could have won the game by not using. He could use Protect.
Yeah.
That could have been a low roll. He should have protected last turn then and not soak the. His Spout was not 150. It was 145. You know.
into his Kyogre, and
But I mean, you Quake through Protect, so
But last turn he could have protected.
Oh, yeah.
Last turn he could have protected.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So it's possible that was a roll.
It's possible if he protects last turn.
Yeah, 140 is a lot less than
Yeah.
150. Lot less.
Wow.
Damn. Peace. I mean, he actually beat Aaron Cybertron saying, so it's like, let's
Yeah.
be realistic.
What-
Aaron would have won the turn. Okay. Good. That was a good game.
That was a very good game.
The longest stream I've done in like a year.
Holy cow, yeah. My voice is gone.
Yeah, same. Yeah, Aaron right there is like protected.
Yep. Oh yeah. That's gonna be his nightmare for
To be fair, it shouldn't even went to a game 3.
That's true.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope
Yeah.
you guys had fun. Yeah.
Absolutely. Great game.
Peace out. I'm gonna turn the stream off.